If you receive this magazine on digital cartridge, please remember it must be returned. Magazine cartridges containing only weekly publications must be returned within 3 weeks of receiving them. All others must be returned within 7 weeks. Simply reverse the address card and mail the cartridge back in the red plastic container, which has magazine in print and braille on the top. Analog Science Fiction and Fact, Astounding. March-April 2020. Copyright 2020 by Dell Magazines, a division of Crosstown Publications. Read by Doug Tisdale, Jr. and Mackenzie Beyer. This magazine contains 208 pages. Approximate reading time, 14 hours, 40 minutes. This magazine contains markers allowing direct access to, at Level 1, the table of contents and articles, and at Level 2, the sections. This recorded edition contains the entire text of the print edition, except for advertising. This magazine was produced for the National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled, Library of Congress. Contents. Guest editorial, The Art of Noise. Alec Navala Lee. Page 4, 11 minutes. 90th Anniversary Retrospective Reprint. Noise Level, Raymond F. Jones. Page 8, 95 minutes. Science Fact, Veiling the Earth, Gregory Benford. Page 30, 29 minutes. The Pournelle Volume, Arlan Andrews Sr. Page 36, 8 minutes. Serial, The House of Styx, Part 1, Derek Künsken. Page 38, 225 minutes. Short Stories. Camphor, Mark W. Tiedemann. Page 86, 43 minutes. Expecting to Fly, Ed Vick and Manny Frischberg. Page 96, 29 minutes. Midstrath Exploding, Andy Dudak. Page 104, 22 minutes. Poetry, How to Go 12th, Mary Soon Lee. Page 109, 1 minute. The Alternate View, John G. Kramer. Page 110, 14 minutes. Poetry, Plonk, Josh Pierce. Page 113, 1 minute. Short Stories, A Stone's Throw from You, Jen Reese. Page 114, 6 minutes. Dick's Dayton Jet Jockey, Liz A. Vogel. Page 116, 16 minutes. Cooling Chaos, Gregory Benford. Page 120, 27 minutes. In Times to Come, page 125, 2 minutes. Short Stories. Respite, Catherine Wells. Page 126, 36 minutes. Curious Algorithms, Hayden Trenholm. Page 134, 39 minutes. War Lily, Beth Dawkins. Page 143, 14 minutes. On the Causes and Consequences of Cat Ladies, Richard A. Lovett. Page 146, 30 minutes. Zeroth Contact, Joshua Cole. Page 154, 24 minutes. The Halting Problem, Em Liu. Page 160, 7 minutes. The Smartest Damn Machine on Earth, Bo Balder. Page 162, 7 minutes. Lemonade Stand, Brenda Kalt. Page 164, 20 minutes. Rover, A.T. Sayer. Page 170, 39 minutes. 100, Sean Monahan. Page 178, 41 minutes. Novelette, One Basket, C.C. Finlay. Page 188, 47 minutes. The Reference Library, Don Sakers. Page 200, 30 minutes. Brass Tacks, page 206, 9 minutes. Upcoming Events, Anthony Lewis. Page 208, 4 minutes. Visit our website, www.analogsf.com. Don't miss out on our reviews, controversial and informative articles, and classic stories. Log on today. Like us on Facebook. Follow Analog Science Fiction and Fact on Facebook for sneak peeks, promotions, author interviews, and blog updates. Visit our blog for author Q&As and behind-the-scenes companion posts to the stories in this issue, www.theastoundinganalogcompanion.com. Let's be social. Instagram, Twitter. Follow us at analog_SF. Anniversary Retrospective Editorial. The Art of Noise. Alec Navala Lee. Reading time 11 minutes. Alec Navala Lee was a 2019 Hugo and Locus Award finalist for Astounding, Day Street Books, HarperCollins, which was named one of the year's best nonfiction books by The Economist. Note: this essay reveals the ending of the story Noise Level by Raymond F. Jones, which is reprinted on page 8 in this issue. When I was researching my book Astounding, which is largely a biography of the editor John W. Campbell, I often returned to a special subset of stories from this magazine that seemed to be secretly about the project of science fiction itself. One is Theodore Sturgeon's Microcosmic God, April 1941, which imagines a biochemist who creates a race of tiny creatures to solve scientific problems, in an idealized analogy for Campbell's relationship with his writers. Another is E for Effort by T. L. Sherrod, May 1947, which uses a quintessential gimmick, a technique for making a visual record of the past, as the basis for a darker exploration of what might happen when a form of entertainment evolves into a means of changing society. But there's a third story, which first appeared in December 1952, that might be the most intriguing of them all. It isn't as well known as the others, but it's one of my top 10 of all time, and I sometimes think that it might be my very favorite. I've also found that it sticks in the memories of readers who wouldn't be able to come up with the title offhand. Every so often, a fan asks online if anyone remembers the name of the story in which a team of scientists is fooled by a military hoax into developing an anti-gravity device. As my friend Bill Higgins said in response to one such query on Twitter, this is a perennial question, and as you guys have already figured out, the answer always turns out to be Raymond F. Jones's Noise Level. And its origins are equally fascinating. On March 31st, 1952, Campbell wrote to Robert A. Heinlein, "I've got an idea that may appeal to you as a starting point for a yarn. If so, I'd love it. If not, let me know and I'll try it on someone else." Campbell opened with the contention that the human brain naturally screens out useless or irrelevant information using a set of noise filters, which need to be loosened occasionally to allow for truly innovative thinking. He went on to describe a plot in which the nation's brightest scientists are tricked into reconstructing an anti-gravity machine built by a dead and fictitious inventor, a notion that may have been inspired by a sentence by the cyberneticist Norbert Wiener: "Once a scientist attacks a problem which he knows to have an answer, his entire attitude is changed." The fact that Campbell approached Heinlein at all is tremendously revealing. Heinlein had written up stories based on the editor's suggestions before, but not for over a decade, and the two men were already drifting apart. If Campbell went first to Heinlein, who was unlikely to accept, it was because the idea meant a lot to him, and he wanted to offer it to the best writer he had ever known. Not surprisingly, Heinlein passed, and Campbell went with his second choice, which turned out to be a great decision. Heinlein would have made the story his own, while Raymond F. Jones could be trusted to write it up more or less as the editor had conceived it. Although Jones might not be a household name today, his most famous work was the novel that was adapted into the movie This Island Earth, he was a valued contributor to the magazine. He had been interested at an early stage in Dianetics, the modern science of mental health that Campbell developed with L. Ron Hubbard, and in the years that followed, the editor sent him long letters about psychology, drugs, and his own troubled childhood. In pitching his proposed plot to Heinlein, Campbell referred specifically to Jones's story 50 Million Monkeys, October 1943, which featured a premise, a search for information using a machine that can generate every possible combination of ideas, that independently explored many of the same things as Jorge Luis Borges's The Library of Babel. Jones was a clever and resourceful writer, and he added many nice touches to the outline of what became Noise Level, particularly when it came to the details of the hoax itself. In a key scene, the scientists are giving a tour of the house of the non-existent Dunning, the alleged inventor of anti-gravity, which includes a chemistry lab, a machine shop, and 2 libraries, the first with books on physics and engineering, the second with works on astrology, spiritualism, mysticism, religion, sunspot data, and levitation. One of the scientists refuses to believe what he sees. It isn't possible that Dunning owned and understood both of these libraries. When the hoax's organizer is later asked why he included the stuff on Babylonian mysticism, astrology, and the rest of that crud, he responds, "The whole pattern was set to be as noisy as possible. We didn't know how to produce anti-gravity, so we gave you a picture of a man who did, and made it as noisy as possible to loosen up your own noise filters on the subject." Along the way, the scientists are forced to abandon their most fundamental beliefs, including Einstein's equivalence principle, which leads to the final breakthrough. As Campbell wrote to Heinlein, "And you know, Bob, that same basic mechanism should work for a lot of other things." Campbell undoubtedly believed it, and the entire story can be understood as a veiled declaration of intent. Astounding Science Fiction was the editor's ongoing experiment with his readers, and over the next 2 decades he made it as noisy as possible, with articles on psychic machines, dowsing, astrology, and even a notorious space drive. Much like the hoaxers of Noise Level, he wanted a major discovery to emerge from the magazine, and he decided that the best approach would be to systematically loosen the noise filters of his audience, even if he sacrificed his reputation for technical accuracy. As one of Jones's characters observes, "In the skull of each of us is only a single individual, and anyone examined closely enough can be found to have a remarkably consistent goal, no matter how apparently erratic his activities." This was certainly true of Campbell, and if his strategy ultimately failed, it was in part because he had a few unexamined filters of his own. It's hard to read Noise Level these days without noticing that it contains at least one offensive cultural depiction, and that the protagonists of this noisy experiment are strikingly homogeneous. They're all men, they're all scientists or engineers, and there's little doubt that both Campbell and Jones pictured them as all white. In other words, they look a lot like most of the writers of Astounding, and Campbell assumed that both projects, the fictional and the real, could be overseen by one man, despite their supposed lack of constraints. His idea of noise turned out to be dangerously limited, and even as he launched a crusade against scientific orthodoxy, when it came to other crucial matters, he was unable to see past his own assumptions. Even at the time, it was clear that Campbell pushed back relentlessly against forms of noise that he couldn't control. On September 30th, 1963, after a heated exchange of letters on racial segregation, Isaac Asimov wrote to Campbell, "In fact, John, I think you're on my side, and as soon as you get it through your head that the Negroes are the way-out people facing the authoritarianism of big whitedom, you're going to come charging out to fight on the side of the Negro, as you have staunchly borne the standards for everything from Dianetics to Crabbism." Campbell was much less interested in questioning his existing views on race than he was in advocating for Crabbism, a discredited cancer treatment, and for obvious reasons. It was easier to focus on his preferred definition of noise. He was also concentrating on the wrong kind of problem. The hard truth is that science fiction has a very mixed track record when it comes to anticipating technology, but it's unsurpassed as a tool for exploring social issues. It can loosen up the noise filters of its readers, teaching them to see their own culture in new ways, but only when it accommodates a wide range of voices. In an alternate universe, Campbell might have concluded that his project could only succeed, on the terms that he had expressly set for himself, if he devoted the same energy that he had channeled into so many wild causes into building a diverse circle of writers. and perhaps he would have addressed this challenge more forcefully if he had been persuaded that it was possible. In the end, instead of submitting to a single controlling hand, the genre became large enough to encompass the noise of the world itself, which can't be contained within any one experiment. Yet, I still love noise level, and I want to believe that science fiction can shatter our preconceptions, freeing us to seek a proper answer to any problem you care to investigate. To attain this ideal, however, we need to move past much of what Campbell represented, which is surely no harder than it would be for most physicists to abandon the equivalence principle. And we owe it to ourselves to honestly confront the legacy of the man who remains, for better or worse, the most instructive and cautionary figure in all of science fiction, if only to glimpse, as Jones writes, the point at which genius ends and nonsense begins. Editorial correspondence only. Analog@dellmagazines.com. 90th Anniversary Retrospective Reprint. Noise Level. Raymond F. Jones. Reading time 95 minutes. 1. Dr. Martin Nagel studied the paint on the ceiling of the outer anteroom of the Office of National Research. After 10 minutes, he was fairly certain which corner had been painted first, the direction of advance across the ceiling, and approximately how long it had taken. It was a new building and a new paint job, but these facts were evident in the brush marks and brush hairs left in the paint. On the whole, the job was something of an indication of how things were in general, he thought somewhat sadly. He studied the rug. Specifications should have been higher. The manufacturer undoubtedly operated on the principle of don't throw away seconds. You can always sell them to the government. He showed 25 minutes spent in the study of the anteroom. It was all he was going to give it. He picked up his briefcase and topcoat and moved toward the door. He almost collided with a gray-suited figure, then backed away in pleasant recognition. Burke! The face of Dr. Kenneth Berkeley lighted as he gripped Martin Nagel's free hand and clapped him on the shoulder. "What are you doing out here in this waiting room, Mart?" "I got invited to some conference with all the top dogs in high brass, but the boys in blue wouldn't let me in. I was just on the way back to California. But you're one of the last I expected to meet here. What are you doing, Burke?" "I work in ONR. I'm on this conference myself. They sent me out to look for you. Everybody else has arrived. I saw the parade from here. Dykstra of MIT, Collins of Harvard, and Mellon from Caltech. A high-powered bunch. It is. And they're all waiting on you. Come on, we'll talk later." Mart jerked a thumb towards the office opening off the anteroom. "The boys in there seem to have doubts as to whether I can be trusted not to pass things on to the comrades. I can't wait around. It'll probably take 6 weeks to clear me. I thought all that would have been taken care of. Evidently it wasn't. Give my regards to everybody, and tell Keyes I'm sorry I hadn't been cleared for classified projects. I guess he didn't know it." "No, wait. This is absolutely silly," said Burke. "We've got to have you in there. Sit down and we'll have this thing cleared in 5 minutes." Mart sat down again. He had never worked on any classified projects. The fingerprinting and sleuthing into the past of his colleagues had always seemed distasteful to him. He knew Burke didn't have a chance now. He'd seen more than one good man twiddle his thumbs for 6 months to a year while his dark past was unearthed. Rising voices from the inner office of the FBI agent became audible. Mart caught snatches of Burke's baritone roar. "Utterly ridiculous. Top-drawer physicist. Electrofields. Got to have this man." After the FBI office, there were still the offices of military intelligence and naval intelligence to hurdle. It was a fantastic triple barrier they had woven about this conference. On coming in, he had chuckled at this further evidence of bureaucrats frantic to button up the secrets of nature which lay visible to the whole world. In a moment Burke came striding out, red-faced and indignant. "You stay right there, Mart," he said furiously. "I'm going to get Keyes on this thing, and we'll find out who's got a right to get into this place besides the janitor." "Look, Burke, I don't mind. I don't think you ought to bother Keyes with this. I'll be right back. This thing has gone too far. Mart felt rather foolish. It was not his fault he couldn't get by the security officers, but that failure induced a faint sense of guilt. Burke returned within minutes. With him were 2 men in uniform, a brigadier general and a naval captain. With them was Dr. Keyes, director of ONR. Martin knew him only by reputation, which was very top drawer indeed. Keyes approached with a direct, friendly smile and offered his hand. I'm very sorry, Dr. Nagel, regarding this delay. I had no idea that you would be stopped at the security desk. I issued instructions in plenty of time for the conference that everyone invited be properly cleared. Somehow this formality was overlooked in your case. But I am sure that we shall be able to make satisfactory emergency arrangements within a few moments. If you will wait here while I confer with all these gentlemen. They closed the door of the inner office, but Mart could not help straining his ears at the rumble of sounds that filtered through. He caught a phrase in a voice that belonged to one of the security officers, demanded these triple security screens yourself, and another from Keyes, the one man who may be able to crack this thing for us. Mart had come reluctantly. His wife had protested, and the 2 children had set up a tremendous wail that it might mean no summer vacation at all. He rather wished he had heeded their protests. The moment a man became involved in something so classified it required triple passes from the Army, Navy, and FBI, he could say goodbye to freedom. He wondered how Keyes had become involved in such a circuitous business. Keyes had done monumental work on electromagnetic radiation. And he wondered, too, what Kenneth Berkeley was doing here. It was way out of his field. Burke was a top psychologist in the mechanics of learning and experimental training procedures. It looked to Mart as if both of them were wasting their time in security clearance wrangles. He was not particularly intrigued by the possible magnitude of the problem under consideration. A man sitting by a mountain stream under an open summer sky had the most ponderous problems of nature before him if he chose to consider them. None couched in hush-hush terms behind closed lab doors could have any greater import. At last the door opened. Mart arose. Dr. Keyes led the procession out of the room. All of the men were a little more strained in their expressions than when they went in, but Keyes took Mart's arm. It's all right. You have full clearance now. Your papers will be issued and ready when you come out. But let's get to the conference at once. We've kept the others waiting. As Mart stepped inside the conference room, he caught his breath involuntarily. Besides the brilliant array of his colleagues in fields closely allied to his own, there was a display of gold-splashed uniforms of all military services. He had quick recognition of several lieutenant generals, vice admirals, and at least one member of the JCS. Burke ushered him to a seat in the front row. He felt doubly guilty that these men had been kept waiting, although it was no direct fault of his. At the front of the room, a projection screen was unrolled on the wall. A 16mm projector was set up near the rear. On a table on the far side, a tarpaulin covered some kind of irregular object. Keyes stepped to the front of the room and cleared his throat briefly. We will dispense with the formality of introducing each of you gentlemen. Many of you are acquainted professionally or personally, and I trust that all will be before this project is many hours old. The top classification nature of the material we are about to discuss has been emphasized to you by the triple filter of security officers who have passed upon your admission to this room. That which is discussed here you will properly regard as worthy of protection with your own life, if such an extreme consideration should be forced upon you at some future time. The military members of the audience remained immobile, but Martin Nagel observed an uneasy shifting among his fellow scientists. All of them were to some degree uncomfortable in the presence of the military assumption that you could lock up the secrets of nature when they lay all about like shells upon the seashore. But Keyes wasn't a military man. Mart felt his muscles become a little rigid as the significance of this penetrated. 10 days ago, said Keyes very slowly, we were approached by a young man an inventor of sorts, who claimed to have produced a remarkable and revolutionary invention. His name was Leon Dunning. He had an unusual regard for his own abilities, and expected apparently that everyone else would have the same regard on sight. This trait led him to a rather unpleasant presentation of himself. He would talk with no one but the director of the office, and made such a nuisance that it became a question of seeing him or calling the police. His case was drawn to my attention, and I finally chose to see him. He had some rather startling claims. He claimed to have solved the problem of producing an anti-gravity machine. Martin Nagel felt a sudden sinking sensation within him, and an impulse to laugh. For this he had canceled the kids' summer vacation. Maybe it wasn't too late to get back. He glanced at his colleagues. Dykstra was bending over and rubbing his forehead to hide the smile that appeared on his lips. Lee and Norcross gave each other smiles of pitying indulgence. Berkeley, Martin noted, was almost the only scientist who did not move or smile. But of course, Burke was a psychologist. "I see that some of you gentlemen are amused," continued Keyes. "So was I. I wondered what was the best means of getting rid of this obnoxious crackpot who had forced his way into my office. Again, it was a question of listening until the ridiculousness of his claims became self-evident, or having him thrown out. I listened. I tried to draw him out regarding the theories upon which his device operated, but he refused to discuss this in detail. He insisted such discussion could be held only after a demonstration of his device. With a free Saturday afternoon that week, I agreed to watch. Dunning insisted that certain military personnel also be invited, and that films and tape recording equipment be available. Having gone as far as I had, I agreed also to this, and rounded up some of the gentlemen who are with us this afternoon. He wanted no other kind of publicity, and so we arranged to meet at the small private airfield at the Dover Club. That was just 1 week ago today. He demonstrated. A small pack was attached to his shoulders by straps. I assisted him in putting it on. It weighed perhaps 35 or 40 pounds. It had no visible means of propulsion, such as propeller or jets, and no connection to an external power source. Seeing it, I felt extremely ridiculous for having invited my military guests to such a futile performance. We stood in a circle about 10 feet in diameter around him. When the pack was fastened, he gave us a kind of pitying smile, it seemed, and pressed a switch at his belt. Instantly, he rose straight up into the air in a smoothly accelerated climb. We spread apart to watch him. At about 500 feet, he came to a stop and hung motionless for a moment. Then he dropped back down to the center of the circle. Keyes paused. "I see a variety of expressions on your faces. I presume some of you consider us who observed it as victims of hallucinations, or out-and-out liars. We agreed afterwards that it was very fortunate that Dunning insisted on motion pictures of the demonstration. These we have for your inspection. If you will, please." He signaled to his assistants. The shades were drawn, and the projector at the rear started with a whir. Mart found himself leaning forward, his hand clutching the desk arm of the chair. This was something he didn't even want to believe, he thought. On the screen there appeared a scene of the encircling men. In the center, Dunning appeared to be in his late 20s. Mart could detect at once the type that Keyes had described, a snotty young jerk who knew he was good and figured others better catch on to that real fast. Mart knew the type. You run into them in senior engineering classes in every school in the country. He watched the circle back away from Dunning. There was a clear shot of the alleged inventor standing with the weird pack on his back. He fumbled a moment with the key switch at his belt, then rose abruptly from the ground. Mart stared. The picture panned up jerkily as the operator evidently retreated for a longer-range view. He watched closely for any sign of emanation from the pack. He had to remind himself of the foolishness of looking for such. There was certainly no type of jet that could operate this way. But anti-gravity. Mart caught a feeling that was a cross between a prickle and a chill moving slowly along the upper length of his spine. The motion on the screen came to a halt. Then, slowly, Dunning lowered himself to the middle of the circle once more. The screen went dark, and lights flashed on in the room. Mart jerked, as if waking from a hypnotic spell. "We paused at this point," said Keyes. Dunning became more talkative and discussed somewhat the basic theories of his machine. For this, we used the tape recorder he had insisted on bringing along. Unfortunately, the record is so poor due to high noise level and distortion that it is next to unintelligible, but we will play it for you in a moment. Following the discussion, he agreed to make another demonstration showing an additional factor, horizontal flight control. We'll have the movie of this now. He touched the light button. The scene appeared once more. This time the circle opened at one side, and Dunning rose in a rather steep arc and leveled off. Against the background, he seemed about as high as the roof of the hangar beyond. For about 100 feet he drifted slowly, then accelerated his pace. Mart felt a wholly irrational impulse to laugh. It was Buck Rogers in full attack. Abruptly the screen flared. A puff of light exploded from the pack on Dunning's back. For a terrible moment he seemed suspended in an attitude of violent agony. Then he plunged like a dropped stone. The camera lost him for an instant, but it caught the full impact of his body on the field. During the fall he turned over. The pack was beneath him as he crashed. His body bounced and rolled a short way and lay still. Keyes moved to the light switch and signaled for the raising of the shades. Someone rose to do this. No one else moved. The room seemed caught in a suspension of time. "There you have it, gentlemen," said Keyes in a quiet voice. "You will begin to understand why you were called here today. Dunning had it. Anti-gravity. Of that we are absolutely sure. And Dunning is dead." He drew a corner of the canvas from the table by the far wall. "The remains of the device are here for your examination. So far we see only burned and bloody wreckage in it. Under your supervision, it will be carefully photographed and dismantled." He dropped the cover and returned to the center of the platform. "We went immediately to Dunning's house with a crew of investigators from ONR, assisted by security officers of the services. Dunning's quite evident paranoia was carried out in an utter lack of notes. He must have lived in constant fear that his work would be stolen. His laboratory was excellent for a private worker. What his income was, we don't know as yet. He also had an astonishing library. Astonishing in that it covered not only the sciences, but almost every occult field as well. This, too, remains somewhat of a mystery. We investigated his college background. He appears to have had difficulty in getting along at any one college, and attended at least 4. His curriculum was as varied as his library. He studied courses in electrical engineering, comparative religion, advanced astronomy, Latin, the theory of groups, general semantics, and advanced comparative anatomy. We managed to contact about 20 of his instructors and fellow students. Their uniform opinions describe him as paranoid. He was utterly without intimates of any kind. If he communicated his theories to anyone, we do not know about it. So the only record we have of the expressions of the man who first devised an anti-gravity machine is this poor quality tape. He nodded again to the operator at the rear of the room. The latter turned on the recorder, whose output was fed to a speaker on the table in front. At once the room was filled with a hissing, roaring garble, the sound of planes taking off, the everyday noise of the airport. Beneath the racket was the dead man's voice, a thin, rather high-pitched sound carrying through the background noise a tone of condescension and impatient tolerance. Mart listened with ears strained to make sense of the garble. His eyes caught Burke's and reflected his despair of ever getting anything out of the mess. Keyes signaled the operator. "I see that you are impatient with this recording, gentlemen. Perhaps there is no purpose in playing it in this conference. But each of you will be given a copy. In the privacy of your own laboratories, you will have opportunity to make what you can of it. It is worth your study, simply because, as far as we know, it contains the only clues we possess." Mart raised a hand impatiently. "Dr. Keyes, you and the others at the demonstration heard the original discussion. Can't you give us more than what is on the tape?" Keyes smiled rather bitterly. "I wish that we could, Dr. Nagel. Unfortunately, at the time, it seemed that the semantic noise in Dunning's explanation was as high as the engineering noise on the tape. We have, however, filled in, to the best of our recollection, on the written transcript, which we will give to you. This transcript gives what has been pieced together by phonetic experts who have analyzed the tape. Observers' additions are in parentheses. These were added only if all observers agreed independently and may or may not be accurate. Is there any other question?" There were, they all knew, but for the moment the impact seemed to have stifled the response of the whole audience. Keyes took a step forward. "I wonder if there is any one of you who underestimates the seriousness of this problem now. Is there anyone who does not understand that this secret must be regained at all cost? We know that within the field of present knowledge there lies the knowledge necessary to conquer gravity, to take us beyond the earth, to the stars if we wish to go. We know that if one young American could do it, some young Russian could also. We have to duplicate that work of Dunning's. The full facilities of ONR are at your disposal. Access to Dunning's laboratory and library and the remains of his machine will be granted, of course. Each of you has been selected, out of all whom we might have called, because we believed you possess some special qualification for the task. You cannot fail. We will meet again this evening, gentlemen. I trust you understand now the necessity for absolute security on this project." 2. A long time afterwards, Martin Nagel recalled that he must have been in a partial stupor when he left that conference room. He felt a vague and unpleasant sensation about his head, as if it had been beaten repeatedly with a pillow. He and Kenneth Berkeley went out together. They paused only long enough to make polite greetings to his fellow physicists, whom he had not seen for a long time, but he was in a hurry to leave, to get rid of that feeling in his head. In front of the ONR building, he stopped with his hands in his pockets and looked over the unpleasant gray of the city's buildings. He could close his eyes and still see a man rising straight up into the air, soaring at an angle, dropping like a plummet. All at once, he realized he hadn't even stopped to examine the remains of the instrument under the tarpaulin. He turned suddenly on Berkeley. "The psychology of this thing. Is that where you're in on it, Burke?" His companion nodded. "Keyes called me in when he wanted an investigation into Dunning's past. I'm staying, I guess." "You know it's impossible, don't you?" said Mart. "Utterly and completely impossible. There's nothing in our basic science to explain this thing, let alone duplicate it." "Impossible? Meaning what?" "Meaning that that every one of us has got to shift gears, back up, retrace who knows how far. 20 years of learning? 500 years of science? Where did we go off the track? Why was it left to a screwball like Dunning to hit it right?" "He was an odd character," mused Burke. "Astrology, mysticism, levitation. There's quite a bit in the tape about levitation. That's not so far removed from the concept of anti-gravity at that, is it?" Mart made a rough noise in his throat. "I expect to hear any moment that his first successful flight was aboard a broomstick." "Well, there's quite a bit of lore about broomsticks, also magic carpets and such. Makes you wonder how it all got started." The shock was slow in wearing down. Martin returned to the hotel after the evening conference, which was spent mostly in examination of the wreckage. It was, as Keyes had said, hopeless. But there was an indefinable something about gazing upon the remains of what had been the realization of an impossible dream. Mart felt a kind of frantic yearning to reach out and touch that mass and convert it back to the instrument it had once been by sheer force of will. as if believing it possible would make it so. And wasn't there some essence of truth in this, he thought? Dunning had believed it could be done, and had done it. Reputable men in science didn't believe such things possible. Now, in his hotel room, Mart sat on the edge of the bed, looking out the window and across the night lights of the city. There were certain things you had to accept as impossible. The foundation of science was built upon the concept of the impossible as well as the possible. Perpetual motion. The alchemist's dream, as the alchemist dreamed it anyway. Anti-gravity. All man's experience in attempting to master nature showed these things could not be done. You had to set yourself some limitations. You had to let your work be bounded by certain great impossibilities, or you could spend a lifetime trying to solve the secret of invisibility, or of walking through a brick wall, or trying to build a magic carpet. He stood up and walked to the window. There had been growing all afternoon a sense of faint panic, and now he identified it. Where could you draw the line? It had to be drawn, he was sure of that. It had been drawn once before, quite definitely. In the 1890s, they had closed the books. Great minds believed then that science had encompassed the universe. All that was not known belonged to the great impossibilities. Then had come radium, the Röntgen tube, relativity, cosmic rays. The line vanished. Where was it now? A few hours ago, he would have said he could define it with fair accuracy. Tonight, he did not know. He went to bed. After an hour, he got up and called Kenneth Berkeley. The clock said almost midnight. It didn't matter. "Burke," he said into the phone. "Mart, I've just been thinking. The whole crowd will be going through Dunning's lab and his library. What's the chance of you getting me out there first thing in the morning? Just the two of us. I'd like to beat the crowd." "I think I can arrange it," said Burke. "Keyes wants each of you to work as you wish. I'll tell you more about that tomorrow. I'll call you as early as I can." It rained during the night, and when Burke called for Mart in his car, the city was dismal with fog, lessening even further the reality surrounding them. "Keyes wasn't much in favor of this," said Burke as they drove away from the hotel. "It's liable to make some of the others mad, but frankly I'm sure he's convinced that you're the member of the class most likely to succeed." Mart grunted. "Least likely, I'd say. I'm not sure that I'm convinced yet that Dunning didn't have some terrific joke in here somewhere." "I know what you mean, but you will. It comes gradually, and easier for you. You're the youngest of the group. Keyes thinks some of the older men may spend all their time proving Dunning couldn't do it. How do you feel about that? Is that the way you're heading, or are you going to try to find out what Dunning did?" "Anything a jerk like Dunning can do, Nagel can do double, once Nagel is convinced that Dunning did it." Burke threw back his head and laughed. "Keyes will love you, boy. He's been afraid he wouldn't find a single top John in the country who would really try." Dunning's place was in the shabby, once fashionable sector of town where the owners of the gingerbread monsters were no longer able to meet the upkeep or sell them to anyone who was. It had been learned that the house actually belonged to an uncle of Dunning, but so far he had not been located. A guard was on duty at the front entrance. He nodded as Burke and Mart showed their passes. "Dunning's laboratories and shops are on the first floor," said Burke. "Upstairs is his library. He slept in one of the third-floor bedrooms, but the rest are vacant. A lot of cooking seemed to have been done in the back kitchen. He left a well-stocked larder. Where do you want to start?" "A quick look through the labs to begin. I want to get the feel of the layout." On the right of the entrance hallway, they came into a small but extremely well-equipped chemistry laboratory. The place seemed well used, but immaculate. A complex fractionating setup was on the work table. "Almost the only piece of writing in the whole place was found on a small pad here," said Burke. "A bit of scratch-work computation without any formulas or reactions." Mart grunted and moved on to the adjacent room. Here was the more familiar hodgepodge of the electronic experimenter, but even in this there was instantly apparent the mark of a careful workman. Breadboard layouts were assembled with optimum care. Test leads were carefully made of rubber-covered or shielded wire and equipped with clips, instead of being the usual random lengths of colored connecting wire hastily stripped and tied to a terminal. A sizable bank of rack and panel mounted equipment was not recognizable at once as to function. It appeared to be a setup that might belong to any careful experimenter who had no regard for his bank account. This would need further study, but Mart continued moving through to the next room, a machine shop as well equipped for its functions as the previous rooms. A 6-inch lathe, a large drill press, and a milling machine were the chief items. Mart whistled softly as he stood in the middle of the room and looked back the way they had come. "When I was a kid in high school," he said, "this is exactly the kind of place I thought heaven would be." "And it had to belong to a person like Dunning, eh?" said Burke with a slow smile. Mart turned sharply. His voice became low and serious. "Burke, whatever Dunning may have been, he was no jughead. A paranoid, maybe, but not a jughead. He could do things. Look at this." He picked up a weird-looking assembly from a nearby table and held it up in the light. It gleamed with a creamy sheen, a silver-plated bit of high-frequency plumbing. "That's beautiful," said Mart. "There are not more than 3 or 4 university shops in the whole country that can turn out a piece like that. I've had to fight for weeks to get our machinists to come up with anything that complex, and then it would be way out of tolerance." He hefted the piece of plumbing lightly. He knew it was just right. It had the feel of being made right. Burke led the way across the hall. He opened the door for Mart. There, against the walls of the room, were panels of a compact digital computer, and on the other side an analog computer. "But you haven't seen anything yet," said Burke. "The surprise of your life is upstairs." Gravity was a force, Mart thought as he climbed the stairs. You only lick force with force, in the world of physics at least. In politics and human relations, force might yield to something more subtle. But if Dunning had licked gravity, it was with some other, and presently known, force. Physics was at least aware of every force that existed. There were no gaps, except perhaps the one temporarily occupied by the elusive neutrino. Dunning's machine was ingenious. But it could be nothing but a clever application of well-known laws and forces. There was no miracle, no magic in it. Having decided this on a slow, verbal basis, Mart felt somewhat more at ease. He followed Burke into the library. There was not simply one room of it, but an entire suite had been converted and shelved. There were certainly several thousand volumes in the place. "This is the one that may interest you most." Burke stepped into the nearest room on his left. "A is for astrology," he said. He gestured toward a full section of shelving. Mart scanned the titles. Astrology for the Novice, Astrology and the Infinite Destiny, The Babylonian Way, The Course of the Stars. He hopefully pulled the latter volume from the shelf against the possibility it might be an astronomy text. It wasn't. He quickly put it back with its fellows. "Well read, too," said Burke. "We examined quite a number, and they have copious notations in Dunning's handwriting. This may be the one place we can find real clues to his thinking, in such marginal notes." Mart waved a hand in violent rejection of the somber volumes and shoved his hands deep in his pockets. "Junk," he muttered. "This has no bearing on Key's problem at all, of course, but it certainly ought to be a problem of interest to you. A guy would need 2 separate heads to hold an interest in the things downstairs and in this nonsense at the same time." "But Dunning had only a single head," said Burke quietly. "Maybe it's all part of a whole that we don't see, and that Dunning did." Mart pursed his lips and looked at the psychologist. "I'm serious," said Burke. "My field is primarily the human mind, and only secondarily the subjects with which the mind deals. But we see in Dunning a single mind that can whip the matter of anti-gravity, that can hold an interest in the fields represented by the laboratories below, and can digest the material of this library. Now, actually, there is no true schizophrenia. In the skull of each of us is only a single individual, and anyone examined closely enough can be found to have a remarkably consistent goal, no matter how apparently erratic his activities. Perhaps much of the material Dunning found in both the library and in the laboratory proved redundant, but I would say that Dunning's genius apparently lay in his ability to extract relevant material from the redundant without categorically rejecting entire areas of human thought. Mart smiled tolerantly and turned away. He found himself facing a section of shelves covered with works on East Indian philosophy. 6 or 8 feet of space was devoted to the subject of levitation. Mart jabbed a finger at the titles. Anything those boys can do by hocus pocus, Nagel can do twice as fast by X's and Y's and by making electrons jump through hoops. That's all Keyes wants. How soon can you deliver? 3. After lunch, they returned to ONR. Mart was assigned an office and given a copy of the Dunning tape. He put aside the prepared transcript, as Keyes had suggested, and prepared to listen unbiased. He turned on the record and winced at the garble of sound that blared forth again. With one hand on the volume control, he rested his chin on his arm in front of the speaker and strained to hear through the noise the scarcely audible voice of Dunning. Near the beginning, he caught the word levitation mentioned many times. There was a full phrase, levitation which was first successfully demonstrated to the Western world by the English medium. The buzz of a plane cut off the rest of it. Mart rewound the tape and listened to that much of it again. At each mention of levitation, an image flared up in Mart's mind. An image of a scrawny Indian fakir equipped with a filthy turban, a coil of rope over one arm, and a basket with a snake in the other hand. But Dunning had produced anti-gravity. What semantic significance had he found in the word? Mart growled to himself in irritation and let the tape run on. There was nothing more in those first few feet of it. He perked up his ears at a phrase, Earth effect, separated by a garble from distribution of sunspots unexplained to date by astronomers and politely ignored by all experts. It struck a faint bell of recognition in Mart's mind. He scratched a note on a pad to check on it. The sound dissolved again to hissing and roaring, through which the dead man seemed to taunt him. He gathered that much talk was on the subject of planetary configurations, astrology. He groaned aloud and closed his eyes through a comparatively long stretch of audibility. Magnetic storms on Earth are predictable through movements of the planets in terms of quadrature fields of data observed through thousands of years and do not fit explanations now accepted for other phenomena. It shifted, apparently, after many minutes, to comparative religion. Galileo and Newton, Dunning said, affected man's thinking more than they knew. They clipped from religion its miracles, and from physics its imagination. Of India there's more conquest of the physical universe than in a score of American research laboratories. And that was the last of it. The tape fizzled out in a long garble of buzzing planes and faulty recording. Mart turned off the machine. That was it. The mind and work of the first man to directly conquer gravity. With an almost physical weariness, he turned to the transcript and scanned through it. There was more, but it was astonishing how little additional information was actually added from the memories of the original observers. Mart supposed Dunning's words were such a shock to those military and scientific minds that they were stunned into semi-permanent amnesia in respect to the things he said. He leaned back in the chair, summing up what he had heard. Dunning's thesis seemed to be that much sound data had been excluded by conventional scientists from standard theories. The dead men had believed much of this data could be found and explained in the various realms of astrology, East Indian mysticism, movements of sunspots, the levitation of mediums, and a host of other unorthodox areas. Where was the thread of rational thought that could find its way through this? He closed his eyes again, trying to feel for a starting point. There came a knock on the door, and a voice. May I come in, Dr. Nagel? It was Keyes. Mart rose and offered a chair. I have just finished the tapes and transcription. There is very little to go on. Very little indeed, said Keyes. When you were a youngster entering a contest for the first time, you had a feeling for it. You know what I mean. It's in your throat and chest and in your stomach. It goes all the way through your legs to your toes. It's the feeling of your entire organism, a feeling that you haven't got a chance to win, or that you are going to acquit yourself to the maximum ability within you regardless of the strength of others. Do you understand me? Mart nodded. What kind of a feeling do you have about this, Dr. Nagel? Mart relaxed and leaned back with his eyes half closed. He understood Keyes. He had gone through the range of all possible feelings since yesterday afternoon. Which one of them had remained with him? I can do it, he said quietly to Keyes. I could wish for more data, and I'm not wholly in sympathy with Dunning's approach, but I can examine the data he had and re-examine the data I have, and I can do it. Good. Keyes stood up. That's what I came in to find out, and your answer is what I hoped to hear. You may expect that your reaction is not quite universal among your colleagues, although I feel all will cooperate. But some of them will be licked before they start, because they will feel, and persist in feeling, that the thing ought not to be. Dr. Kenneth Berkeley had never ceased to wonder at the constitution of man. When he was very young, he had wondered why some of his fellows believed in fairies and others did not. He wondered why some could believe the moon was made of green cheese, and others were equally sure it could not be so. He grew to wonder intensely just how man knew anything for sure, and that long road of wonder led to the present moment of his status as a fellow in psychology at ONR. He was grateful for the privilege of being on this project under the leadership of Dr. Keyes. Keyes appreciated, more than any other physicist that he had known, the importance of the fact that an individual is a man first and a scientist second, that there is no true objectivity in science. There is no divorcing the observer from the observed, and every scientific theory and law, no matter how conscientiously propounded and objectively proved, is nevertheless colored by the observer. Berkeley was intrigued by the study of the physicists' reactions to the situation in which Dunning's discovery and death had placed them. Martin Nagel had reacted approximately as Berkeley expected. They had known each other well during undergraduate days in college, drifting apart later as their professions diverged. Through the day, Berkeley conducted the rest of the scientists through the house. A number of them had made requests to go privately, as Mart had done. Others went in groups of 3 or 4. But by the end of the day, all had visited the place, except Professor Wilson Dykstra. During the first day, Dykstra confined himself to a study of the tape and transcription. He did not present himself for a visit to the Dunning house until the following morning. Burke called at his hotel. He kept the psychologist waiting 15 minutes before he finally appeared through the revolving doors. Dykstra was a small, round man in his late 60s, owlish and heavy-framed glasses. His jutting lower lip seemed to signify his being perpetually on the defensive, as if he couldn't believe the world were really as he saw it. But Burke knew he was a great man in his own field. He had contributed much to the elucidation of Einstein's work in relation to gravity, which was the reason for his being invited to participate in the project. The sky was threatening, and Dykstra clutched a black umbrella to his chest as he emerged from the hotel. Burke waited with the car door open. "Good morning, Dr. Dykstra. It looks as if we'll be alone this morning. Everyone else took a visit to Dunning's yesterday." Dykstra grunted and got in. "That's the way I wanted it. I spent a full day yesterday going over that ridiculous tape recording." Burke moved the car out into the line of traffic. He had rather felt from the very first that the project could get along just as well without Dykstra. "Were you able to derive anything at all from it?" "I have reached no conclusion as yet, Dr. Berkeley. But when I do not believe it is going to be that young Dunning was the unadulterated genius some of you people consider him. Surely you, a psychologist, can understand the type of mind that would produce such a mixture of unrelated and irrelevant, not to say mythological, material. There are many strange things about the human mind which we do not know, said Burke. One of the least understood is the point at which genius ends and nonsense begins. In physics, the march is steadily upward. We have no doubt as to which way lies progress. Burke let that one ride. A man who saw in the world such terrible simplicity might ultimately find Dunning's mystery completely transparent. He couldn't risk that possibility by arguing. They drew up to the old mansion Dunning had occupied. Dykstra surveyed it from the car. The kind of a place you would expect, he grunted. It was difficult to estimate what was going on in the physicist's mind as he came into the laboratories. In the first room, he scanned the shelves of reagents. He took down a dozen bottles and examined their labels closely. Of some, he removed the stoppers and sniffed cautiously, then replaced them all on the shelf in mild disdain. He spent a long time examining the fractionating setup in the center of the room. He spotted the pad of computations left there, and drew an old envelope from his pocket and did some comparison scribbling. In the electronics room, he turned to look through the doorway. Why would any man want two such laboratories as these? His inspection was much more thorough than that of any of the others, including Martin Nagel. Burke supposed that Mart and many of the others would be back, but Dykstra was going through with a fine-toothed comb the first time. He poked through the machine shop. Well equipped, he muttered, for a man who likes to tinker. But he was highly impressed by the computer room. He examined the settings of the instruments and the chart papers. He opened every desk drawer and shuffled through the scattering of papers inside. Red-faced, he turned to Burke. This is absurd. Certainly there would be charts, papers, or something showing the man's calculations. These instruments are not here for show. They've obviously been used. Someone has removed the computational material from this room. It's just as we found it, said Burke. We don't understand it any better than you. I don't believe it, said Dykstra. The reaction of the physicist to the library was the thing Burke was most interested in. He let Dykstra look at will over the strange and exotic collection of volumes. At first, Dykstra reacted like a suddenly caged animal. He ran from the shelves of mythology, got a glance at the section on astrology, hurried from there to the books on faith healing, and made a spiral turn that brought him up against the region of material on East Indian philosophy. "What is this?" he bellowed hoarsely. "A joke?" The pudgy figure seemed to swell visibly with indignation. "The next room would interest you most, perhaps," said Burke. Dykstra almost ran through the adjoining door, as if escaping some devil with whom he had come face to face. Then, catching sight of the titles here, he began to breathe easily and with an audible sighing of relief. He was among friends. With an air of reverence, he took down a worn copy of Weil's Space-Time Matter and a reissue of the Relativity Papers. "It isn't possible," he murmured, "that Dunning owned and understood both of these libraries." "He understood and conquered gravity," said Burke, "and this is the place in which he did it. This is the last of the clues we have to show you." Dykstra put the books carefully back on the shelves. "I don't like it." He glanced back to the other room as if it were a place of terror. "There's something wrong," he murmured. "Anti-gravity. Who ever heard of such a thing? And how could it come out of a place like this?" 4. That afternoon they met again in conference. There was agreement that they would tackle the problem. Only Professor Dykstra exhibited a continuing belligerence toward the affair, yet he made no move to withdraw. Full cooperation of military facilities was pledged by the representatives of the services. The center of investigation was to be at ONR, however, with branching research wherever needed. No one had conceived even a tentative starting point which he cared to discuss with his colleagues. Most of them had spent the morning rereading the Relativity Papers and staring at the ceilings of their respective offices. They agreed to work as loosely or as closely as the problem demanded, Until some working program could be initiated by some of them, it was decided to hold daily seminars to try to spark each other into creative thought. A minor honor came to Mart in his election as chairman of the seminar. It gave him uneasiness because he was junior in age and profession to all of them, but his eminence in electrofields made him a likely coordinator of the project. Mart selected a representative sample from the occult section of Dunning's library and took it to his own office. He settled down amid an aura of astrology, spiritualism, mysticism, religion, sunspot data, and levitation. He had no specific purpose, only to expose his own mind to the atmosphere in which Dunning had operated. Dunning had found the goal. The tracks he walked in had to be located, no matter where they were picked up. Some of the stuff was boring. Much could be nothing but sheer delusion. Yet his dogged pursuit left him intrigued by some of the material. The reports on poltergeism at Leander Castle near London, for example. They were well reported. Independent cross-references verified each other very well. The works on levitation were far more difficult to credit. There was a hodgepodge about purification of the body and the soul, of reaching assorted states of exaltation above the ordinary degree of mortal. Yet levitation had occurred, according to reports of witnesses who might not be considered too unreliable. And what did this have to do with religion, in which Dunning had had tremendous interest to judge by the notations he made? There were miracles in religion, Mart reflected. Anti-gravity was a miracle. Miracle. That which is considered impossible and which cannot be duplicated by the observers even after it has been seen. In scientific law there is a difference. It can be applied by anyone with sufficient IQ. But the worker of miracles does not come out of the laboratory or halls of learning. He rises spontaneously out of the mountains or out of the wilderness and gathers novices who seek with all their hearts to equal the master. But they never do. Always there is a difference. The magic of miracles seems unteachable. It has its own spontaneous majesty, or is nothing but old-fashioned hoodwinking. There seemed to Mart no in-between. Anti-gravity. Was it natural law or miracle? Had Dunning found the bridge that made only a single category of the two? Or was he a performer of miracles whose art could not be taught, but would arise spontaneously full-blown? Mart slammed the books shut and pushed them to the rear of the desk. He pulled a scratch pad out of the drawer and began penciling furiously the basic Einstein equations. By the end of the first week, there was little to report. The daily seminars had been held, but outside of re-educating each other in the exotic concepts of the relativity world, they had achieved nothing. Or so it seemed to Mart. Keyes seemed quite pleased, however, and Burke mentioned that they should be congratulated on their progress, as if they had taken a major step forward in merely meeting and agreeing to undertake the project. And maybe they had, Mart thought. He found himself in difficulty as chairman of the seminar. Invariably, in such a group, there is a member who undertakes to educate his colleagues anew in all the basic sciences. In this case, it was made doubly difficult because the self-appointed instructor was Professor Dykstra. That he was capable of teaching them a good deal, there was no question. But on the Saturday at the end of this first week, he arose with a particularly triumphant expression and strode to the blackboard, where he began scrawling his barely legible chicken marks. "I have achieved the thing for which I have been looking, gentlemen," he said. "I am able to show that no such instrument as we have had described to us is possible without a violation of Dr. Einstein's postulate of equivalence. If we admit the correctness of this postulate, as we all do, of course, then you will see from equation 1 that—" Mart stared at and through the equations that Dykstra had scrawled. He listened with half an ear. It looked and sounded all right, but something had to be done about Dykstra. Dykstra was wrong, even with his equations being right. Where was it, thought Mart? It was something you couldn't name or scarcely define. Maybe it was in the feeling that Keyes talked about, the feeling that goes all through you down to your toes. He knew what Dijkstra's feeling was, all right. It touched him like the proximity of a 1,000-ton refrigeration unit going full blast. Dijkstra thought they were fools to be monkeying with this project, and remained with it only because he considered it his solemn duty to show them this irrefutable fact. He was dragging the feet of the whole group. But in spite of him, all the rest were pulling in the other direction, Mart knew. In this week, they had all achieved an acceptance of the validity of Dunning's accomplishment. And that, after all, was something of an achievement, he decided. In Mart's vision, the equations on the board became surrounded by fuzzy signs of the zodiac. Dijkstra had completed his argument, and Mart stood up. "Since you have presented us with such elegant proof of your thesis, Doctor," he said, "and since we have all become aware of the reality of Dunning's accomplishment, the only conclusion we can make is that the basic premise is at fault. I would say you have submitted very excellent reasons for doubting the validity of the postulate of equivalence." Dijkstra stood a moment as if he could not believe his ears. He turned to his seat indecisively, as if trying to make up his mind to ignore or answer the statement. Finally he grew red, and his body seemed to swell as he faced Mart. "My dear Dr. Nagel, if there is anyone in this room who does not understand that the postulate of equivalence has been established beyond any possibility of refutation, I would suggest that he resign from this project immediately." Mart restrained a grin, but warmed to his subject. He had no purpose but to needle Dijkstra, and yet... Seriously, Doctor, and I throw this out to all of you, what would happen if the postulate of equivalence were not true? You've been as shocked as I by the items from Dunning's library, but I would like to ask, what is the significance of the postulate of equivalence in the accomplishment of the medium that is able to rise unsupported from a couch, in what is certainly a well-authenticated instance of levitation? Why is that literature of the East so full of material on levitation? I think Dunning asked that question and got some sensible answers. If the postulate of equivalence doesn't fit those answers, perhaps we had better re-examine the postulate. As a matter of fact, if we ever expect to duplicate Dunning's work, we will have to examine every postulate we've got that pertains in any way to gravity. Professor Dijkstra abandoned what he considered had become a disorderly argument. He resumed his seat with a grandiose appeal to the equations on the board. Unexpectedly, Jennings, a thin, dry man from Caltech, took the floor. "I agree wholeheartedly with Dr. Nagel," he said. "Something has been happening to me this past week. I see it in most of you also, whether you are aware of it or not. By the age of 40, the average research physicist seems to acquire an intuitive ability to fend off anything that doesn't jibe with the laws as he knows them. Then we become heads of departments, while the younger fellows come along and assimilate the data that didn't fit in our generation and get credited with the discoveries we have passed over. We seem to establish a sort of gateway in our minds, floodgates, if you will, through which the mass of physical universe data flows. As we become older and more learned, we adjust the setting of this gate to the point where nothing new can be trapped behind it. We cling to that which we had in our youth, and abruptly we are creatures of history. I feel the experiences of the past week have jarred my mental floodgates on their very hinges. Once more I feel able to accept and retain data which I have not encountered before. I think Dr. Nagel is right. We have to re-examine all we have learned to this point concerning gravity. If any factors of East Indian lore or spiritualism prove relevant, I do not think physics will be shattered to its foundations if we assimilate such data. We cannot escape the fact that one man solved anti-gravity. 8 days ago, not one of us would have admitted the possibility. Today, we are charged with the responsibility of moving forward in time and catching up with it. Mart was tired after that seminar. It became a stormy affair. There seemed a kind of anger submerged not far below the surface of each of them, an anger at themselves for having been on the wrong track for so long, a kind of diffused rage at the whole physical universe for playing such tricks when asked a straightforward question. More than one had balked at Mart's drastic suggestion. Sanders had said, "And there can be no revision of the postulate of equivalence. Any data which indicates it automatically leaves the observer of that data suspect." Mart called Kenneth Berkeley's office as soon as the seminar was ended. "Hi, Burke," he said. "Yeah, how's it coming? I've been wanting to get over your way the last couple of days. I haven't noticed any of you boys moving out into the machine shops yet. I suppose you are still in the paperwork stage." "We haven't gotten there yet," muttered Mart. "I have more important things than anti-gravity to discuss with you. How are you set up for a couple of days fishing?" "Fishing? I could probably make it. All work and no play and that sort of thing. I don't need to remind you, of course, of the need for top speed on this Project Levitation. I'm going fishing," said Mart. "You coming along or not?" "I'm coming. I can get the loan of a cabin on the best trout stream the other side of Fulton's Fish Market." "When will you be ready?" "I'll have to rent some gear. If you know a good place, I can be ready in an hour and we can pick it up on the way." "I'll have to check my own gear, provided Judith hasn't thrown it out in the last 3 years since I used it. It's about a 200-mile drive. We can make it by midnight." Mart and Burke had done a good deal of fishing together one summer following their junior year. They had spent much of that year and all of the summer settling the abstruse problems of the universe with quite divergent results. At the end of the summer, Mart had been of the total conviction that life was wholly soluble in terms of the external world. If a man had something good and useful to do in shaping the world to his own dream, he would be a sane and happy man. Burke had arrived at the opposite pole in the conviction that man's life lay within the thin shelter of his own skin. Now each of them had moved a good way towards the other's camp. Mart thought of this as they drove through the night. He reminded Burke of it. "If the world were as college juniors see it, all our troubles would be over," said Burke. "There is probably no time in a man's life when he is so completely of a single-minded point of view." "I don't know. There's Dykstra. He hasn't changed an opinion since he was a junior. He's going to prove Dunning didn't have any gravity or bust. He knows it can't be done." "How about the others?" "This week has been a period of metamorphosis. They've changed. We're where we can do some work now." There was a caretaker on the property Burke had borrowed. He had things ready when the two men arrived. Mart determined to put everything connected with ONR out of his mind while he was there. He sat down and wrote a letter home, which helped in that direction. In the morning he arose in the clear mountain and to the enormous song of birds in the pines beyond the house, and he felt he had truly forgotten all else but this. The smell of bacon and eggs floated in from the kitchen as he met Burke outside the door. "It's nice to know a psychologist who knows a millionaire. Could we have had breakfast in bed if we had ordered it?" Burke laughed. "Not on your life. Wait till Joe gets you out in the woods. Then you'll see how much coddling you'll get." "Let's not take him along," said Mart. "I'd like to be alone as much as possible." "Sure, Joe won't mind. He's the one who knows all the good fishing holes, though. The fish don't matter," said Mart. The forest was moist with dew, and the pre-dawn chill remained in the ravines through which they descended towards the river. It was still shadowed by the mountains here, and quiet, except for the few birds who had not abandoned its gray light for the pink-tipped hill above. Mart knew at once that this was what he needed. He donned the hip boots and tested the spring of the new glass rod he had rented. "I guess I'm old-fashioned," he said. "I like the feel of the old ones better." "I'm still using mine," said Burke. "Matter of fact, I believe it's the same one I had the last summer we were together." They sloshed out into the water a little way above a quiet pool. It wasn't wide enough for both of them there, so Mart moved along upstream. "Some guy published an article the other day," he said, "in which he claimed the average time of catching a fish in a stream like this is 2 hours and 19 minutes. Didn't we do better than that?" "Seems like we did a lot better. If we don't, we'll have to get Joe to make a lunch today." They did considerably better. By noon, Mart had 6, and Burke had 7 good trout. "I'll write the fish researcher a letter," said Mart. and your family will eat trout for a week." After lunch, they sat with their backs against a tree on the bank and watched the water flowing past. "Have you got any attack on the project at all?" said Burke. Mart told him about the last seminar. Dykstra may be entirely right. His math makes a pretty picture, but I was serious when I suggested the re-examination of the postulate of equivalence, at least as it now stands. "You're ahead of me," said Burke. "What is the postulate of equivalence?" "It was proposed by Einstein in one of his first papers, the 1907 one, I think. He postulated that the effects of inertia are equivalent to those of gravity. That is, in an object propelled at a constant rate of acceleration, a man would feel effects that could not be distinguished from those of gravity. He could walk, function, and would have weight, just as if he were on a large mass having gravitational attraction. Conversely, an observer inside a freely falling elevator in Earth's gravitational field would observe no effects of gravity inside that elevator. He could stand on a scale and would register no weight. Liquid would not pour from a glass. It has been stated that no mechanical experiment could ever reveal the presence of Earth's gravitational field in the interior of any such frame of reference moving freely in this field of gravitation. We have accepted this assumption for a long time. There are good reasons for accepting it, good, sound mathematical reasons. Yet we have not empirically exhausted all possible means of detecting a gravitational field under such conditions, and it is foolish to exclude the possibility. So, Dykstra has made a good point in his fairly rigorous demonstration that a mechanism such as Dunning's would demand the abandonment of the postulate of equivalence. It may well be that the postulate is an unwarranted assumption based upon inadequate data. If so, that's a good starting point. What the next step might be, I don't know. Is gravity a kind of something that can be identified otherwise than as a mathematical symbol, or through the observation of a falling apple? No, that's all it is, actually. A symbol in our formulas that stands for an unidentified something which manifests itself in the attraction between masses. How about a flowing something, like this stream? Could be, nobody knows. The water eddied about a projecting rock near the bank. Burke threw in a handful of sticks he had been idly breaking in his hand. Swiftly they flowed together and converged in the center of the whirlpool by the rock. Might be a point of view, he said, in which it could be postulated that those sticks gravitated toward each other under a mutual attraction. It wasn't attraction in them, said Mart thoughtfully. It was forces pushing and pulling on them. Gravity, a pushing and pulling, maybe. But a push or a pull of what? That Dunning, he knew. Sitting on the porch in the dark after dinner, Mart had a feeling of satisfaction, a vague sense of having accomplished something during the day. He didn't know what, but it didn't matter. It was something. "You know," he said suddenly, "the thing we need to know, and that you psychologists ought to be able to tell us, is where ideas come from. Take the first caveman with 2 brain cells big enough to click together. Where did he get the idea to put a fire in his cave? I think that's the problem you and I tried to solve a long time ago. Where do they come from? Inside or outside?" He paused and gave the mosquitoes his attention. "Keep going," said Burke. "I haven't any further to go. I'm thinking about gravity again." "What are you thinking?" "How to get a new idea concerning it. What does a man actually do when he cooks up a new theory, a new mechanism? I feel like I'm being sucked into that problem constantly instead of the one I'm supposed to be attacking." "Well, what are you doing? You're trying to cook up a new idea. I'm thinking right now about this afternoon. Something flowing, but it would be something you couldn't get a picture of, like space-time. Now that it's been brought into the open, I think I really have never liked the postulate of equivalence. Just a feeling knocking around through a few molecules in my cranium. The postulate is wrong. Then I try to picture something flowing through the dark of space. It couldn't be a 3-dimensional flow, like a river." He sat up straight and slowly withdrew the cigar from his mouth. "It couldn't be. but it could be flow... He stood up suddenly and turned towards the house. Look, Burke, you've got to excuse me if you don't mind. I've got some math to do. Burke's cigar tip brightened in a long, glowing moment. Don't mind me, said the psychologist. 5. Burke had no idea what time Mart went to bed that night. In the morning he found him in the same position, working furiously, and had the impression Mart had not retired at all. He observed he'd changed clothes at least. The fish are calling, said Burke. Mart glanced up. Give me another half hour. Look, the fish can wait. I've got to get back to the office as soon as possible. There's something here I want to keep on with. Burke grinned agreeably. Go to it, boy. I'll get the car packed. You say when. In town, he went directly to his own office without seeing anyone. There he continued the work begun the night before. As he proceeded, some of his initial enthusiasm waned. It would be 2 or 3 days before he would be ready to invite inspection. One of his manipulations, several pages back, turned out to be in error. He retraced slowly through the maze. A little after 3, there came a knock. He looked up in irritation as Dykstra walked in. Dr. Nagel, I'm glad you're in. I tried and couldn't find you yesterday. I took a day off for fishing. Can I help you? Dykstra slid into the chair on the other side of the desk with an almost furtive motion. Mark frowned. I have something of extreme importance to discuss regarding the project, said Dykstra. He leaned forward confidentially, his eyes squinting a little behind the owlish glasses. Do you realize, he said, that this entire project is a fraud? Fraud? What are you talking about? I have been over the Dunning house, so-called, with a fine-toothed comb. I proved to you in our last seminar that the postulate of equivalence denied the possibility of any such device as this Dunning is supposed to have invented. Now, I can assure you that Dunning never existed. We are the victims of a base fraud. He clapped the palms of his hands upon the top of the desk in triumphal finality and leaned back. I don't understand, murmured Mart. You shall. Go over that laboratory. There is no consistency. Examine the shelves of reagents. Ask what possible chemical endeavor could be carried out with such a random selection of materials. The electronics section is as hodgepodge as the corner television shop. The computers have never been used in the room they are in. And that library? It is obvious what an intellectual pack-rat's nest that is. No, Dr. Nagel, for some inconceivable reason, we are the victims of a base fraud. Anti-gravity. Do you suppose that anyone here actually thought they could make us believe it? Now, what I want to know is why we have been sent on this fool's errand when the nation needs the talents of each one of us so badly. Mart felt a faint sickness in the pit of his stomach. I'll admit there are strange things about this presentation. If what you say should be true, how can the eyewitness accounts be explained? Perjury, snapped Dykstra. I can hardly imagine a member of the JCS involved in such. I am sorry, but I do not share your opinion. As a matter of fact, I have done a good deal of work toward our goal. As of this moment, I am prepared to say definitely that the postulate of equivalence is not going to hold. Red-faced, Dykstra stood up. I'm extremely sorry you hold such views, Dr. Nagel. I had always believed you a young man of great promise. Perhaps you shall yet be when proper light is thrown upon this abominable fraud perpetrated upon us. Good day. Mart didn't bother to rise as Dykstra stomped out the door. The visit bothered him. Absurd as the accusations were, they threatened the foundation upon which he worked. If he could not be sure that Dunning's device had performed as described, he was subject to the buffeting of all his prior assurance that anti-gravity was nonsense. But the JCS involved in a reasonless and silly fraud as Dykstra proposed? He turned back to his sheets of computations with almost frantic energy. When it was almost time that most of them would be leaving, he reached for the phone and called Jennings. The man was an able mathematician, and could work this through if anyone could. It was not as far along as Mart would have liked it, but he had to know if he were at the entrance to a blind alley. "Can you come over for a moment?" he said. "I've got something I'd like to show you." In a few moments, Jennings appeared. As he came in the door, he gave Mart the momentary impression of an old-time country preacher ruffled with righteous indignation at the sins of his congregation. He blurted out before Mart had a chance to speak, "Did you see Dykstra this afternoon running around with some cock-and-bull story about the project being a fraud?" Mart nodded. "Why Keyes ever let an old fool like him in here? Dyke has been a fine man, but he's shot his wad. I called Keyes at once." "I guess all of us have had natural suspicions like Dykstra's," said Mart, "but not enough to go completely overboard as he has." "I've talked to several of the others. They are upset, some of them. I tried to lift them out of it. But what is it you've got? Anything that looks like an answer?" Mart slid the sheets across the desk. "The postulate of equivalence is out. I'm pretty sure of that. I've been computing the possible field of motion circulating through curved space. It turns out to be an 8-dimensional thing, but it makes sense. I'd like you to look it over." Jennings' eyebrows raised. "Very good. Of course, it's not easy for me to accept the renunciation of the postulate of equivalence, you understand. That has been around for 45 years now. We may find something to fit in its place." "You have no other copy of this?" Mart shrugged. "I can do it again." "I'll take good care of them." Jennings put the papers in an inside pocket. "But suppose you do demonstrate the possibility of such a flow. Where do we go from there? Have you any idea?" "Some," said Mart. "I watched a whirlpool yesterday. Ever watch what happens to sticks when they are thrown into one? They go toward each other. That's gravity." Jennings frowned. "Now, wait a minute, Mart." Mart laughed. "Don't get me wrong. Consider this flow. I don't know what properties it might have. It would have to take place through 4 of the dimensions involved. But when we get through, we'll develop the expression for the curl of such a flow through material substance. Suppose such a curl exists. Whirlpools appear. It's a crude analogy. Your mind can't get hold of it. We need the math. But perhaps we can show that the curl is in such a direction as to cause a reduction of spatial displacement between masses causing the curl. Could that make sense?" Jennings had been sitting very still. Now he smiled and spread his hands on the desktop. "It could. The curl of an 8-dimensional flow would be fairly complex. But if it develops all right, what then? Then we build a device to streamline matter through this flow so that curl will not develop." Jennings sat back in his chair as if suddenly limp. "Holy smoke, you've got it all figured out. But wait a minute, that would simply nullify gravity. How about anti-gravity?" Mart shrugged. "We find a way to introduce a reverse curl vector." "That does it. Boy, that does it." Mart laughed and walked to the door with him. "Yeah, I know how the thing sounds, but look, I'm really not kidding. If this gravitational flow expression works out, the rest of it could follow. It could, Jennings." Jennings faced him with all amusement gone out of his face. "I'm not laughing, Mart," he said. "Not at you, anyway. If we get the answer to this whole thing, it's going to be something like that. It's just that everything we've postulated up to now has so completely blocked any thinking of this kind that a man has to be prepared to consider himself slightly rocky to even talk about it." It was a day later when Burke called him. "Hey, Mart, why didn't you let us know right away about Dykstra? If Jennings hadn't called, we might have got to him too late." "What do you mean?" "This story he's been giving about the project's being a fraud. I hope you weren't bothered by it." "Not much. Are you going to kick him off the project?" "That follows, naturally. He's in a rest home now. His mind was so congealed that he couldn't accept the reality of Dunning's work. He flipped his lid in a mild sort of way. He'll be all right in a few weeks and can go back to teaching." "I'm sorry about it. We almost had the answer he was afraid to face, I believe." Impatiently, Mart threw his thesis open to the whole seminar that day. It was a bit hard to take for some who had been inclined somewhat in Dykstra's direction, but the math was clean enough to appeal to all of them. They pitched in almost as a solid unit to try to obtain a formulation convertible to metal and electrons and fields. Jennings was the one who carried it all the way. He rushed into Mart's office 3 days later without knocking and slapped some sheets on the desk. "You were right, Mart," he exclaimed. "Your field does show curl in the presence of material substance. We're on our way to Dunning's flying belt." But when it came, Mart was dismayed. The entire group worked in a 36-hour seminar to whip the work into final shape. The result was that an anti-gravity machine could be built, but it would be the size of a 100-ton cyclotron. Mart told Keyes what they had. "It's a far cry from Dunning's flying belt," he said. "We'll continue trying to boil it down if you want us to, or we can submit a practical design that will work now in the shape we've got it in." Keyes glanced at the sketches Mart had prepared. "It isn't exactly what we'd expected, but I think we'd better build it. The important thing right now is to get a practical anti-gravity machine functioning. Refinements can come later. The shops are yours. How long will it take?" "It depends on what you wish to put into it in the way of men and machines. With a round-the-clock crew, I believe the model could be ready in about 3 weeks. "It's yours," Keyes said. "Build it." It was actually over 4 weeks before the first demonstration was scheduled in the big machine shop protected by the triple security seal that had shrouded the whole project. Those in attendance were the ones present at the first conference, plus a few of the workmen who had helped build the massive device. The demonstration was simple, almost anticlimactic after the hectic seminars they had sweated out the past weeks. Mart stepped to the switchboard that seemed diminutive under the high, steel-arched ceiling of the shop. He threw the main power switches and then adjusted slowly a number of dials. Almost imperceptibly and without wavering, the enormous disc-like mass rose in the center of the shop. It hovered without visible support 3 feet above the floor. The disc was 30 feet in diameter and 3 feet thick. Its tonnage was evident in the long crack in the concrete floor beneath the I-beams laid temporarily to support it. Dr. Keyes reached out a hand to touch the mass. He pushed with all his might. Mart smiled and shook his head. "It'll move if you push long enough and hard enough, but it has almost the inertia of a small battleship. A far cry, as I said, from Dunning's flying belt, but we'll keep trying." "It's a monumental achievement," said Keyes, "and I congratulate you all." While they watched, Mart touched the controls again and slowly lowered the mass to the I-beam supports. He cut the power. "I would like all of you to return to the conference room at this time," Keyes said. "There we have some additional data to give you." Mart fell in step beside Burke on the way out. "What's up now?" he said. "Are they going to pin tin medals on us?" "Better than that," said Burke. "You'll see." Once more they found themselves seated almost as they had been that eventful day weeks ago. Keyes took his usual position at the head. "There is no need of telling any of you gentlemen what this achievement means to our country and for all mankind. Anti-gravity will revolutionize the military and peacetime transport of the world, and in time will take man to the stars. Now, I have someone I would like to introduce to you." He stepped aside and beckoned through the doorway to the next room behind him. Someone came through in response. Then Keyes stood aside. A startled gasp went through the audience. Before them stood Leon Dunning. He smiled at the group a little wryly. "I see you know me, gentlemen. I hope none of you will bear me any hard feelings or consider me the repulsive character I have been painted. The script called for it. An unpleasant young jerk is the way it was described, I believe." Jennings was on his feet. "What is the meaning of this, Dr. Keyes? I think we are entitled to an explanation." "Indeed you are, Dr. Jennings, and you shall have one." Keyes replaced Dunning, who took a seat. "To a considerable extent, our friend Professor Dykstra was correct. The original data given you at the beginning of this project was a hoax." A wave of startled cries and protests arose from the assembly. Keyes raised a hand. "Just a moment, please. Hear me out. I said that the initial data was a hoax. There was no Leon Dunning, inventor of anti-gravity devices. We put on a show and faked a film. There was no anti-gravity. Today, there is an anti-gravity machine in existence. I want you to consider very carefully, gentlemen, just where the hoax in this matter truly lies." He paused for a moment, looking into the eyes of each of them, then stepped aside. "Our chief psychologist, Dr. Kenneth Berkeley, will give you the remainder of the story." Burke got to his feet and moved to the front as if reluctant to do what had to be done. "If any of you are angry," he said, "I am the person to whom it should be directed. Project Levitation was the direct result of my proposal. Do not think, however, that I am apologizing. I object to the term hoax, or fraud, which Professor Dykstra called it. How can we call it a hoax when out of it has come a thing with potentialities that cannot be grasped by any of us at this time?" "But why, man? Why?" Jennings exploded impatiently. "Why this hocus-pocus, this nonsense, this irrelevance about astrology, levitation, and mysticism? Why wasn't it set up as a straightforward project? We aren't a bunch of high school kids to be tricked into something we don't want to do." "Suppose you give me the answer to that," said Burke. "How would you have responded to a letter from Dr. Keyes inviting you to take part in a project to build an anti-gravity machine? How many of you would have remained in your safe and sane universities where crackpots are not allowed to spend the people's money as they are in government institutions? We are thankful we had no more than one Professor Dykstra on the project. He refused to accept the data we provided, and his goal became to prove anti-gravity impossible. How many of you would have come with the same goal if our little make-believe had not spurred you on?" Dykstra could not face the data in a rational manner. As a result, he suffered a nervous breakdown, which was, of course, the result of a long chain of previous incidents. On the other hand, those of you who could accept the data we handed you were able to knock out the preconceptions about anti-gravity and achieve that which you had considered impossible. Essentially, this was a project in psychology, not physics. We could have chosen something besides anti-gravity. The results, I predict, would have been the same. I have observed many scientists at work in the laboratory and library. I have studied the educational preconceptions they bring to their work. Before a problem is tackled, a decision is already made as to whether it is possible or impossible. In so many cases, as exemplified by Professor Dykstra, the interest in the problem is only to the extent of proving the decision correct. If you will forgive me for using you for guinea pigs in my project, I submit to you that I have given a far more powerful technique for scientific investigation than you have ever possessed before, the technique of the conviction that any desired answer can be found. You have not been hoaxed at all. You have been shown a new and powerful scientific method. If you could and did lick a problem previously impossible to you in a matter of weeks, how many more of your own research problems are just waiting for this new approach? There was a good deal more said at the meeting. Some of it was highly confused. Burke's explanation was not understood at all by several of them. It would take a long time for it to sink in thoroughly, even for him, Mart thought. There was just a trace of anger within him that he found hard to put down. But he chuckled at the smooth way in which Burke had engineered the project. He'd bet the psychologist had some uneasy moments because of Dykstra. There was a sort of stunned feeling in his mind as he began to recognize the absolute truth of what Burke had demonstrated. He saw it reflected in the faces of some of the others, the sort of blank, why didn't somebody tell me this before look. It was finally agreed they would meet again the next day to thresh out their reactions to what had been done. As soon as they were able to break away, Burke took Mart's arm. "I almost forgot to tell you, you were invited to dinner tonight." "That had better not be a hoax," said Mart. After dinner, the two of them went out into the patio with which Burke struggled to give his city lot the dignity of an estate. They sat down on a garden seat and watched the moon come up through the neighbor's television antenna. "I want the rest of it," said Mart. "The rest of what?" "Don't be coy. The rest of the guys are going to get it out of you in the morning, but I want it first." Burke was silent for a while. Then he started speaking. He lit a pipe and got it going well. "Jennings almost had it in that speech about the floodgates of the mind which you mentioned. You and I almost had it back there when we were trying to solve the problems of the universe in school. It boils down to the things you asked me up in the mountains. What is the process of thinking? Where does original thought come from? Consider the abstruse equations you cooked up in a matter of days on the gravitational flow around the curvature of space. Why didn't you do it 10 years ago? Why didn't somebody else do it a long time ago? Why you and nobody else? I wanted you on the project especially, Mart, because I want you to give me a hand with this thing, if you will. It's a little more than I can handle. I don't know whether it's physics or psychology or some weird cross between the two. Anyway, here's where I started. You know communication theory. You know that any kind of data can be put in code form consisting of pulses. For example, a complex photograph codified in terms of half-tone dots. There are many possible methods of coding information into pulses. The code can use dot dash, it can use time separation between pulses, it can use pulse amplitude, 1,000 different factors and combinations of factors. But any information can be expressed as a special sequence of pulses. One such sequence is every body in the universe attracts every other body in the universe. Another, the secret of immortality is, and still another, gravity is itself the result of the action of, and it can be nullified by. Any answer to any question can be expressed in terms of a special sequence of pulses, wherein some relationship between the pulses is a codified expression of the information. But, by definition, pure noise is a completely random sequence of pulses containing pulses in all possible relationships. Therefore, any information-bearing message is a special subclass of the class noise. Pure noise, therefore, includes all possible messages, all possible information. Hence, pure noise, which is actually another term for pure probability, is omniscient. Now, that isn't just an exercise in scholastic logic. It is a recognition that all things can be learned, all things can be achieved. Mark stirred and blew a violent cloud of cigar smoke at the moon. "Hold it," he exclaimed. "There's got to be some limit to the territory you take in." "Why? Is my logic wrong in regard to noise and information?" "Gad, I don't know. It sounds good." "It's right, of course, but exactly what does that have to do with the operation of the human mind and Project Levitation?" From a structural standpoint, I can't answer that question. Yet. Functionally, it appears that there must be in the human mind a mechanism which is nothing but a pure noise generator, a producer of random impulses, pure omniscient noise. Somewhere else, there must be another mechanism which is set to either filter the production of random noise or control its production so that only semantically meaningful forms are allowed to come through. Evidently, the filter is capable of being set at any level to filter out anything we choose to define as noise. So we go through the rough process of growing up. We go to school and get educated. We get a red line setting on the noise filter, which rejects all but a bare minimum of data presented by the external universe, and our internal creativeness as well. Facts in the world about us are rejected from then on when they don't fit. Creative imagination is whittled down. The filter takes care of it automatically once we give it a setting. "And your project here," said Mart. "The stuff on Babylonian mysticism, astrology, and the rest of that crud, the whole pattern was set to be as noisy as possible," said Burke. We didn't know how to produce anti-gravity, so we gave you a picture of a man who did, and made it as noisy as possible to loosen up your own noise filters on the subject. I offered you a dose of omniscient noise on the subject of anti-gravity, and the one inescapable conclusion that it had been done. Every one of you had previously set your filters to reject the idea of anti-gravity. Nonsense, no use looking for that, work on something useful. So I suggested to Keyes we assemble a bunch of you double domes and slap you solidly with the fact that it ain't nonsense, it can be done, bud. Give you some omniscient noise to listen to, loosen up your filters, and let the answer come through out of your own mental productiveness. It worked. It always will work. All you've got to do is get the lead out of your pants and the rocks out of your head, and the arbitrary noise filter settings corrected on a few of the other things you've always wanted to do, and you can find a proper answer to any problem you care to investigate. Mart glanced up at the moon spreading silver across the sky. "Yeah, there's the stars," he said. "I've always wanted the stars. Now we've got anti-gravity, and so you can go to the stars, if you want." Mart shook his head. "You and Dunning. First we've got it, then we haven't. You get us to produce anti-gravity, and it becomes a mere gimmick. Sure, we could see the planets, maybe even go beyond the solar system before we die, but I guess I'm going to stay here and work with you. A paltry planet of 2 isn't so much after all. If we could learn to utilize the maximum noise level of the human mind, we could master the whole universe." Originally published in December 1952. Science Fact: Veiling the Earth. Gregory Benford. Reading time 29 minutes. Gregory Benford is a professor of physics and astronomy at the University of California, Irvine. He is a Woodrow Wilson Fellow, was visiting fellow at Cambridge University, and in 1995 received the Lord Prize for contributions to science. In 2007, he won the Asimov Award for science writing. His fiction has won many awards, including the Nebula Award for his novel Timescape. He has published 42 books, mostly novels. This article is a companion to Cooling Chaos on page 120 and may contain spoilers. We are losing the war on carbon dioxide, so politicians are now playing the posture game. Companies are the enemy because, well, they give us what we want, more. Big oil doesn't burn their product, we do. So businesses polish their images, tipping the hat toward minor adjustments. Herd behavior. No economist I know thinks we can replace even our current energy sources with renewables in less than half a century. Some estimates say we'll have to cut CO2 emissions in half within 12 years to avert major warming. Of the 195 signers of the 2016 Paris Agreement, a mere 17 have met their self-assigned targets. Why? Shutting down and replacing the second largest global industry, after farming, is hugely expensive. The Green New Deal batted about now would cost $6,400 per American per year. Future expected energy use looms large. Stanford's Ken Caldera and a gang of us in 2003 calculated that future carbon-free energy will mean the equivalent of a nuclear reactor every day from 2003 to 2050. Not gonna happen. No. Energy and tech innovations, not hysteria, will work better. There are at least 2 barely examined ways to stop the greenhouse impacts to come: draw CO2 from the air or reflect sunlight. Neither has any traction so far. Governments have devoted only tiny sums to their study. But capturing carbon from the air and storing it is vastly expensive, about 40% of the world's productivity. Plus, our fossil fuel burning is accelerating, not declining. So we should also consider relatively low-tech, low-expense experiments to do 2 things: accelerate our understanding of climate science by perturbing the system and seeing how it responds, a standard experimental technique, and cool regions of the world working toward restoring the climate we prefer. Change the climate on purpose instead of heating it by mistake as we are doing now. My story in this issue reflects a lurching, alarmed way this might happen, by expanding earlier ways to screen smaller fires and heat waves. Here I show systematic paths we can follow. In doing so, we become stewards of the Earth. What could be more intuitively appealing than simply reflecting more sunlight back into space before it can strike the surface, be emitted in heat radiation, and then absorbed by CO2? Albedo chic. The National Academy 1992 panel found that one of the surprises of this analysis is the relatively low cost of implementing some significant measures. Even if their rough estimates are wrong by a factor of 10, they are striking. It might take only a few $billion to mitigate the U.S. emission of CO2. Compared with stopping people in China from burning coal, even hundreds of billions are nothing. Perhaps the greatest unknown is social. How will the politically aware public, those who vote anyway, react? If they are painted early and often as Dr. Strangelove's of the air, the stewards will fail. In fall 2006, Rolling Stone titled its story on this idea, and particularly on my collaborator Lowell Wood, as Dr. Evil Saves the World. But the piece was actually pretty even-handed. On the other hand, properly portrayed as allies of science, the small band working on these ideas could become heroes. A crucial factor here is whether the agenda looks like another top-down contrivance, orders from the elite. A draconian policing of illegal fuel burning will indeed look this way, but mitigation doesn't have to. It will play out far from people's lives, out at sea or high in the air. Better, perhaps widespread acceptance of mitigation strategies could lead to an albedo chic, using the physics word for reflectivity, with ostentatious flaunting of white roofs, cars, the return of the ice cream suit in fashion circles. White could be appropriate after Labor Day again. More seriously, simply adding sand or glass to ordinary asphalt, glassphalt, doubles its albedo. This is one mitigation measure everyone could see, a clean, passive way to do something. Cooler roads lessen tire erosion, too. Active measures. We must begin thinking beyond studies and reports to controlled experiments. Climate scientists have so far studied passively, much like astronomers. They have a bias toward this mode, especially since the discernible changes we have made in our climate have been generally pernicious. Such mental sets ebb slowly. The reek of hubris also restrains many. Careful climate modeling must closely parallel every experiment. Few doubt that our climate stands in a class by itself in terms of complexity. Though much is made of how wondrous our minds are, the biosphere is perhaps the most complex entity known, and we take it for granted. Absent a remotely useful theory of complexity in systems, we must proceed cautiously. Having sinned against Mother Nature inadvertently, many are keenly reluctant to intervene knowingly. Nobel laureates have generally sided with the Puritan position, adding considerable weight to the cause of abstention, which we now see failing. Veiling the Arctic. One proposal Lowell Wood, Ken Caldera, me, and others have worked on is keeping the polar bears from going extinct. This would entail stopping the tundra thaw, which releases much methane and CO2. Sunlight falls most weakly in the Arctic and Antarctic, yet these areas show the greatest rate of change due to air and ocean warming. In the Arctic particularly, the warmer ocean melts ice, exposing more ocean, which is darker than ice. So the ocean absorbs more sunlight than before. Very simply, this and other effects are warming the Arctic more than other regions, about 5 degrees centigrade in the last 30 years, with rates accelerating. The Antarctic is thick ice mostly on land, so melting doesn't expose as much of the darker ocean as in the Arctic. The whole subject is complicated, but the conclusion is not. The Arctic seems the best place to use advanced methods of restoring the climate. Climate models show that cooling the Antarctic as well as the Arctic disturbs the rest of the planet less by keeping the climate global symmetry. Both would cool their hemisphere's temperate zones in their summer at a cost of less than $10 billion. If we understand climate well enough to predict that global warming is a problem, then plausibly we also understand it well enough to address the problem by direct means. But the central issue is that we do not have time to waste. Many predict that we will see more severe warming effects in the Arctic and globally within a few decades. Ocean acidification takes longer, suggesting a simple priority. Begin with regional reversible experiments to define the science. Learn from these how well we understand our climate. Look for cooling effects. Stop the warming to buy time. Deal with ocean acidification separately. Focus on what we can do now, not what we can do eventually. We do not have eventually. Nature works at its own pace. A particulate shield experiment. Perhaps the simplest idea uses the suspension of tiny, less than 1 micron, harmless particles at such altitudes that they will rain out within, say, 6 months. These will reflect mostly ultraviolet, which has a lesser role in plant growth than the lower frequencies, yet carry more energy, which heats when absorbed. This describes a scientific experiment designed to understand the complex climate system, not the beginning of an engineering project. If the experiments work, we can define what engineering to do. A first test could be over the Arctic, since the warming there is considerable. There, the atmospheric circulation patterns tend to confine the deployed particles, sweeping them around the pole, but not far southward. The general method seems clear. Deploy the particles by airplane in the spring, measure the cooling below using local sensors and space monitoring of the sea ice, detect if the present retreat of sea ice toward the North Pole slows or even reverses. This will be a clear visual signature that the region is cooling. Polar orbiting satellites can refine the analysis. Ground measurements will give more refined understanding. The particles can rain or snow out in fall, ending the experiment in predictable fashion. One could use just enough of the tiny particles to create a readily measurable shielding effect. A veil, to use the term of Oliver Morton in his useful book, The Planet Remade. An initial experiment could occur north of 70 degrees latitude, over the Arctic Sea and outside national boundaries. The particles would reflect mostly UV rays back into space. They would reduce warming and stop the harm of UV rays to plants and animals as a side effect. Robust photosynthesis would still occur in the tundra, fueled by the visible spectrum. This idea exploits our expanding understanding of the climate system. It also uses our historical knowledge of the marked cooling driven by volcanoes in the last several centuries from sulfate aerosols at high altitude. But sulfates interact chemically with the high-altitude air. We can avoid that by using less chemically reactive particles, such as diatomaceous earth, the fine-grained particle used in pool filters. Our aim should be to edit the incoming sunlight, not to interfere with our atmosphere's chemistry. Ken Caldeira, who holds a chair at the Carnegie Institute at Stanford University, has modeled the idea of Arctic cooling. The figures here present his preliminary findings, which show that a full-scale program of adding aerosols at stratospheric levels could restore the Arctic within a few years. A few years ago, Caldeira set out to disprove an idea put forth by Livermore physicists Lowell Wood and Edward Teller to cool the Earth with a sheet of superfine reflective mesh, similar in concept to orbiting mirrors. In a computer model, Caldeira and colleague Bala Govindasamy simulated the effects of diminished solar radiation. We were originally trying to show that this is a bad idea, that there would be residual regional and global climate effects, explains Dr. Caldera. Much to our chagrin, it worked really well. When I suggested the Arctic strategy, he tried a similar simulation with wood. It worked too. Scientists routinely use computer models to simulate climate-related scenarios, from rising CO2 levels to the impact of deforestation on global warming. After several weeks of running a climate simulation on Stanford's superfast computer network, Caldera concluded that shading the sunlight directly over the polar ice cap by less than 25% would maintain the natural level of ice in the Arctic, even with a doubling of atmospheric CO2 levels. Push the shading up to 50%, and the ice grows. We could have a new ice age if we wanted it. Even better, the restoration happens fast. Within 5 years, temperatures would drop by almost 2 degrees. Another friend, Lowell Wood, calculated that roughly 300,000 metric tons of particles each year, a tiny amount on a planetary scale, could shade the sunlight in the Arctic by 25%. How to get those particles up there? A half-dozen K-10 extenders could do the job in a summer. The McDonnell Douglas KC-10 extender is an aerial refueling tanker aircraft, essentially a sausage with internal links that can be adapted to spray liquid water with particulates. In the plume can be sulfur dioxide, the reflector that cools our planet when big volcanoes like the 1992 Pinatubo eruption occurred, or something alkaline like calcium carbonate. In the fall, the particles of chemically inert submicron size fall to the lower atmosphere and fall out in rain or snow. The K-10 extenders are in ample supply because they are slated to be upgraded. Their ceiling is 42,000 feet, 12,800 meters, so can reach the stratosphere over most of the globe. We could stabilize the ice, save the polar bears, and demonstrate the virtues of planetary engineering for less money than it took to run the Iraq War for a month. Because the Arctic winds swirl around the pole, and there are few people above 70 degrees latitude, there seems little effect on society, even if something goes wrong. And if it does, we can turn off the seeding in an hour, letting the particles come down in months. But getting the science right may be the least of it. All the real complexity is in the politics. For whose hand will be on the global thermostat? The Inuits won't like the idea of a warming Arctic, but the Russians will. It is opening shipping lanes already, making oil and gas exploration easier. The Russians have already laid claim to these resources, and a half-dozen other nations have disagreed. This worries many. Will we have Greenland and Bangladesh arguing over the right temperature? Says Richard Alley, a Penn State paleoclimatologist. Will your neighbor try to sue somebody if the tomatoes freeze? This can be avoided by directly setting aside such lawsuits, actions through legislatures themselves, and perhaps in the USA aided by executive orders. Once you commit to countering the rise of CO2 emissions with a veiling scheme, Alley adds, you're hooked. This is not something you can do for 20 or 30 years then quit. Even Ken Caldera views veiling as, at best, a way to buy time to develop clean energy technologies. As a long-term strategy, Caldera says, it's nuts. But not trying it seems nuts, too. The polar bears don't vote, but I bet I know how they would do so. The long view. We can regard these ideas, and the scientific knowledge we gain from such experiments, as tools in a possible future technology. There could be many useful variables in such a climate technology, including particle size and nature, altitude deployed, and therefore duration in the atmosphere, and much else. We very probably do not even know all the major influences we will find. If such an Arctic experiment works, it could tell us much about how to possibly arrest Arctic warming and reverse the loss of sea ice. Since few live there, any side effects could be minimal. By placing the particles at a high altitude, we can arrange for the first experiments to end when they rain out into the sea, after the main heating during Arctic summer has passed. Repeating this over several years to advance our understanding of how our vastly complex climate works would advance the science. Public discussion could run in parallel, giving the sense that this momentous issue is being freely aired. This idea is only the first step in moving climate science from passive observations to an active science, just as the space program allowed astronomy to give us the power to explore the planets a half-century ago. We now do experiments on the soil of Mars and the atmosphere of Jupiter and Venus. With direct measurement comes a new era in any science. All of particle physics has a similar history. So this is not a new transition in science, but it is unique. We live inside the experiment. We have far more at stake. And we must be quick. Diagnosing global climate change is only the beginning. Restoring the stable climate we are now losing is the true long-range goal. But the science comes first. Saving the Arctic can be the first trial step. If we find that the pace of forced global climate change is unacceptably high, we could then put this idea to work globally with all deliberate speed. There could be other side effects on the vastly larger global scale, and we would have to monitor the entire process very carefully. Some effects could be positive. Lessening UV would lower the human death rate from skin cancer, now about 1 million per year. Crops under less UV grow better, yielding more food, especially in the tropics. The main thrust of all this is to carefully use our ability to attack warming at its roots. Incoming sunlight now, carbon dioxide later. First things first. The climate system has great inertia and stirs slowly, but once altered has a momentum of its own. It will be a good idea to have methods like these on the shelf to deploy quickly. Methods studied this way would be ready for use if the global environment worsens. Given signals that the scarier scenarios of a warming climate might be soon upon us, we could act soon. Such preparations can also establish the political ground for widespread action. Humanity needs to get used to the idea of acting in this wholly new fashion, assuming our role as true stewards of the earth. Given the magnitude of the possible threat to all societies, such preparations are merely prudent, not radical. Costs seem readily attainable. A few hundreds of millions of dollars for an Arctic experiment. High-altitude trials over the open ocean are little constrained by law or treaty, so showstopper politics may be avoided. The first stages will be scientific experiments, not vast engineering projects. Many have done computer simulations of veiling the globe. That's hard because our stratosphere is hard to reach, above which veiling particles can survive for months or even years. Near the equator, the stratosphere starts as high as 20 kilometers, 66,000 feet, 12 miles. Around 10 kilometers, 33,000 feet, 6.2 miles, at middle latitudes, and at about 7 kilometers, 23,000 feet, 4.3 miles, at the poles. KC-10s can operate above the stratosphere until within about 20 degrees of the equator. Alas, equatorial areas are most vulnerable to warming. Cooling the whole rest of the planet would reduce tropical temperatures substantially. Or the next generation beyond the KC-10s could perhaps reach even above the tropical stratosphere. Whatever experiments we try, the point is to get started. A favorable experiment could change the terms of the global warming debate for the better. As economist Robert Samuelson recently said, the trouble with the global warming debate is that it has become a moral crusade when it's really an engineering problem. The inconvenient truth is that if we don't solve the engineering problem, we're helpless. Taking over forever? A decision to face our role as stewards and intervene knowingly, globally, would be a watershed in human history. Managing the entire planet, and so ensuring an enduring legacy, is surely a more striking prospect than the makers of any deep time message have ever contemplated. Yet doing so will make an explicit connection with distant eras, which unknowingly bequeathed us an altered landscape. Such links are made concrete in the transformed world we now inhabit, a natural environment far removed from that of our Pleistocene ancestors. Once taken up, such a monumental task cannot be put down. As long as we exert so powerful a presence, we shall have to be mindful of it. Perhaps the worldview needed can emerge from such philosophers as Martin Heidegger. In his perspective, technology enframes us, leading humanity to more and more see the world as a Bestanden, a standing reserve. In turn, we regard other humans as resources, reducing our unconscious respect for both them and their environment. Heidegger is abstruse but influential, and may point the way toward a philosophical shift necessary for true stewardship. It is small consolation to estimate that we may well consume nearly all fossil fuel reserves within 500 years, mostly coal and oil shales, and certainly will within a millennium. This assumes we will use them as our principal energy store. Of course, other sources might turn up. Within a century or so, our descendants may view with horror the burning of the long hydrocarbon chains bequeathed by geology. They may feel oil should properly be employed as lubricants and manufacturing fluids, rather than plundered for simple energy content. Once we become caretakers, we cannot stop. The large tasks confronting humanity, especially the uplifting of the majority to some semblance of prosperity, must be carried forward in the shadow of our stewardship. Should world civilization fall, our hand would slip from the helm, and the planet could fare badly. Unless we've reduced the greenhouse gases in our air, we'll experience a sudden shock of new warming, since we'll have lost our reflecting screen. So, if we elect to guide the planet so that it may support so many of us in high technological civilizations, we will have to exert wisdom and cleverness throughout centuries-long agendas. Nature, in her largeness and largesse, responds with ponderous grace on the scale of centuries or more. Our frenetic energies expend themselves within a decade or two, the typical scale for even the most far-reaching customary projects. This mismatch in timescales implies that we must cultivate a far-sighted judgment rare in our societies, ancient or modern. Becoming aware of how we leave our mark on the world will demand a cultural evolution profound and, to many, puzzling. And there are always trade-offs. We now know that aerosols we've put into our air, starting with extensive coal burning 2 centuries ago, reflect sunlight, and so cool the world. But such pollutants give us higher rates of lung cancer and emphysema. If we clean our air, we live longer on average, but we get more warming. So, do our reflecting in the stratosphere. Nobody likes these benefit antagonisms, but they inevitably come with the task of managing natural systems. To close, a few numbers. I calculated that the thermal expansion of our oceans can be stopped by blocking a mere 2 watts per square meter around the globe. A Stanford climate simulation backed this up in detail. That's a tiny fraction of the 1,360 watts per square meter we get on average at the top of the atmosphere. But veiling the world doesn't have to be uniform. Covering a fraction of the planet, we could stop the rising seas and save both Arctic and Antarctic during their summers from the poles down to 30 degrees lower. That is to 60 degrees latitude in each hemisphere. In those regions, few people live, especially in the Great Southern Ocean. The cost? A few $billions a year. At that, we need only reflect back about 31 watts per square meter, easily done by increasing the aerosol density. Solving the heating problem and the ocean's expansion is a beginning. When it works, people will become more welcoming of further steps. The harder issue is our ocean's increasing acidity from absorbed carbon dioxide. That we can fix by putting large masses of alkaline soil in the oceans. This will take huge masses, tens of billions of tons of, say, chalk per year. Brute force, but an emergency solution. Many think climate change is a moral problem, but it's really an engineering problem, properly seen. Many shall object, of course, to seeing it so. Still, what other choices have we? Further reading. Advanced Technology Paths to Global Climate. Science, Volume 298, Issue 5595, 2002. The Planet Remade, How Geoengineering Could Change the World. Oliver Morton, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 2015. 440 pages, $29.95. Science Fact. The Pournelle Volume. Arlan Andrews Sr. Reading time 8 minutes. This article is an excerpt from a presentation entitled Repurposing Asteroids, written by Dr. Arlan Andrews Sr., SCD-PE, for the Tennessee Valley Interstellar Workshop in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, held in October 2018. The paper was presented by Dr. Catherine Asaro. Dr. Andrews, a science fiction writer and retired engineer, founded Sigma, the science fiction think tank, www.sigmaforum.org, while working at the White House Science Office in 1992. An author of over 500 stories and articles, including 40 here in Analog, in 100 venues worldwide, Arlan's science fiction books are published by Hydra Publications of Prospect, Kentucky, and are available at Amazon.com and other online outlets. The age of asteroid mining is about to begin. To differentiate among the potential economic values of target asteroids, the author proposes a new volumetric unit, the Pournelle Volume, which will provide a non-monetary basis of comparison independent of any currency. A cosmic gold rush is about to begin. On New Year's Day 2019, NASA's New Horizons spacecraft flew by the double-body Kuiper Belt object Ultima Thule, out 44 times the distance from the Sun to the Earth, photographing it and scanning its surface to determine its composition. The day before, the NASA OSIRIS-REx spacecraft went into orbit around asteroid Bennu, 70 million miles away, planning to return with samples of its surface in September 2023. Japan has already landed 2 small hoppers on asteroid Ryugu, intending to bring back its soils even sooner. Within the next few years, scientists will at last confirm whether these small celestial bodies actually do contain the precious metals, industrial minerals, and maybe even water that astrophysicists expect. Asterank, a Planetary Resources Incorporated website, already ranks over 600,000 asteroids according to the potential profits expected from each, based on their projected mining and transportation costs at current commodity prices. By this measure, hundreds of asteroids are now valued at over $100 trillion each in today's market, meaning that just one of them is worth more than the whole world's yearly GDP of $85 trillion. Because just one such processed asteroid could more than double the human race's annual wealth production, there are now serious entrepreneurial efforts to get out there to that big gold mine in the sky. Colorado State University is offering degrees in asteroid mining, and several space mining startup companies are already planning to do just that. Science fiction got there first. In the mid-1970s, the late science fiction writer and science editor, Dr. Jerry Pournelle, while evaluating fictional stories about asteroid mining written all the way back to 1898, took a realistic approach to harvesting those resources, envisioning large solar mirrors to melt and process asteroidal ores in place, then rocketing or solar sailing the finished products back to Earth, keeping all the industrial pollution safely in outer space. In the decades since then, the technologies and techniques required for realistic asteroid mining and resource retrieval have been analyzed and are well within current technological capabilities. Only the financing is needed. How much is an asteroid worth? As first proposed in his book, A Step Farther Out, Dr. Pournelle envisioned a quick and easily understood method of assessing the potential value of an asteroid, comparing the annual volumes of metals processed here on Earth to the known sizes of asteroids. Incidentally validating this concept, an article in Business Insider, September 25, 2014, illustrated the actual annual volumes of industrial commodities as a series of cubes set in various cities. For example, all of the gold mined in 2013 amounted to a simple cube just 5.36 meters, 17.6 feet, on a side. All the iron, a cube 721 meters, 2,365 feet, on a side, and so forth for copper, 126.2 meters equals 414 feet, uranium, 14.5 meters equals 47.6 feet, and other important elements. Dr. Pournelle estimated that the whole world could enjoy the same level of annual metal production, and by extension the same standard of living, as the United States, processing about 10.5 billion tons of ore, by mining one single asteroid about 1.5 miles in diameter. Then he stated, "There are 40,000 or more asteroids larger than that. We may not ever run out of metals." A new proposed unit of asteroid value. The asteroidal age that Dr. Pournelle predicted and analyzed in the 1970s will soon be upon us. Because of market fluctuations that will result from the sudden massive influxes of precious metals and industrial commodities from each asteroid, Earth's industries and financial institutions will need a new method for assessing asteroid values, a neutral and scientific measurement independent of dollars, euros, renminbi, or cryptocurrencies. Riffing off of Pournelle's original concept of comparing asteroid volumes to earthly metal production volumes, I therefore propose a new unit of asteroid value, the Pournelle volume, PV, where 1.0 Pournelle volume, PV, of mineral element compound equals volume of annual world production of that same resource in a specified reference year. For example, rounding off Business Insider's 2013 values, 1.0 PV of gold equals volume of annual world production of gold equals 150 cubic meters. 1.0 PV of uranium equals volume of annual world production of uranium equals 3,000 cubic meters. 1.0 PV of copper equals volume of annual world production of copper equals 2 million cubic meters. 1.0 PV of iron equals volume of annual world production of iron equals 375 million cubic meters. It's raining soup. The PV provides a quick shorthand notation that is independent of current market valuations of any metal or material, or any currency. We can easily visualize 50 years from now, an asteroidal assayists report back to corporate HQ on Earth. Probe analysis of this asteroid estimates we can reclaim 3.5 PV of gold, 10 PV of silver, 0.25 PV of palladium. Shall we begin operations? In the novel Footfall, which Pournelle co-authored with frequent collaborator Larry Niven, a character says, "Out there in space, it's raining soup, and we don't even know how to make soup bowls." I say, given the treasures awaiting us out there, it's time to launch some soup bowls. The House of Styx, Part 1. Derek Künsken. Reading time 225 minutes. 1. March 1st, 2255 CE, 45 kilometers above the surface of Venus. "We might still be able to patch it," Pascal's father said in French over the radio. Distant lightning squawked in the radio band. Drops of sulfuric acid fell on the faceplate of his helmet. Yellow mist surrounded them. Few storms began this deep under the clouds, but a big storm could punch all the way down here. "I give us 5 minutes," Pascal said, "maybe 10. "Give me 1 minute." A shiver of fear began in Pascal's stomach. They were cutting it close, despite his estimates. Pascal stood on the head of one of the big cloud-living Venusian plants, what they called a trawler. A bulbous head about 5 meters wide and shaped like a garlic clove contained all the buoyancy of the plant. Beneath it hung a long tail of carbon fiber ending 40 meters below in a woody weight. The trawlers bobbed through the clouds of Venus and even the hot haze beneath, attracting lightning or collecting static charge with their long carbon cables. Georges Etienne and his children had a dozen trawlers gathered in a wide herd by adjustable sails they mounted on the heads. They'd grafted additional equipment onto each one, turning each one into a minuscule factory. This one carried tanks and hydrolytic equipment to crack the water out of sulfuric acid. It shouldn't have sunk this deep, but its woody pumps were failing. Even though Pascal could walk across its whole top in 5 stretched steps, it was an island, invaluable to surviving in the clouds, and it would soon vanish. "Minute," Pascal said. "Calice," Georges Etienne swore. "Let's salvage what we can," Pascal said. The haze was inscrutable. Sunlight glowed spongy orange here, with line of sight faltering after 1,000 meters. A storm could be right beside them and they'd never see it. Lightning squawked in the radio band again, and shortly they heard the rumble. "Tabarnak," Georges Etienne said. "D'accord, let's do it. Pass me a rope." Pascal didn't feel any better than his father about this. They sold oxygen, water, and the heavy metals they collected from the volcanic ash in the lower cloud decks, but they wouldn't have money to buy another trawler, and wild trawlers were hard to domesticate. The loss of this one would just make them that much poorer. Pascal anchored the middle of the rope around the mast at the top of the trawler and lowered one end to Georges Etienne as he began tying the other end to an inflatable bag. The lower end of the rope soon tugged tight, squashing some of the straggly black weeds that colonized the outside of trawlers. Pascal pulled up the rope, lifting a steel tank, slick with a water-repellent high-pH slime to protect it from the sulfuric acid rain. A flexible pipe came out of his pouch. He fitted one end to the tank and the other to the bag to start inflating it with oxygen. While this went on, he began taking down the sail and untying all the ropes before turning back to pull up 3 more tanks and a woody container they'd woven themselves out of the walls and resins of old trawlers. They wouldn't ever have the time to turn the remains of this trawler into anything useful. Or would they? "Pa," Pascal said, "you think we got maybe 6 minutes?" The radio squawking of lightning became more persistent. "Oui." "What do you think about cutting off the cable?" "We'd never cut it in time," Georges Etienne said, "or hold its weight." "I have 2 extra float bags," Pascal said. "I've got a saw. Let me try." In his father's silence, static burst 3 more times. Lightning crackled somewhere ahead, at their altitude. His father did the math, too. The time to the storm versus the time needed to cut through the tough carbon fiber cabling versus the loss this trawler represented. His father grunted, his helmet appearing over the edge of the trawler, slick with sulfuric acid. He climbed up, and Pascal gave him a hand. Many acid burns over the years had browned and blackened Pa's survival suit, and patches held it together in dozens of places. "Give me the tools," Georges Etienne said. "I'll do it. If the storm looks close, you run for the habitat." "I'm stronger, Pa," Pascal said, "and faster. Trust me, you fill the float bags and salvage everything else." His father hefted the dark float bags. "Be careful," Georges Etienne said, "and when I say we run, we run." "Oui, Pa," Pascal said, giving his father one end of a new rope. Pascal scrambled down the side of the trawler, slipping on the slime and mushy plants until he hung from the edge. He had to catch the next footholds by swinging his feet, gripping tight, and inching his way down. Brown hanging grasses, dripping with sulfuric acid, colonized the underside of the trawler. He had to find the ropes among them. At the base of the head, he wrapped his legs around the long cable and shimmied down about a meter. He locked his legs and pulled free his saw. He had to be careful with anything sharp. Even a pinprick in his suit could let in a drop of acid. Venus had never been interested in colonists and took every opportunity to shake them from her skirts. Pascal sawed into the sides of the carbon cabling, making notches around which he tied the rope he'd brought down with him. It was still slack. "You can fill the float bags, Pa," he said. "D'accord." A gentle tug started, then a hard pull. "I'm going to cut fast, Pa. Go ahead." Pascal set the teeth of the saw against the edge of the cable and began cutting. The tree-like trawlers began their lives as sprouts, barely a meter long, dangling from the undersides of their parent plants. Once on their own in the winds, they took electricity from the clouds and carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Enzymes organized the carbon into nanofilaments and kept the buoyant oxygen in the bulbs. When the weight of the trawlers pulled them too deeply into the atmosphere, the cables stopped growing, while the heads grew bigger and bloated with oxygen. When the buoyancy of the trawlers floated them to colder altitudes, their metabolism slowed, and the inevitable leaking of oxygen eventually sank them back into the middle and lower cloud decks. The trawlers lived slow, elegant lives in bodies that were never quite the same from one day to the next. "Puis?" Georges Etienne asked. "Almost halfway," Pascal grunted, sawing harder. "I inflated another float bag. I hope it holds all the weight." The clouds ahead of them were backlit blindingly for a moment before thunder shook their bones. The cable creaked, thousands of its filaments cut and curling. The sawing went faster. The weight on the remaining cables strained to tear them. Between his legs, the cable shuddered, and he almost slipped. "Are you ready?" Pascal asked. "Are you ready to jump?" his father said. "Itching to." Pascal laid the saw into the cut again. His breath steamed the inside of his faceplate, and the drizzle of sulfuric acid rain stopped. A bad sign. Wind pressed against him. He drew the saw along the strands, and the world suddenly snapped. The head section shot upward as the cable and bob plunged downward. The cable holding Pascal snapped, and he hung weirdly motionless as bulb and cable vanished from sight. The blow had wrenched his shoulder painfully, but he still held the saw. His inner thighs stung. He realized he was tumbling in the brown-yellow mist past the cable. His father's voice came through the radio, but only a grunt. He'd already fallen too deeply to see where they'd been. He pressed the release on his wings. The spring extended them and started the little jet motor. He suddenly had weight again, and he swooped up in a wide arc, following the swirl in the gloom where the float sacks and the cable had sunk. "Pa, are you okay?" he shouted. "Oui," came the response through the static. "I'm towing the supplies. Where are you?" Pascal grunted unintentionally. "Are you hurt?" his father asked. Pascal pulled his legs up awkwardly as he flew to look at the pain in his legs. His survival suit was ripped over his inner thighs, as if someone had dragged claws across them. His blood welled, not much in this pressure, but acid rain slicked the opening. "Patching my suit," Pascal said, pulling first aid pads from his suit pockets. The pain got worse. He could tell the pain of a cut from the burn of acid. He felt both. He cracked the seals and pulled out carbon fiber gauzes embedded with a paste of sodium carbonate. Not big enough, but it would have to do. He pressed one against the inner thigh of his right leg, unrolled an acid-resistant plastic wrap several times around his leg, then annealed the edges with a sealant. He did the same for the other leg. "Ça va?" Georges Etienne called on the radio. "Let me come to get you." "I'm patched," Pascal said, but then lightning flashed closer. "I'm not far from the cable." He'd lost a lot of height and had drifted with the wind while patching his suit, but he saw the bottoms of 3 dark float sacks above him, slick in the yellow light. His father had measured the buoyancy of the bags against the weight of the cable pretty well. They slowly inched upward. Pascal flew close to the base of the cable, climbed until he was about to stall, then cut the power and grabbed tight with both arms and legs. The cable pressed painfully against his wounds, but the woody weight at the base of the cable formed a partial seat, taking some of the weight off. He wouldn't be here long, and his little island started sinking again. "Where are you?" Georges Etienne demanded. "Get the salvage back to the Kozapskal," Pascal said. "I'm tying a rope to the cable so I can pull it back. I'm going to need your help when I get there." "Soon, soon," Pascal said, tying a non-conductive rope just above the bob. He tied the other end to his belt, started the motor in his jet wings, and dropped into the rain again. Lightning cracked near enough that the haze around him lit bright yellow. The lightning was more dangerous now. The severed cable would attract it, and so would the rope attached to Pascal, non-conductive or not. Enough rain coated it to carry a charge. He flew upward, and every time he came to the end of the rope and the tension pulled the cable closer to the habitat, he let himself swoop down, gain more speed, and then throttle forward and up again. This was the job of a float drone. They had some, but not enough to do all the jobs they needed. Up above the clouds, La Colonie had more necessities. In the depths, they made do. Bit by bit, his salvage came higher and closer, even though he couldn't see his home through the clouds. Weak radio signals guided him. 500 meters to go. 400. 300. Then high rumbling sounded outside his helmet, and from ahead of him, lights. His father flew on thick wings, past him, around the salvage, and then to the rope. Georges Etienne grabbed the rope close to the floating cable and tugged hard as he flew, adding to the thrust. Every time he was about to stall, he loosened his grip, letting the rope play through his fingers, and once he got enough speed, tightened his grip and pulled again. They moved faster. The big shadow of the Kozapskal des Profondeurs loomed before them, a great trawler 3 times the size of the one they'd just lost, with a long cable fading into the haze. Beneath their habitat hung ropes and a black gantry all around the central cable. His father darted ahead and landed on the open gantry, took the end of a rope, and jumped back into the clouds toward Pascal. "Untie your rope," his father said. Lightning flashed ominously close, and the thunder rolled over them, the 2 atmospheres of pressure giving the sound speed and power. Pascal fumbled the rope off his belt and swooped back the way he had come. Georges Etienne was tying a strong knot in the 2 ropes, standing nearly straight up as his jet wings keened. The jet wasn't made to hold a man up, and he was sinking. His father tied the knot more solidly before dropping to gain airspeed and then climbing in tight circles. Pascal got his hand around one of the 3 float sacks and cut the rope. The cable, with only 2 float sacks, plummeted, yanking hard on the rope Georges Etienne had tied, leaving the salvaged cable bumping softly against the big main cable of their home. Sparks and licking blue arcs crackled between the 2 cables. It would get worse. Their home would generate less electricity for now, but electricity had never been their problem. They needed real building materials, and they'd managed to save some. Pascal angled down, pulling the float sack nearer and nearer, but its buoyancy was too much. He couldn't get all this oxygen down, and oxygen they needed. Then his father landed on top of the float sack, hands grabbing the material, his jet wing motor whining at full, and they got the sack out of the rain under their habitat. They tied it to the gantry, and then Georges Etienne was hustling him into the storm shelter. It wasn't much of a shelter. Acid, heat, pressure, and wind could still blow through the metal cage, but they shucked their wing packs and pressed inside, shutting the gate. Lightning wires grounded the storm shelter to the sides of the habitat and the tail. Lightning boomed beside them, blinding, searing the clouds yellow and white. Then another bolt cracked on the other side. The world outside the cage incandesced. Water and sulfuric acid vaporized off the surface of the habitat. Pascal and Georges Etienne gripped each other with strength born of primal fear. Lightning struck again and again before the bolts finally began cracking farther off. The booming receded, but its power vibrated in their bones for long minutes. The gantry under their feet was just a grill of pressed carbon nanotube filaments. A haze of acidic vapor roiled beneath it. The grill was the only thing beneath his feet for 45 kilometers. The emptiness after the lightning strike evoked a haunting beauty. Pascal's hands shook, but he felt alive, electrical himself, part of the shapeless clouds, and despite the pain in his legs, immune to their violence. He belonged to these clouds, and they to him. "Hostie de Tabernac," his father swore. That was close. Pascal's breath fogged the inside of his faceplate. His heart thumped. "We saved the cable?" His father nodded wanly inside his helmet. Yeah, we did, he said, his tone meaning we still lost the trawler. Let's get inside. My suit may not be patched well. They waited a moment more, listening for the patterns of thunder, before slipping the latch and hurrying to the airlock. They opened it and began rubbing themselves with neutralizing pads. The insides of Pascal's thighs stung more and more with the characteristic pain of acid burns. It took 8 minutes to neutralize right. No one wanted to ever do it wrong. A drop of sulfuric acid where someone could inadvertently touch it was nothing to wish on family. Hot carbon dioxide blew them dry. They cycled through the airlock and climbed up into the outer layer of the habitat. This ring, more like the inside of a torus, was dark, woody-walled, veined with thick webs of vasculature, and spotted on the floor with quietly flexing pumps. This outer ring held 1.5 atmospheres of pressure, 60 degrees cooler than the atmosphere outside. They moved to the next airlock and cycled through to the wide living area. Alexei, blond and 10 years old, stood 2 meters from them, almost hopping with excitement, but he didn't cross the line his grandfather had made on the floor. Pascal and his father were still hot to the touch, and they might have missed some acid. "Lightning hit the Kozovskal! Lightning hit us!" Alexei said. Jean-Eudes stood beside Alexei, almost as excited, but also anxious. Jean-Eudes was shorter than their father, and the first flecks of gray spotted his beard at 27. He worked as an assistant to Georges Etienne. He could be fastidiously good at reading dials, cleaning equipment, and changing filters, as well as keeping Alexei occupied. Jean-Eudes was Venus's only Down syndrome child. "Did you see the lightning?" Alexei said. "Did you see it?" "It was so loud," Jean-Eudes said. Pascal and Georges Etienne hissed open the seals of their helmets and took them off. The air was clean, 26 degrees, pressurized to just 1 atmosphere. "You ripped your suit!" Alexei exclaimed, pointing at Pascal's legs. Jean-Eudes moaned in worry. "I patched it," Pascal said. But his father put down their helmets, shucked his gloves, and sat Pascal down right there. "Bring me the medical kits, Alexei," Georges Etienne said. "Jean-Eudes, get him some water, or something stronger if he wants it." Jean-Eudes turned to run after his bolting nephew, but then turned back uncertainly. "You want something stronger, Pascal? Water is good." The stinging got worse now. Georges Etienne unfolded a knife and sliced through the patches and wrapping that Pascal had made around his legs. "Any pain under the suit?" he asked. Alexei ran up with the medical bag and dropped it beside his grandfather, who pushed him back beyond the line on the floor. "A little." Georges Etienne looked at the angry red burns on his legs and started dabbing sodium bicarbonate all over them with a soft brush. He gingerly lifted the edges of the shredded pant legs and brushed the paste underneath. He brushed his own fingers similarly, then moved to the next edge. "You burn yourself?" Pascal asked through gritted teeth. "Not the first time," his father said, brushing Pascal's legs more quickly. "You'll burn your fingers when you have your own children. I lost count of the fingertip burns I got from cleaning up Marthe and Emile and Chloé." He became quiet. They didn't usually mention Chloé in front of Alexei. "Maman got her legs burnt too?" Alexei asked quietly. "Not so much," Georges Etienne said. "Your maman was always too smart to damage her suit. Not like your uncle's, or Marthe." "Calvaire," he swore. "Don't get me started on Marthe. That girl could get an acid burn in bed." Despite the tension, that got Alexei giggling. Jean-Eudes knelt beside Pascal with a closed cup of water. "How come Jean-Eudes gets to cross the line?" Alexei complained. "He doesn't ask too many questions," Georges Etienne said. Georges Etienne unsealed Pascal's suit on the front and began directing Jean-Eudes on taking it off. "I can take off my own suit," Pascal said. "I'll help," Jean-Eudes said. When his suit was peeled down to his waist, they stood him up again, and Georges Etienne directed Jean-Eudes to hold Pascal from behind, around the chest, in case he fainted. His brother hugged him hard, more out of worry than because Pascal needed it. Pascal looked away as his father worked down the suit, took out the tubes, and wiped him. The pain was constant and wouldn't get worse or better. He didn't want to look. "Awash," Georges Etienne said in disgust. "You're going to have some pretty scars. But no one's going to doubt you're a man. The queasiness turned over in Pascal's stomach. As long as I can still use my legs. Oh, you've still got legs, his father said. Jean would hold him while I take off the rest. His big brother grunted and lifted him, not so gently, while his father worked off his boots. Alexis stared wide-eyed at the process. He was scared, and Georges Etienne sensed it. Can you imagine how many times they had to do this for Marthe? Georges Etienne asked the boy. Alexis grinned nervously. I won't get burned, he said. Everyone gets burned a little, Pascal said. The trick is practicing so that when it happens, you're fast and you know what to do. I know what to do, his nephew insisted. Sit him back down, Jean, his father said. A bit awkwardly, Jean lowered him. Pascal pulled his suit to cover his crotch before looking at his legs. No need for modesty, Georges Etienne said. Angry red welts had risen under a layer of neutralizing paste on the inside of each thigh. Some spots had burnt black. It stung more now that the adrenaline ebbed. His toes wiggled. He wasn't losing blood. The acid had been stopped. His father popped a couple of pills into his hand. These are good ones, he said. Can you walk to bed? Pascal took the pills with the water. I think so. Good. Jean, carry him to bed. And his big brother helped him walk slowly to their room. 2. Marthe rose quietly from the hammock and shivered in the cold. The heat circulation system was buggered up again. Émile ought to have fixed it yesterday. She'd have to take a look. She pulled the curtain aside to peek at the brightness. The House des Vents floated about 5 kilometers above a layer of marbled ochre clouds that extended in every direction out to a horizon that revealed the planetary curve. The bulk of the dirigible's buoyancy tank blocked the direct sunlight that would have made the 3-room habitat too hot. The clouds were deceptively calm, frozen in the moment of a roiling turn, a reaching finger, a changing color. Their deliberateness suggested lethargy, but Venus was anything but slothful. She hid her tantrums with the highest hazes and clouds. Khalees, I thought you said we would sleep in, Noel grumbled from the hammock. Sorry, Marthe said. I couldn't sleep. Now I can't sleep. Marthe shivered and padded back to the hammock and slipped under the covers. Don't be like that, she said. I'm sorry. Noel huffed and turned her naked back to her. Marthe spooned close, but Noel shrugged away the contact, leaving Marthe to stare in frustration. Why do you care? Marthe said. You don't even want to go. It doesn't matter whether I want to go or not, Noel grumbled. You should go with me. You hate those people. So do I. Do you want us to stay in all the time? What would Delia say if she saw us there? Marthe asked. You just want to make her jealous. Mange de la marde. Gossip gets to my ears just like anyone else's. You should know what they say about you then, Noel said. I know what they say about me, and I know what they invent about me when they get bored. The ice bitch, they say. Noel sneered. Marthe laughed. That's what you think I care about? Noel threw the covers off onto Marthe and hopped from the hammock. Marthe enjoyed the view. Where her own skin was cloud pale, Noel came by hers from Haitian Quebecois ancestors. Marthe's liaisons with Noel were shallow and brief whenever Noel and Delia were on the outs, but Marthe hoped that something more might be possible. Until one of them blew up about something, like now. Noel finished pissing loudly in the head, took a paste pack from the cooler, and then started putting on her survival suit. Marthe came off the hammock. Let me help you. Noel swatted her hands away. I'll cycle myself out. Fine, do that, Marthe said heatedly. I'll go back to sleep. Come. Marthe flopped back into the hammock and covered herself against the cold. Noel left in a huff, making sure to kick and slam things on the way to the airlock. After a time, the House des Vents quieted, but for the creaking of age and the snaps of pressure changes as the slow leaks all over the habitat triggered compressed air to replenish the atmosphere. Her brother hadn't been here when she'd arrived, drunk with Noel, and she didn't hear anything now. It was just the two of them up here, 65 kilometers above the surface of Venus, living in a piece of crap habitat she was embarrassed to show Noel. House des Vents was in some ways better than House des Profondeurs, where her father lived with two of her brothers and her sister's son. Mart floated in the speeding winds of the high atmosphere, flying over the outspread fields of heaven. The bitterly cold, sunlit heights had only thin, ghostly turbulences, and the acidic spite of Venus had to struggle to reach them here. She sometimes succeeded, but not like down home. Still, she missed the depths. Her family, the sweltering heat of their habitat, the struggle to pit her cunning against Venus to stay alive and scrape some subsistence from the deep clouds. And if she had been with her family in Kozopskal de Profondeur, she wouldn't be fighting with her words, making enemies and no friends. But she wouldn't have Noel either, not even for a night. She would be lonely in different ways. Pascal might be lonely. He was 18 now, and stuck with a cranky old man, a child nephew, and an adoring brother. Pascal was smart, funny, and good-looking. He needed company his own age. And given how poorly Émile had been doing here, maybe they ought to switch. Her father and Émile could try to make up, though that was a long shot, and she could look after Pascal, introduce him to some girls. Or boys, whatever. She had other people to take care of, too. She had 2 messages on her pad from families in the depths. Réal Chartier's family needed their insulin supply increased. The med computer said Réal's insulin dose was too low, but Central Supply didn't want to increase it without a doctor saying so, and the doctors were all waitlisted. The Chartiers had given Marthe their vote in l'Assemblée because she could often persuade the ration managers. The Cousin family at 54th Rang had gotten their oxygen ration late last time, and only a half ration this time. They borrowed from other deep families for now, but Marthe knew what was happening. Oxygen supplies were low for everyone. The systems that cracked carbon dioxide into carbon and oxygen were broken on one habitat. On another, the solar cells weren't working. Repair crews were getting ready to switch the solar cells from one habitat to another next week. Marthe would see if Pa could spare some oxygen. He would grumble about it, though. He could get more for his oxygen on the black market this week, and the Daquillons needed any boost they could get. A loud hiss sounded. She rolled out of the hammock and ran for the source. Near the back of the gondola, at the airlock to the engines, a seal hissed. Calice! Émile was supposed to maintain the Kozopskal des Vents. That was his job. Either he hadn't done it, or he hadn't done it right, and the lazy jackass wasn't even here. She lit herself a cigarette, took a drag, and watched the smoke move, where and how fast. Sound could mask multiple leaks. This was a solitary leak, but it was quick and couldn't wait. Still naked, she pulled out a small, slow welder and a patch kit. God damn, Émile. Apply epoxy and putty over the hole, press in, don't trust the seal, use the heat gun to soften the putty, paint the area with adhesive, place the plastic laminate, take a piece of metal, weld. Her cigarette had burned down to her lips by the time she finished, and she'd burned her finger with the welder. God damn Émile. 3. The habitat bucked on the edge of an eddy, then resumed its creaking sway. In the other hammock, Jean-Eudes snored softly. Remnants of sunlight, attenuated by kilometers of clouds, still pushed through woody chambers, outlining shadowy veins flowing with acidic sap. Scratchy eyes open, staring blankly ahead, Pascal couldn't summon the energy to move. If he didn't move, he could feel like part of the habitat, serviceable, elegantly functional, if ugly and meaningless. His body felt as if it were at a remove, strange and alien. Tough stubble caught on his pillow, and the feeling worsened. He didn't want to get up, but he couldn't leave anything on his face. He couldn't think about it. He swung out of his hammock. The woody floor was warm. He opened a flap and pissed into a tiny urinal made of the same tough plant fiber as the rest of Kozopskal des Profondeurs. Water was valuable, and so was nitrogen. The filtration system would reclaim it. He moved to the sink without turning on a light. A tiny mirror hung above it, but he'd learned not to look into it. He mixed a bit of water with paste to make a lather and steeled himself to rub it onto his face. Touching the stubble was strange, disorienting. He did it quickly. Every day the hair seemed to be so thick he couldn't stand it, even though it was still only a fuzz compared to Jean-Eude's beard. Pascal closed his eyes, guiding the straight razor by touch, taking his mind elsewhere, as if touching someone else's face. The scraping tugs made him queasy, but he'd gotten faster every day since his father had taught him to shave. He rinsed the razor in the bit of water in the sink, flushed it, and dried himself. A child's voice sounded outside, followed by a squeal. Pascal quietly pulled aside the curtain woven of old plant fiber. The main room of the habitat, a toroidal space about 12 meters across, centered on the trunk of the great Venusian plant they lived in. The woody walls sloped, worn smooth by feet and bumps and the living of day to day. Light chairs and uneven brown tables gave shape to eating and living space. Near the thick trunk, big batteries, compressed air, and radio and radar equipment rested on platforms over tangles of wires. In the floor, the main pumps, a small field of muscular valves, slowly pushed carbon dioxide out of the 1.5 atmospheres of pressure of the habitat into the 2 atmospheres of pressure outside. His father crept around the big room with exaggerated steps. Alexis hid under the table, staring at Pascal with wide, excited eyes. Then Georges Etienne swept down and tickled him. The 10-year-old squealed. "Careful, Alexis," Pascal said. "You'll use up all the oxygen." The boy paid him no mind and rolled on the floor, listening to his voice change as his chest and back thumped on the wood. Georges Etienne hugged Pascal and then continued his game with Alexis, which turned into a wrestling struggle on the floor. Alexis always wanted to roughhouse, and Pascal never did. He sometimes felt like a bad uncle, but tried squashing those feelings as much as he could. Everyone felt out of place sometimes. A picture of his mother hung on the wall over the table. Pascal barely remembered her. He'd been very young when she'd been injured. They'd been too deep to get her to doctors 20 kilometers up. And even if they hadn't, La Colonie had been on the other side of the planet at the time. Her absence outlined a weird gap in his life, a shape whose contours he could neither understand nor ignore. An itch. He knew that she'd loved him, all of them, and that she'd loved Venus as much as he did. A rust-spotted mirror hung beside her picture, so that any of the children could look at themselves and at her at the same time, to see her in themselves. He saw bits of her in Jean-Eude and bits of his father. His precise memories of Marthe and Émile were fading. Marthe hadn't been down in a year, and Émile had left 5 years ago. But they, too, looked like both their parents. Pascal only looked at his reflection beside his mother's picture. He'd been growing out his hair for some time. Sometimes, when he pulled it the way she wore hers in the picture, he could see her in him, and the gap faded. "She was beautiful, eh?" Georges Etienne said from under a struggling Alexis. Pascal nodded. "Oui." "No sleep?" Pascal shook his head. "Me neither," Georges Etienne said. "I was always jealous of your mother. She could sleep through anything, anywhere, anytime. You should have taken after her." The Kozovskal de Profondeur rocked, and the thrum of propellers vibrated low in his feet. "Close to full speed?" Pascal said curiously. "The volcanoes of Apla-Regio are rumbling." Pascal felt the slow rock of the habitat, like a sailor on Earth might have known his ship and the ocean around it. The deep clouds of Venus felt natural. He'd lived his whole life wrapped in them. The thrum of the props wasn't the only vibration. Thunder shook the atmosphere, a long way off, maybe a couple of days. Venus's rages could be astonishing. Some of her volcanoes blew metal-rich ash dozens of kilometers into the atmosphere, where storms might swirl the dust even higher to where filmy plant membranes could catch it, and they could collect those plants and that dust in the depths. It was still impractical to mine the surface for metals on industrial scales, so La Colonie was desperate for metal and had to import it from asteroidal colonies. In good months, the Daquillon family could trade a dozen kilos of iron, lead, and silicates on the black market or to the government. But that wasn't why his father had them heading south, past Apla-Regio. Pascal padded to the navigational screen. Their course had changed sharply overnight, tracing a southerly path over the volcanically inactive plains of Rusalka Planitia to intersect eventually with the Diana Chasma, the deepest place on the surface of Venus. Pascal knew where that would take them. "You really want to do this?" he asked. "I finished fixing the old probe," Georges Etienne said. "The bathyscaphe? I thought it didn't work." "No, the old probe with the bad Stirling engines. I dropped it about an hour ago." When Pascal was 10 years old, Georges Etienne had made a really, really good trade with another coureur who happened to be the son of Marie-Claude de Vaussard, the first coureur des vents and the first person ever to reach the surface of Venus. The bathyscaphe she'd used was 600 kilos of steel, and even then over-engineered and antique. The government had never found out that the Daquillon family owned it, and didn't even know it still existed. It was so secret that Pa had never shown Émile, Jeannoud, or Alexis, although Marthe knew about it. Georges Etienne had resisted all occasions to scrap and sell it, and he'd even gone to the surface twice himself. But sending down the probe made more sense. Despite the odds of losing 100 kilos of metal in a probe, they sometimes sent them all the way down to the surface to salvage easy-to-reach metal, or even to drop off mining equipment whose components could survive a few days at those depths. "How long?" "We'll be there this afternoon," Georges Etienne said. They breakfasted on vat-grown algae and a desulfurized stew of Venusian plants before Pascal went to the daily work of maintaining the Kozapskal des Profondeurs. Very little automation was possible in the clouds of Venus. La Colonie already had few metals, and the acid of the clouds attacked them relentlessly. For 40 years, La Colonie had been bioengineering the Venusian cloud-living plants, exploiting their buoyancy, their ability to harness electricity from the clouds, and the parasitic plants that clung to them. But even the toughest plant habitats occasionally burst from pressure or temperature differences, or succumbed to acids or parasites. So every day, the woody valves and seals and pumps had to be checked, neutralized, the batteries changed, the new water flushed into long-term storage tanks, and so on. The inner mechanical parts, like the computers and communications equipment, needed to be inspected and reprotected from acid, and the ones on the outside likewise. Pascal loved Venus, felt safe in the layered, pressure-resistant habitats in the middle and lower cloud decks. A few times, he and his father had taken trawlers deeper into the atmosphere, all the way to the base of the subcloud haze, breaking through into the clear air that began at about 33 kilometers. He'd seen the face of majestic Venus herself, vast plains of corrugated basalt, low mountains, flat circular plateaus, high mountains, and volcanoes. Before him, Georges Etienne had taken Pascal's older sister Chloé, his brother Émile, and his next sister Marthe. Only a handful of the Venusian colonists had ever seen naked Venus. It was an experience of awe for Georges Etienne, a rite of passage he needed to share with his children. Only Jeannoud had not been able to go. It was too dangerous for anyone who couldn't handle all the equipment themselves. Pascal, the youngest, had gone down several times now that most of his brothers and sisters lived elsewhere. It had been a year since the last time, and Venus called him again. With Chloé gone, Georges Etienne and Pascal were raising Alexis, so they'd hesitated to go again in person, but sending a probe was the next best thing. Pascal found himself itching by the controls at the trunk, waiting for the probe to break through the clouds. Jeannoud came up behind his chair and put a warm hand on his shoulder. "Is it scary?" The monitor showed the yellow mist of the lower cloud deck whipping past the cameras of the descending probe. 31 kilometers, 200 degrees Celsius, 9 atmospheres of pressure. "Not for the probe," Pascal said. "It's been built to survive all the way down to the surface." "And the acid," Alexis said helpfully. His nephew had grown bored of the images of the descent. He'd seen recordings of other probes, and even some of the ones Georges Etienne had made on his own journeys. He lay on his back, rolling a ball up the rounding floor, seeing how high he could get it before it rolled back. Alexei's body was newborn perfect, unblemished. Venus had never touched him. Jeannud turned his palms up, then down. The same lines and spots of red wrinkled scar tissue that every Venusian eventually carried marked his hands, too. Acid frightened Jeannud. Pascal took his brother's hands in his fingers. His own bore their generous share of ropey scars. The metal is coated with carbon. Soon it will be so hot outside the probe that it can't even rain. No rain means no acid. Were you scared when you went? Jeannud asked. 30 kilometers. A little bit, he said. Pa took care of me. Do you want to go someday? With me? Jeannud looked unconvinced. Look, he said, pointing at the monitor. What? What? Alexei shrieked, coming close. The mist had cleared, and the yawning darkness of Venus's surface loomed below, lit a diffuse yellow. In a few spots, ember-like orange glowed at the base of towers of black smoke. That wasn't so normal. The volcanoes were busy. The subcloud haze still surrounded the probe, but in patches, none of which obstructed the view. He pulled Alexei onto his lap and pointed at the screen. Look. See, that's Appahensic corona, and that means crown, Alexei said. And on one side is the Dale Chasma, a long trench, and then there's Ceres corona, like the bank, Alexei interrupted again. And right there, that long line is Diana Chasma, the deepest place in all of Venus. The deepest? Alexei asked. That's where Papa keeps his storm, Jeannud said. 4. Émile Daquillon cycled into the airlock in the base of the Baie Como, the largest floating habitat in the entire colonie. 12 floors of shiny metal and plastic housed the government, some key manufacturing efforts, meetings of l'Assemblée, and apartments for some 200 people. It was the future. They had learned enough about Venus that someday dirigibles of this size would house whole villages of people, and even bigger ones would be possible. Thérèse leaned against him, survival suit to survival suit, distant intimacy, without skin-to-skin touching. He stroked her arm through their suits nonetheless. Her hand pressed against his crotch, through layers of padding and insulation and acid-resistant films. He wanted to respond. The airlock finished cycling, and the door opened into the lower engineering areas of the Baie Como. Thérèse sometimes worked down here. It was quiet and empty, if a little chilly. A good place to get romantic. He hissed open the seal on his helmet and took it off. Émile reached for the seals on the front of his suit, but she stilled his hand as she pulled off her helmet. "Patience, Romeo," she said. She pulled a flask from a suit pocket and took a swallow before passing it to him. He groaned. He'd been aching for a drink. He tipped it back and coughed before swallowing. She laughed at him as it scoured on the way down. "Whose damn bagasse is it?" he wheezed. 96 proof, she said. He coughed again, sniffed at the neck of the flask, and took another swallow. The burning down his throat settled in his stomach like a weight. He'd needed this badly. His own stock had run dry a day ago. "It kicks harder than anything I've ever made," he said. She took back the flask and took 3 swallows. Everyone made bagasse, although it was lightly illegal. Using corn and grain rations to make alcohol wasted needed calories. Even diverting compostable food waste to ferment bitter chasse cuisson was against the law. He'd gone hungry himself a few times as a child during food shortages in La Colonie. Not that the rations for the Daquillon family were ever of the highest quality, or on time. Thérèse spun the wheel on a big steel door. It was beautiful, clean, uncorroded, almost shiny. She stepped into a larger bay where 9 people in survival suits already milled around, flasks in hand. On the front was a wall-to-floor-to-ceiling door so that larger objects like small planes and drones could be winched into the Baie Como. Thérèse was greeted with hugs and kisses, some kisses more deep and long-lasting than Émile liked. He knew most of them. Some of these artists and sculptors and poets were good. Some still sought their voices, like him. They toasted each other. Emile started to feel a slight buzz. Thérèse took his hand and leaned against him. "Do you trust me?" she whispered. Emile nodded, emptying her flask. "What is this?" he asked playfully. "A performance? A reading? An orgy?" "Worship," she said, "of Venus." She planted a kiss on his cheek, then spun away, moving to the bay door, trailed by glove clapping and last-minute swills from flasks. She bowed theatrically with her hand on the bay door controls, then held up her helmet in one hand as her eyes narrowed. Her frown was knowing, like the weight of ennui had stamped her with secret, exhausting truth. Her smile, beneath that exhaustion, was courageous, a stab at the darkness. She was so powerful, so real, a human truth. "On n'est pas chez nous," Thérèse said. "We are not home. We live in boxes of metal and plastic. We never touch the wind. We never touch the rain. We see the stars and sun only through glass." Her eyes became dreamy, staring into a distance that could not be contained by the bay. "We can't find our souls like this," she said, "hidden away in houses in the skies, cut off from one another and from nature. We wither. We drink." A woman beside Emile hooted. A deep-voiced man said solemnly, "We drink." "We cut," Thérèse said, stroking her raised forearm, buried beneath layers of survival suit. "We acid," she said, touching the tiny scars on her face with glove tips. "We fuck." "We fuck," someone behind Emile repeated. "All this is to feel not dead, because we have no souls," Thérèse said. "We create poetry, murals, sculptures, striving, reaching ephemera, trying to show we exist, but we can't mean anything. The rat in a lab has no soul." "No soul," Emile whispered. "I'm the rat in the lab," Thérèse said with a crack in her voice. "The earth is dead to me, a fantasy, a vision. I've never seen it, and I've never taken Venus into my heart. I don't belong here because Venus hasn't embraced me. I've never courted her as she deserves, never worshipped her sunrise with authenticity in my heart." Emile's thoughts followed her languidly. The bagasse was hitting him harder. "Venus is a lover who takes us only with pain," she said. "Not because she's cruel. She's alien, unknowable, unfathomable, but her price is the same price as any goddess. She wants to be embraced." "Embrace her," the man beside Emile whispered. "I'm going to embrace her," Thérèse said. "I will touch her with my lungs. I will look upon her with my naked eyes. We seek to make ourselves whole." "Whole," Emile whispered. He felt it deeply. He wanted to mean something. "No one need come with me," Thérèse said. "This is my quest." Thérèse put her helmet back on, and Emile's heart thumped to bursting with wanting her, to be important to her, to be part of her life. The others were putting on their helmets. Emile snapped his on and sealed it with automatic movements. He looked at the world through glass again, felt the world through gloves, heard the world through speakers. He was alone, cut off from everyone, from the world itself. A red light flashed on the wall. A hiss sounded briefly, then quieted, as if noise itself were being bleached of meaning. When the pumps had removed enough of the air, vents opened on the bay door, and the last breath puffed away in a gasp. The flashing became more insistent, and the bay door lifted, hinged along the top, revealing at first a flat beam of sunlight reflected off yellow clouds. The light widened into a blade that cut across the ceiling, lowering and expanding until the cloud shine of Venus kissed their foreheads. Emile squinted at the brightness. The bay door finished opening, leaving before them a square of blinding light. They stood still in shadows, hidden from direct sun and from Venus, while puffy fields of sulfuric acid stretched away into infinity. They could sail these airy seas forever and never come to shore. Venus had no shore. That was the truth of Venus they couldn't grasp. She told them stories they couldn't understand. Emile swayed on his feet, the bagasse making his hearing and movements indistinct, blurry. He scuffed around the people to Thérèse. Her gloved hand went to the neck of her helmet. Her faceplate fogged with her rapid breathing and then her heroic exhalation. She popped the seals, and her eyes widened. She took off her helmet and blinked in the bitter cold. Her face and eyes reddened in an atmosphere only a tenth of what she'd just been breathing. And she stared out onto the clouds with her naked eyes, struggling to take the raw carbon dioxide into her lungs. Of its own volition, Emil's hand rose and snapped open the seals at his neck. Even drunk, he knew his training. He exhaled and exhaled and exhaled until his chest ached and black spots peppered his vision. He took off his helmet. Venus touched him with the coldest and most ghostly of fingers. He couldn't take a breath, not a real one, but he could taste Venus, smacking his lips around the gasping atmosphere she offered. Her parched clouds tasted of bitter sulfur, biting salt, and a stale sterility, drier than anything he'd ever felt. No one had worshipped her before. The trawlers and rosettes and blastulae and all the microscopic organisms in the clouds could not. No one had loved the love goddess, and Venus had no soul because no one loved her. And les colonistes had no souls because they had no world. He stepped closer to the edge as his vision narrowed. Venus didn't want blood. How many colonistes had she killed? Dozens? Hundreds? His mother, his sister, his brother-in-law. Venus drank blood aplenty. Venus wanted a breath of life. Venus wanted to be loved, as they did. This was their sacrifice. His helmet slipped from his fingers and rolled backward. Emil stretched out his arms beside him. Thérèse, as naked to Venus as he, took his hand. He collapsed to his knees, his joints on fire with pain. Thérèse collapsed beside him soundlessly. Heavy footfalls vibrated, and someone must have pressed the emergency close panel. The big door, the eyelid for this miraculous vision, began to close. 5. "Where does Grand-Père keep his storm?" Alexis demanded. He squinted at the small monitor. "Grand-Père is chasing it," Pascal said. Alexis screwed up his face. "You chase a storm? I thought we stayed away from them." "We do," Georges Etienne said. "This one is on the surface. I want to see it." "Why?" Alexis said in exaggerated bafflement. "Because I don't understand it. Grand-Mère and I didn't come to Venus just to get away from the cities and from an empty life. We wanted to explore, to see things no one had ever seen." Alexis was getting bored. "There is a storm on the surface that shouldn't be there," Georges Etienne explained. "No one knows it exists, and no one's seen it up close before today. We are going to look." Georges Etienne had discovered it years ago, sending a probe down to salvage lost equipment, and had found it in the same spot over the years. Pascal inherited his father's curiosity. Whatever strangeness lay at the deepest depths of Diana Chasma, he wanted to know it too. The chasma cut almost 3 kilometers into the surface, a winding line 1,000 kilometers long. The pressure at the surface of Venus was already 90 atmospheres, and his father was captivated by the anomalous weather in those depths. Pascal expanded the view, but the image could only go so far before pixelating. They'd built the probe from scrap, with only the equipment it needed. Until now, it hadn't needed a good telescope. "It's a funny storm," Pascal said gently. "There are no clouds, and the air is transparent, and it's too hot for rain. So it's like an invisible storm, even up close. Sometimes it blows dust around, but most times it's quiet." "I don't see it," Alexis said, hopping off Pascal's lap. "It's stupid." "Don't say that about Papa's storm," Jeannaud said hotly. "Ça va, Jeannaud," Georges Etienne said, approaching them, wiping oils off his hands with an old towel. He peeked at the screen. Hours yet. The image in the screen grew, more fine-grained every minute. Thickening atmosphere slowed the probe more and more. Pascal sent an instruction to the probe. Its camera eye swiveled from straight down to a horizon view. Hundreds of kilometers away, Ma'at Mons towered 5 kilometers off the surrounding plain, its volcanic peak and shoulders shiny with frosts of bismuth and lead sulfides. He swiveled the camera down again to the Aphrodite highlands beneath the probe. Nearer and nearer, Venus showed the stony wrinkles of volcanic upheaval and cooling, hundreds of parallel lines of compressed and released pressure corrugating the landscape. Les colonistes could not touch their beautiful home. They were a people separated from their world. But it made perfect sense to Pascal. That feeling of dispossession lived in his bones each day, woke with him each morning. They floated in the clouds, bobbing along, surviving, not allowed to touch, as if waiting for something unknown. Pascal wasn't interested in the highlands, where wind speed never topped a few meters per second. His father's storm was deeper. Despite centuries of exploration by satellite and decades of high-altitude dirigibles and even robotic ground rovers, scientists still couldn't decide what geological processes had formed the especially deep Diana Chasma, so near mountains that in some places the terrain dropped down a straight slope for almost 7 kilometers. The altitude of the probe reached 12 kilometers. The temperature outside it had risen to 360 degrees Celsius, and the pressure to 40 atmospheres. Voyons, Pascal, Georges Etienne said. You should eat something. Jean-Eudes brought Pascal a thick soup, and he ate it in front of the display. His father was right. It was going to be a while. He took his dish away when even he finally got impatient at the 4-kilometer mark. The temperature outside the probe had reached 430 degrees Celsius, and the pressure was now 70 atmospheres. Very soon, the pressure would be so great that the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere would take on the properties of a fluid capable of dissolving organics, making Venus even more hostile. That was alien even to the colonistes who lived in the clouds. Georges Etienne leaned close with Jean-Eudes. You take it, Pascal said. No, Georges Etienne said. Watch the descent speed. Slow it near the surface. And watch for crosswinds. Pascal wanted to keep piloting the probe, which was mostly autopiloted anyway, but he didn't want to mess this up. They were risking a lot of metal. But he knew machines. He liked machines. They were beautiful, elegant. They were what they appeared to be. They were all surface. The probe's descent speed slowed as the atmosphere thickened. He swiveled a second camera to the northeast, revealing the peaks and shoulders of the Noahin Tessera. The view was vertiginous. He was used to clouds in every direction, a line of sight that extended no more than a few kilometers. Noahin looked close enough to touch, even though her jagged lines lay dozens of kilometers distant. False perspective. The view slowed even more. The wait was no longer interminable. Even Alexei had come close to stare at the screen, draping his arms over Pascal's shoulder. The ground closed in, all sharp lines and pebbles, as if the rock had been recently broken. Venus's lack of rain, plate tectonics, and even meaningful wind meant that the surfaces were either sharp and fragmented, or rounded in whatever bulbous shape the magma had possessed when it had frozen into rock. Just above the base of the uneven pebbled floor of the Diana Chasma, Pascal gave a little power to the propeller. The air was so thick at 93 atmospheres of pressure that the probe rose slightly before resuming its lethargic descent through an invisible bath of supercritical carbon dioxide. The monitor showed its big carbon wire frame wheels bowing and steadying. The thermometer reported 465 degrees. I don't see your storm, Papa, Jean-Eudes said. It's always near the northern wall of the Chasma, Georges Etienne said. They'd landed within 2 kilometers of the target coordinates. Pascal directed the rover forward. Although colonists on the Moon and Mars and the asteroids had highly autonomous robots, none of the handy materials needed to make the processors would survive the heat of the surface or the acid of the clouds. Anything made to work on the surface had to be designed with a minimum of moving or smart parts, and made entirely of metals and ceramics that didn't expand or deform with heat, and all of which had to be imported. so Pascal was the brain in the rover. Looking through the probe's cameras felt constricted, like peeking through a curtain at a magical place. The black face of the northern wall rose up out of the line of sight. Pascal would have liked to have looked up, but it wasn't safe to tilt the cameras too high while driving. The millennia had deposited an uneven gravel of stone, pebbles, and dust that sometimes caught the wire wheels. As the rover neared the chasma wall, the patterns on the ground changed. The southern face of every bump and ridge was clear of dust and stones, while gravel chips and powder had gathered on the northern side, as if in the lee of a wind. Such strangeness. There shouldn't be any wind here, Pascal said, showing his father the video captures. My storm. Georges Etienne's subdued tone covered a youthful excitement. Pascal magnified one of the pictures. In the lee of heavier rocks, wind tails had formed. Fine lines of whites, grays, and blacks marked the tiny piles of grit. A storm wouldn't have left all the wind tails pointing in one direction, Pascal said, and it wouldn't have had time to sort grains by size. It was a mystery, and Pascal felt his excitement growing. At this pressure, even a little wind would be powerful. Keep going. We have only an hour or two before we have to bring the probe back. Pascal resumed the drive, bouncing over ridges and skirting the edges of landslides that had come down the escarpment. The amount of stone and pebbles and sand shrank as if the area had been partly blown clean, revealing the unevenness of the surface, except for immense multi-ton boulders. Georges Etienne pointed at the monitor. A wind blew in the direction of their travel at 6 kilometers an hour, slightly faster than on the surface of the highlands. It might have been just a bit of wind tunneling, except that the wind wasn't following the chasma. It headed northward toward the escarpment wall. It shouldn't have done that. The probe didn't have a microphone per se, but the thick atmosphere transmitted sound very well, setting vibrations in the probe's hard armor. When Pascal subtracted out the normal vibrations of the motor and the jarring of the uneven ground, a low moaning remained. That sounds like a storm, Alexis exclaimed. It might be what a storm looks like, Georges Etienne said, on the surface. A wind speed of 6 kilometers per hour seemed leisurely, but 93 atmospheres of pressure would turn that into an irresistible deep ocean current. It was strong enough to tip the probe if Pascal wasn't careful. He began to get nervous. Should we get it out of there, Pa? Why? Alexis asked. What's wrong? Jean-Eudes, could you take your nephew to check all the valves? Georges Etienne asked. Jean-Eudes' eyebrows rose. Oui? But what's wrong? Alexis whined. The valves, Jean-Eudes said emphatically. We have to check all of them. That's a two-man job. Alexis did not look convinced, and Kik scuffed his feet on the floor as he followed Jean-Eudes to get little lamps for the task. On the surface, the wind had picked up to 8 kilometers per hour, and Pascal got more nervous as the controls responded sluggishly. The probe's interior was pressurized to just 2 atmospheres, so on the somber surface it was almost neutrally buoyant, with little traction, and the wind rocked it dangerously. It's too fast, Pascal said. Georges Etienne expanded the view and then tagged a broken boulder almost 4 meters tall. Shelter. What if the wind shifts? Pascal asked, steering the probe across the dark rock field. The wind never shifts in this storm, Georges Etienne said. That's not possible, Pascal said. He couldn't say more. He carefully turned the probe, hoping not to tip it. Storms are different here, Pa said. They're not caused by convection currents and Hadley cells. We're the first to see this, ever, and we're going to find out what makes it tick. The probe drove across the current, its wheels dragging and hopping. For a few minutes, Pascal doubted it would reach the lee of the boulder, and a sheen of sweat formed on his face. But he got it there just before the faster wind tipped it. In a kind of terrified relief, Pascal examined the display with Pa. Other boulders blocked the view of a low rise where the wind carried swirling sand and rock chips in its flow. We can't see anything from here, Georges Etienne said with irritation. A mystery lived down there, and this screen was their only window into that mystery. It was a kind of telescope that they couldn't move, and they'd reached their maximum resolution, with the 7-kilometer-tall rock face still 150 meters away. Whatever pulled this wind hid beyond their angle of view. So close. Calvaire, Georges Etienne swore. What is it? Alexis called from the other end of the Kozapskal des Profondeurs. Somebody's going to regret it if they don't get those valves inspected, Georges Etienne said. Alexis peeked around at them and then ducked his head back around the bend. That was their problem, seeing around a bend with a probe 45 kilometers below them. Pa, how's the spare camera on the probe? Should be in its case on the outer hatch. Are you willing to risk breaking it? What are you thinking? Pascal explained nervously. Georges Etienne was reluctant. He thought it risky and unlikely to work, but he had no better idea, unless they wanted to return the probe to the lower cloud decks without having seen where the wind was going. The mystery had Pascal in its claws, and had sunk them even deeper into his father. Pascal gave the commands for one of the manipulator arms to open an outer storage panel containing small wrenches, cable, spare manipulator arm, spare wheel, and spare cameras. Pascal attached the end of a 300-meter carbon nanotube cable to the inside of the storage panel, and then got the arm to pay out meters and meters and meters of cable until only the two ends remained affixed to the probe. The current of supercritical carbon dioxide caught loops of it and rolled them over, pulling more and more out past the boulders. The next part was harder. The little camera was old, just a spare, bought on the black market with hard-earned water and rare metals. The lens of industrial diamond resisted acid, but would still crack if hit the wrong way. The backup battery would last an hour, and it also had an emergency transmitter. Most important equipment on Venus did. The colonists never trusted just wiring. Acid had a way of sneaking in eventually and chewing at it. They called the phenomenon bibite, after the bugs of Quebec on Earth. Pascal needed both manipulator arms to attach the camera to the axle of the spare wheel, and then to tie the axle to one end of the long-woven carbon nanotube cable. All told, it took nearly a precious hour to finish all the preparations. Do you think it will work? Pascal asked, eyeing the second screen now available to them through the transmitter from the spare camera. The color had greened slightly, an artifact of the high-temperature circuitry nearing its tolerances. Go ahead, his father said. Pascal directed a manipulator arm to throw the camera and axle out of the lee of the boulder. It didn't go far. The low-strength arm was throwing an object through a medium as dense as water. The view from the spare camera spun crazily until it sank with slow deliberateness to strike the hard basalt. It bounced once, then rolled lethargically. Black rock filled 2/3 of the screen, but then the view rotated in a dizzying spin. The surface wind rolled the wheel and camera along drunkenly until the drag of the long cable angled the camera forward. Then the weight of the wind scraped the spare wheel forward like a drogue chute. The view bumped and jumped along the rock, most often with the camera facing forward. It staggered around boulders, swept by eddies, and picked up speed. When it hit the base of the slope, the slow-moving weight of the 93 atmospheres of carbon dioxide began pushing it upward inexorably. Sapristi, Georges Etienne said. You did it! What did he do? Alexis called plaintively from the galley. Come see. Alexis ran, and Jean-Eudes followed, and while they both made noises of astonishment, after a time they found the view less remarkable than they'd expected. The hopping, dizzying view of the camera slowly followed the wind up the slope. Alexis slipped away to his room. Jean-Eudes returned to checking the valves. The camera view topped the rise, and a heavily eroded cave mouth came into view. The image stopped advancing, but the wind buffeted the camera left and right. We'll figure out how to process these to get some good stills, Georges Etienne said. We can do better, Pascal said. How? Do you have magic tricks? Sleight of hand. Pascal pointed to the screen showing the view from the probe's main camera. Coils of cable still lay on the ground, shuddering limply in the wind. The cable got pinched under the next boulder. Pascal retracted the cable onto its spool until all the slack was taut. Then he extended the manipulator arm as far as he could into the wind beyond the lee of the boulder, like a boom arm, pulling the cable out from under the pinching angle between the next boulder and the ground. The view from the spare camera still swayed wildly in the wind. Although the wind around it blew 15 kilometers per hour, the density and weight of the air gave it more force than even a Category 7 hurricane on Earth, and the wind was blowing into the cave. "Where the hell is all that air going?" Georges Etienne asked in astonishment. "Maybe it comes out of a hole at a different altitude? Like a gopher hole." Pascal didn't comment. His father occasionally made references to the Earth of his boyhood that meant nothing to his children. But the atmosphere of Venus at this depth distributed pressure evenly, so wind being sucked into this hole couldn't be explained by the pressure difference with the other end of the tunnel, even if it somehow emerged at the top of the escarpment 7 kilometers above them. "We can't see in the dark," Pascal said. The spare camera didn't have a lot of extra features. It had a grainy IR camera, more for taking the temperature of its environment than for resolving images. He flipped the view to IR, and the world became blotchy and indistinct. Useless. Except that the cave was cooler ahead of them, 420 degrees compared to the 480 around the probe. He pointed at the reading. "Venturi effect?" Georges Etienne said, shaking his head. "The air is moving so fast through the tunnel that the pressure and temperature are dropping. I've never seen anything like these." Pascal switched the camera back to visual band. The image became scratchy. "What's wrong?" Georges Etienne asked. "The shaking getting too bad?" "I don't know. The transmission isn't great. Maybe the transmitter's already giving out? It's just an old camera. The transmitter's not made for this range." "Can you turn on the light?" "It's not very bright, and it'll use up the battery even faster," Pascal said. "We're already having transmitter trouble, and we can't see into the cave," his father said. "Let's have a quick look. I don't know when we'll have a chance to come back. It's far windier than I ever thought. Too much to risk a probe again." Pascal switched on the light, which in the outside gloom didn't help much. But he slowly had the cable unspool, and the camera, still ducking erratically in the wind, began to enter the cave. Twice the spare wheel protecting the camera hit the sides of the cave, but the diamond lens didn't crack. The little light swung dizzyingly, showing near-random partial views of the cave. The walls were unlike anything they'd seen before. The basaltic rock, old and volcanic, was polished smooth, every outcropping and bump rounded. Erosion. They were seeing erosion. But this wasn't just a bit of erosion. The smooth walls reflected light. These surfaces had been scoured by wind for years, maybe centuries. Neither Pascal nor Georges Etienne spoke. No wind blew faster than 5 kilometers per hour in the deep ocean of supercritical carbon dioxide on all of Venus, except for this one spot where wind had been cutting for ages. How? Pascal tried to fix the image. It filled with static, even though the camera had only reached 10 meters into the cave. Nothing he did improved it. "We may lose the signal soon," he said, paying out another 5 meters of cable. "Is it recording?" his father asked. "Not much. The camera's memory buffer is tiny. I've got it snapping pictures and storing environmental measurements every 10 seconds. "Let's go as far as our cable will take us," Georges Etienne said. The spare wheel containing the camera began slamming into the wall of the cave over and over. "Chris," Pascal said. "The cave is turning and we're caught in turbulence." He unspooled more cable quickly. The image became much grainier, but the camera hung steady now, maybe caught in the lee of an outcropping on the bend in the cave. It swung lazily, slowing and unwinding its tension until it looked quietly at a depression in the wall where sand and grit had collected. The grit occasionally made small, furtive movements, like silt caught in the wind, but the current of the eddy kept bringing it back to its little drift. At the deepest depths, the atmosphere of Venus really did act like an ocean. "I've got about 15 more meters of cable," Pascal said. "Want to risk it?" "Vas-y," Georges Etienne said quietly. Pascal sent down the command for the probe to unspool the last 15 meters of cable. The image spun disorientingly again, dropping deeper and deeper into the cave with the current. Side channels fed wind current into the main channel. The image became so grainy and static-filled that they couldn't make much out at all, so he toggled to infrared. The temperature had by now dropped to 390 degrees, and the pressure to 50 atmospheres, conditions that they shouldn't have found at altitudes below 9 kilometers. That was a measure of how fast the wind was blowing through the tunnel. "Go back to visual," Georges Etienne said. "We can't see anything," Pascal said, switching back to the grainy, swaying view. As he unspooled the last of the cable, the camera threw itself about crazily as it passed another bend, and then settled in a slow eddy in the lee of the bend. "What the hell is that?" Georges Etienne demanded. The swaying had stopped, but the snowy static almost filled the screen. A triangular shape showed in outline under the silt. Then static swallowed their view. 6. Even when Pascal began rewinding the cable, he couldn't get a signal back from the camera. He worried that they'd lost camera and spare wheel in the terrible wind, that maybe he hadn't tied the cable properly. No one could work very precisely through manipulator arms on a probe 45 kilometers below them. But when, through the probe's main camera, the spare wheel and camera appeared from the gullet of the cave, relief soaked into him. Pascal untied the wheel with the manipulator arms and repacked everything into the tool panel. The wind hadn't let up. It had in fact strengthened to 11 kilometers per hour around the shelter of their boulder. They had to get the probe out of there. The winds 45 kilometers higher would carry the House of Styx inexorably west, and soon they would be out of recovery distance. They launched the probe into the air, riding on a hard burst of propellers. In 93 atmospheres of pressure, every churn of the props lifted the probe, but the view on their screen lurched wildly as the wind sucked it toward the cave. The rock face approached fast. When only a meter separated it from dashing into stone, the probe's buoyancy and lift finally got it above the current. It swayed drunkenly above Diana Chasma, and then ascended more certainly. An hour later, Georges Etienne went outside to tie it to the Kozapskal des Profondeurs. Then they turned the propellers on a course to catch up with their flock, floating 14 hours downwind of them. Georges Etienne came back in from stowing the probe, holding the spare wheel. Pascal took it with a small sense of awe. He was holding something that had traveled beneath the surface of Venus. Although it had been scratched and dented, the wind had scoured its black carbon down to the metal beneath and polished it mirror bright. Experimentally, he held the tread face of the wheel in front of himself. In its curved surface, his face stretched, distorting so much that for once he could stand to look at his own reflection. His inflated green eyes stared back. His distended nose overwhelmed his face. His long brown hair framed his face from a great distance. Pascal detached the beaten camera. Remarkably, for all the blows it had taken, the diamond lens had survived. He wiped it automatically in case any sulfuric acid had gotten on or inside it. The battery had failed and didn't look like it would take too many more charges. He downloaded the images. "They're clear," his father said in wonder. They were, as much as they could be. The still images taken every 10 seconds, where not ruined by poor light or quick movement, weren't bad. None of the snowy static they'd been seeing in the live feed showed in the pictures. "I wonder if the transmitter burnt out," Pascal said. He began a diagnostic of the transmitter while they looked at the pictures. They had good ones of the clean walls, sometimes blurred at the edges. They had 3 worth keeping of the first eddy and the silt buildup. These photos would be worth a lot to geologists. What might they ask for in trade? Then they came to 2 pictures at the end, in the last eddy. The graininess in them was entirely due to the fading light from the failing battery. No static like they'd seen in their feed. The black and white pictures showed a flat triangular shape buried under silt, about 4 meters long. At its apex, something shiny and smooth and not at all basaltic reflected the light. "What is it?" Georges Etienne asked. Pascal couldn't even guess. He knew of no geological process that would create a perfect isosceles triangle. It wasn't made of the same materials as the rock. It had to be artificial. "Do you think the Russians or Chinese or Americans sent down some secret probes?" Pascal hazarded. "You mean maybe we aren't the first to find this cave?" Pascal shrugged. He couldn't think of anything else. Maybe one of the big powers had sent something down to look at the geology of Venus up close. "None of them have done anything on Venus for over 100 years, Pascal said. But what if one of the banks sent down an automated probe looking for whatever banks look for? Minerals or rare metals, something that would make their investment worth it. The triangular shape looks a little like a wing. What if they didn't know the wind was there? While their automated probe was gliding, maybe it got caught in the wind and sucked into the cave." Georges Etienne brushed at his beard. "Maybe," he said. "Les épées and the bank stick their noses into La Colony's business, looking to take over. Never seemed to me to be worth their while. We're too poor for them to make any real money off us. Maybe they knew something was down here." "That still doesn't explain where the wind is coming from," Pascal said, "or where it's going." "Whatever that probe is," Georges Etienne said, staring at the frozen image, "it'll be good salvage. 3 meters long minimum. In metals alone, it'll be more than we harvest." "How are we going to get it out?" Pascal asked. "Against the wind." "It got in there somehow," his father said. "We'll make a salvage plan and we'll get it out." Georges Etienne wandered away cheerfully to resume chores that hadn't been done for a day, especially now that Pascal couldn't put on his suit for a few days. Pascal turned his attention back to the pictures. He flipped through them more slowly, examining each one minutely. All the static came from the bad transmitter. They'd need a new transmitter for the next try, or he'd need to disassemble and rebuild this one. At least he could do that while his legs were healing. He ran a diagnostic program on the transmitter to see what parts he'd need. But the diagnostic failed. Nothing was wrong with the transmitter. It passed all the tests and should have transmitted all the way back to the probe, even through the cave. He wasn't an expert on supercritical carbon dioxide, but he didn't think Venus's atmosphere could have interfered with radio waves. He dug deeper into the camera's simple operating system. In the admin levels, he found the logs for the last 10 minutes of operation, a kind of transmitter black box for diagnostics if the device stopped working. It wasn't coded for easy user interface, but he made his way through the code and memory buffers and found a lot more radio signal than there should have been. A very defined radio wave curve showed, increasing in strength as the camera descended into the cave. Even with only 10 minutes of sample, it was unmistakable. What would produce radio waves under the surface of Venus? He didn't think it was the triangular probe, if it really was a probe. It had been the same temperature as the rest of its environment, which meant its circuitry was probably inactive. The radio signals repeated with the regularity of some kind of machinery. But what machinery would have survived in the crushing pressure and melting depths of Venus? And why? The basaltic rock had nothing of value, except the wind? He ran all his calculations again, then called Pa. 7. Émile pulled Thérèse close, playfully pulled the joint from her lips, took a drag, and then replaced it. They lay naked under a blanket in one of the cargo bays. Music played, too low for the kind of angry yelling in the song. It was a hard-bitten album of rock rage, heavy percussions, but playing quietly, making of the music an echo of anger. Other couples who had communed with Venus snuggled there too, under their own blankets, or stretched out on boxes, speaking in hushed voices. All mellow. No one had refused to remove their helmet. Every one of them had looked upon Venus with naked eyes, breathing her breath as they would on Earth. It was empowering, overwhelming, and humbling. Emil didn't know quite what to do with the feelings he couldn't name. He was high, and drunk, and sore, like he had been punched over and over. He'd gotten off easier than Thérèse. The low pressure had given her 2 black eyes, and the white of one of them had filled with blood. His joints ached, his bones ached, but he felt like he'd done something enormous. Across the storeroom, someone gasped in pain and stamped their foot over and over, swearing. Thérèse said. Hélène is aciding. Emil didn't try to see. He'd heard of aciding. Hélène and her friends used acid-resistant stencils to paint new artful scars onto their bodies. They baptized themselves with sulfuric acid, consenting to be marked by their new home, and making of the baptism works of art. Emil had seen dozens of such marks, but the idea of intentionally burning his skin with acid was still alien to him. He had too much of the coureur des vents in him. He'd been painfully touched by Venus many times. Before now, he'd never understood their meaning. A naked, brown-haired man about his age came across the room. You guys want to acid too? He asked, crouching. A spray of 5 tear-shaped acid scars marked each cheek symmetrically. Old acid. Emil shook his head. He wanted to consecrate this moment, but maybe not with acid. And not yet. He ached too much already. I don't want to mess with the buzz, Raymond, Thérèse said. You don't need it, n'est-ce pas? Raymond said to Emil. Your hands are covered. Were you in an accident? Emil lifted his arms out of the blanket and considered them. His muscles ran deep. Raised red spots speckled them. Snaking, wormy lines of raised scar flesh made inscrutable patterns. Deep divots showed where acid had melted his muscle before he could stop it. Just years in the lower decks, Emil said. The lower cloud decks, Raymond said. No shit. Just the hands? All over, Thérèse said with a satisfied grin as she snuggled close to Emil. Raymond's face twitched, then he smiled. What's your name? Emil. Daquillon, Thérèse added. Daquillon? Aren't you the one with the retarded brother? Raymond laughed. Emil shrugged off Thérèse and stood. Raymond was of a size with Emil, which made him pretty big, but Emil punched him so hard that he fell back over a protesting couple, spraying blood from his lips and nose. Emil stomped over to him and grabbed his hair, his fist cocked back for another go. Don't ever call my brother retarded, Emil said, shaking the man's head. Raymond flinched, waiting for another blow. Blood painted his chin. Emil's heart thumped. He was within an ace of clocking the colonne again. Who the crease was he to call Jean-Eudes anything? Thérèse tugged softly on his arm. She stood pale and naked beside him. He got it, she said. Come on, fighter boy, bring your scars back under the covers. She pulled more insistently. Come on. Less fighting, more loving. This is Venus. Emil released Raymond's hair and stood straight, and then let himself be led back by the hand to their little nest. Raymond swore in the gloom, and the others watched him slink back to the far end, where he'd been aciding Hélène. Under their inadequate blanket, on their sides, nose to nose, he and Thérèse radiated warmth. Thérèse smiled. How drunk are you? She whispered. Half. How high are you? The other half. Are you always this violent when you're drunk? She said softly. He shook his head. What's your brother like? He examined her face, her one blue eye, her one eye filled with bright blood, her raised brows, the thin nose and parted lips. She wasn't making fun of him. She wasn't playing for anything. She was present. She was always present. The only thing that ever shifted was the target of her attention. Jean-Eudes is older than me by 2 years, Emile said slowly. The doctors found out he had Down syndrome and told Pa and Maman to abort. Pa told them to fuck off. They told Pa that La Coligny couldn't afford to support people like Jean-Eudes and that he'd never get rations or medicine. That's terrible, she said. Maybe. Pa told them to fuck off again and got a deep trawler habitat. The rest of us were born at 50th rang. She traced the lines of his face with slow fingers. Tell me. I'm not angry. Her expression was not wise or sympathetic. It was predatory, on the scent of a secret. You hate the government? He worried at the rough weave of their blanket, pinched at it, brushed at dirt and lint. No, he said finally. I agree with what they did. They took away rations and medicine from your family. He shook his head fractionally. The government didn't take away rations and medicine from all of us, just Jean-Eudes. But my pa said that if Jean-Eudes couldn't get rations and medicine, none of the Daquillons would. What did your mother say? She never said. I guess she loved her son as much as Pa does. I'm sorry, she said after some thought. There's only so much medicine, he said, working at the fabric again, conscious of the heat of her eyes on his face. There's only so much food. La Colonie needs every pair of hands to produce something, to earn their keep, to strap up their own suits. That wasn't a secret to anyone, least of all my father, when he emigrated here. If he'd been a man, he would have done the right thing. Abort your brother? Yep, he said with a quiver in his voice. He cleared his throat. Because of Pa's choice, we had to move into the parts of Venus that are like hell. My father wasn't man enough to bear his own pain, so he spread it over his children. My sister and her husband died down there, trying to make a living in the depths, and now my nephew Alexis is an orphan. I'm sorry. It's my father. You just punch Raymond. He traced the deep bruising around her eyes with his rough fingertips. She was fragile. He was fragile, and they huddled under a blanket, seeking animal warmth in high, cold clouds. I don't hate Jean-Eudes, Emile said. My big brother is the most innocent, gentle person I've ever known. I love him, but I hate myself for knowing my father picked the wrong path for all of us. He didn't have the right to put a curse on our family. She stroked his chest. Her face had become pensive. The hunter of secrets had found something she didn't know what to do with, and contemplated playing with her food. What would you choose now for your brother? She asked softly. I'd do anything to protect Jean-Eudes. I'd fight 100 Régions. Pa exiled us, but taught us one thing that's true. Family always comes first. That's noble, she said. You don't need to hate your own nobility. He chuckled, and his joints hurt again. That's not nobility. Gangsters have the same values. She laughed delightedly and stroked his cheek. I can imagine you as a gangster, she said, standing on corners, getting protection money. She smiled at her fairy tale. How often do you see your father? She asked. Last time I saw him was 5 years ago. Her eyes widened. What happened? He flattened her hands between his. Both of them traced the ropey red lines of acid scars on his hands with their eyes. These scars weren't artistic, just the terrible and inevitable injuries of living in the lower cloud decks. He'd survived his accidents by luck. I couldn't respect a man for making children pay for his choice, and he couldn't see how he'd hurt his family. And he didn't like my drinking or my getting high. He called me an alcoholic. She laughed delightedly. Tabarnak, if there's one place we need a drink, it's Venus, she said. He grinned. 50 kilometers down, she said wonderingly. You've lived wrapped in Venus. Literally, in Venusian life. He gave a short laugh. She took his hands and kissed all the raised acid scars one by one. It's beautiful, she said. You're beautiful. Her lips pressed against his, wet and hot. But you came up, she said. You came to the sun. Yeah. Why? If you could live deep. Deep is shitty, he said. It's not easy to stay alive down there, including your habitat. To keep someone alive, you have to hold up a 70-degree temperature gradient across the inside and outside, and a half an atmosphere of pressure. For the trawler, you've got to keep parasites from latching on. You've got to graft in extra capacitors to take off the electrical strain, polish all the valves daily because they're not evolved to work across a temperature gradient, and it goes on. And every few years, no matter what you do, something fails. "Could you maybe take me down?" she asked, "to visit?" "If we can find a habitat to visit that isn't my home. Pa also doesn't approve of poets or artists." She laughed. "You found the right crowd. We approve of poets and artists and fighter boys with scarred hands. I want to see the depths." He traced the hard line of her collarbone with his fingertip. "I'll show you any part of Venus you want." She laughed again. "You can't show me the surface. I've seen it." She rolled over him, putting her elbows on his chest so that her hair fell around them. "What?" "Pa brought me below all the clouds and hazes when I was 15. 31st wrong." "Osty," she whispered. Her eyes narrowed. "You saw it from 31 kilometers? I can't even imagine." If he'd known any of this interested Thérèse, he would have brought it up a lot sooner. Most of his time in the flotilla at 65th wrong, he felt like a country hick, disconnected from people who'd gone to school together, seen each other regularly, gone to the same festivals and parties. He'd run with a drinking, pot-smoking crowd for a while, until he'd worked up the courage to call himself a poet and meet other artists. They didn't exactly give him any better sense of belonging. He stopped taking it personally when he found out no one felt like they belonged. "What was it like?" she asked. "A lot like the pictures. Hadean, Stygian, blackened, endless, broken, sterile. Nothing can survive beneath 32nd wrong, not even Venusian life. It's the bottom of a living ocean and the top of a dead one." "But you've really seen her." He'd never thought about it in those terms. He'd seen Venus, but he hadn't seen Venus in the momentous experiential sense she meant. Could he see Venus again in her way? "I can show you other things," he said. "The transparent layers at Les Plaines and Grand Allée. Between the cloud decks you feel like you're flying, and you can see for kilometers, but all the world is sandwiched between two sheets of clouds. I can show you the storms where the thunder feels like it will break your bones, and lightning feels like it will blind you." He wanted her to say yes. He could show her, and he could imagine some habitat for them at an easier depth, like 52nd wrong, where the two of them could herd trawlers and grow food and make art. Artists could visit and stay and create in the clouds. The image in his mind grew clearer. She pouted. "I made such a big deal of knowing Venus, and I hardly know it at all. I haven't really touched it." "I would never have looked at it with my naked eyes if not for you," Emil said. "It was a high," she said, squirming her naked body a little higher so that her nose was above his, and her voice quieted. "But I feel like I'll never be close enough, no matter what I do. Like I'll never belong to Venus no matter how much I try. What did you feel?" Her red, Venus-marked eyes stared at him. "I felt that you touched Venus," he said, "that you belonged, and that through you, I belonged too." She softened, looked away shyly, and then kissed him. The world narrowed in the same awe-inspiring, swept-up-on-the-winds feeling he'd had when he'd stared upon Venus's clouds with naked eyes. Everything was more alive, a constant high. Then someone kicked him in the back. "Champion des épées," a woman's voice said behind him. His heart sank. Thérèse looked up, looking like it was her turn to punch someone. Emile held her hands. "Who are you, con?" Thérèse demanded. Emile rolled her beside him, wrapping her tighter in the blanket. "This is Marthe," he said, "my little sister." "The Kozovskal des Vents started venting today, Colon," Marthe said. She was red-faced, angry, still in her survival suit, sans helmet, hands on her hips in tight fists. "What?" he asked, sitting up. "You've only got a couple of jobs, Ostie de con," Marthe said. "Keep the habitat floating, harvest the crops. You're drunk or high most of the time, and I had to fix what you ought to have noticed weeks ago." "Ostie, who invited Buzzkill?" someone asked, rolling deeper under their blanket. Mart surveyed the storage room with the hard judgment he hated. "Gang de cave! Why don't you get to work?" she said, her voice echoing off the hard walls. "Thousands of people are working their asses off trying to keep us all alive, and you're just getting high and playing with acid." "Get started," Raymond said sarcastically. "We'll be along shortly." A few people snickered. It didn't matter to Mart. He could see it in her glare. Lazy people deserved only her contempt. "Get your fucking ass to the Kozop Skal," she said to Emil, "and go bow to stern and find every other wear spot, abrasion, and piece that needs fixing, primping, or replacing, and fix them." She glared at him for a few seconds, daring him to answer back. He felt his face going hot down to his chest, heat throbbing in his ears as everyone watched him. "Isn't that your slave, bitch?" someone said. "If there's that much work, why don't you do half of it?" Mart wasn't tall, but she had a head of steam going, and she was looking at these people the way Pa would have. "This is what he should have done over the last month. Until you get a job and do something useful for La Colonie, shut the fuck up!" No one else said anything. Mart spun, marched to the door, and slammed it closed after herself. He couldn't read Therese's expression. He didn't know her well enough. His face was hot, and his body felt cold. Wordlessly, he stood, grabbed his survival suit and helmet, and padded out naked. 8. It was 10 o'clock, and Alexis and Jean-Eudes were asleep. The walls of the Kozop Skal de Profondeur still glowed with some light from the clouds, but wouldn't for long. Venus rotated so slowly that each day lasted 88 Earth days, but that wasn't how les colonistes measured things. Those who lived in the habitats above the clouds at 65th rang circled Venus every 96 hours. They had 48 hours of bright daylight and 48 hours of auroras and misty starscapes. The winds at 48th rang circled Venus at a more stately pace, every 8 days, half in somber light, half in a dark gloom. Pascal liked sunsets and sunrises. He'd suited up and watched many of them from the gantry, sometimes with Pa, sometimes by himself. Venus had layers and secrets and ways of being that existed beyond what he could label, that only she understood. As her clouds reddened at sunset, that wavelength of light triggered hibernation responses and buoyancy surges in the photosynthesizers, like the ball-shaped blastulae, the onion-shaped rosettes, and even the aerial bacteria of the clouds. Only the trawlers carried their wakefulness into the dark, because they fed on the atmospheric static and storm lightning, indifferent to time. Venus never tolerated true darkness, though. On still nights, when lightning didn't backlight the clouds, wind eddies triggered directionless glows from bioluminescent aerial bacteria. The clouds became embers, throbbing with fairy glows of pink, turquoise, and pale lime. Some coureurs took them as Venus's welcome message to humanity. Others saw in these spectral glows will-o'-the-wisps to draw the unwary. Georges Etienne followed Pascal's look, then scanned the arc of the ceiling appraisingly, assessing the texture of the light. "About 4 more hours," he said. Then he turned back to the 3 data pads they'd placed side by side on the table to show Pascal's analysis. Pascal had found 2 or 3 small channels blowing into the main cave they'd entered with the camera. "A pressure sink," his father said wonderingly, "is incredibly valuable if we can find out how to use it." "It doesn't belong to us," Pascal said. "It sure as hell does. It belongs to La Colonie, Pa. That's the law. Most of the laws are bullshit," Georges Etienne said. "The law creates an artificial supply problem to keep metal and mineral prices high. Those are the laws we've got." "Which means our pressure sink belongs to the bank," Georges Etienne said, stabbing a finger at the still image on the pad in front of Pascal. "It's not like La Colonie can exploit or even explore it, Pa." "No, we'll explore it," Georges Etienne said. "And we're not sharing it with the corrupt government or the extortionists at the bank." "The probe nearly didn't survive," Pascal said. "Working remotely is too slow for the time we're in radio range." His father smiled meaningfully. "We don't take the probe." Pascal looked at him incredulously. "The bathyscaphe? Does it still even work?" "Of course it works," Georges Etienne said. "It just needed a bit of love. We can explore the cave from just outside, with the right equipment, and we can pull out that probe." "We? It'd be cramped, but we'll need both our brains on this one." His father's grin was infectious. A tiny, fearful thrill built in Pascal. He might see the real surface of Venus. "What about the Kozopskal de Profondeur?" "It runs mostly by itself," Georges Etienne said, "and can for 12 hours. And Alexis is here." Alexis is 10 years old," Georges Etienne said. "At 10, Chloé, Émile, and Marthe already maintained the habitat and even worked outside. At 10, I was programming tractors to plow hundreds of acres of fields." Pascal didn't roll his eyes. If half the stories his father told of his childhood were true, it was a wonder they'd been born. 12 hours felt like a lot, but the Kozopskal de Profondeur did just mostly float with the wind, and they could control some of its propulsion remotely if needed. The larger worry was losing some of their herd of trawlers. "We'll need to fit the bathyscaphe with cables and a remote set of manipulator arms and a camera," his father said. "And we should make a frame we can put around the probe or whatever it is. As we pull it out, it's going to hit the walls as hard as our camera did. I don't want to risk it coming loose or getting too dented." "The cable has to be really long, and the camera needs a stronger transmitter or even a repeater," Pascal said, warming to the topic. "And real radio recording equipment to listen for that signal." Georges Etienne laughed and clapped Pascal on the shoulder. 9. The next day passed quickly. Pascal had a lot of thinking to do. He had a natural aptitude for math and machines. Georges Etienne had gotten him all the electronic texts and virtual professors to study engineering. And not just any engineering. To survive in the clouds of Venus, they needed people as comfortable with electrical engineering as they were with aeronautical and aerospace engineering. And counterintuitively, the new Venusians even needed to understand the principles of marine engineering for anything they wanted to send all the way to the surface. He needed all of what he'd learned and more for what they were planning. The day bled out again, and Jean-Eudes and Alexis had gone to bed. Georges Etienne was too excited to sleep, and he'd gone back out to modify the bathyscaphe to Pascal's specifications. Pascal was restless, though. He looked at Maman's picture for a long time. She was beautiful, in the effortless way some people carried beauty. Her brown eyes looked out from the picture, one fractionally narrower than the other, under a clear forehead marred by a spattering of acid scars. Her lips were thin, smiling lopsidedly under a nose bent just so. She owned her gifts and flaws with the self-knowledge and self-acceptance that created beauty out of nothing. He wanted her confidence, the sui generis certainty of herself. He padded slowly to his father's empty room. There were few limits in their home, and nothing was secret about his father's room. Alexis romped in there as much as anywhere else in the habitat. Still, Pascal was grown up and felt strange about stepping in. But hanging on the curved wall in old discolored plastic was a dress, Maman's. Georges Etienne had preserved as much as he could of his wife from recycling and reuse, for himself and for his children. Jean-Mance's dress was both historical artifact and proof of life. Jean-Mance had lived. Maman had lived. Pascal brushed his fingertips across the crinkly plastic. The tightly woven hemp dress was dyed green, with pink and blue petaled flowers painted on the material with her own hands. This was her wedding dress, vivid, fertile, alive. Venus didn't have a lot of green, so it was a special color, something many colonists felt they themselves had brought to Venus. Human eyes expected to see green everywhere because they came from a green world. The absence of green from their new world made it fit strangely. Pascal carefully lifted the plastic. The vivid colors had faded, but still balmed the primitive, unthinking parts of his brain. His fingers found the tiny, inevitable melt marks, and then the buttons, which came undone only stiffly. The old fabric protested, but soon he held the dress before him. It didn't smell of maman. It smelled faintly of sulfur, like everything else in the habitat. He hugged it tightly, and then, without thinking it through, put it over his head and slipped his arms into the sleeves. His heart beat faster, and his fingers started to shake, faltering at the buttons. He took deep breaths and did one button slowly, then another. At 18, he wasn't much bigger than maman had been fully grown. The fabric creaked, but didn't break. His father's room had a sink and head with a mirror over it. He approached hesitantly. He brushed his hair with his fingers, imitating what he could of the way maman's hair had hung. Then, shyly, he looked in the mirror. He flushed deep red from neck to hairline. The dress looked good. A tiny elation grew in his chest, spreading through his body. His green eyes stared from beneath thin eyebrows. He had his mother's slightly bent nose, her light brown hair, her thin lips. He tried smiling like her, with one side of her mouth more than the other, and found it not so hard. He belonged. Loud laughing burst in the doorway, and Pascal's heart stopped. Jeannud stood in his underwear, eyes wide, laughing louder than Pascal had ever heard him laugh. Big, joyful, surprised, ridiculous guffaws, so hard that he collapsed against the door frame, sitting, holding his shaking belly. Pascal's mouth was dust. He was so embarrassed he thought he was going to pass out. "Jeannud," he said helplessly, but Jeannud rolled sideways onto the floor, still laughing. Pascal wanted to be angry, at being interrupted, at being seen. He felt like he should be angry, but his shoulders slumped. Jeannud's laugh was infectious. It was a little funny. Despite himself, Pascal began to laugh, softly at first, with a strange relief, and then harder, until he was sitting beside his brother, laughing until the laughing came in afterfits, like the smaller flashes of lightning that followed a storm. Jeannud panted like he'd been running. "You wore maman's dress," he said, trying to make his laughing fit come back. That was so funny." Jeannud giggled a bit more. Pascal rose and looked at himself once more in the mirror. He looked like his mother, but it wasn't Jean Motz staring back. Someone new and real and beautiful stared back at him. "That was so funny," Jeannud said. Pascal unbuttoned the dress. "Put it on for Papa," Jeannud said, sitting up. "Put it on for Alexis." Pascal shook his head and then gently lifted the dress over his head. "I might want to keep this a secret," he said. "Aw," Jeannud said. "Papa won't be mad. He'll laugh. It's so funny." He laid back onto the floor and his voice trailed off wistfully. "So funny." "Do you remember maman much?" Pascal asked. "I remember everything," Jeannud insisted, as he always did. "You're lucky," Pascal said, putting the dress back on its hanger. "I was too little to remember much about her. I've got the pictures, and this dress." His brother came close. "I can tell you everything about her," Jeannud said. "She liked finger painting. She made spicy food. We wrestled. She danced with me and Emile and Chloé. I can teach you." His face saddened. "I miss maman." Pascal pulled the plastic back over the dress. "Me too." "Is that what you put on maman's dress?" Jeannud asked. "I can tell you everything about her, okay?" "Oui." Jeannud hugged Pascal impulsively. His older brother still outweighed him, and sometimes gave breath-crushing hugs out of sheer enthusiasm. "Papa's going to laugh about the dress," Jeannud said. "Yes, he will," Pascal said with a sinking feeling. 10. Marthe took a seat and rolled herself a cigarette while she waited for the other members of l'Assemblée to arrive. She took a long drag and blew smoke upward, trying to dissipate the tightness between her shoulders. Emile hadn't changed. Pa hadn't changed. Only she had changed. She'd become Pa, and now she was yelling at Emile. Her exhaled smoke curled and dispersed into a gray fog. Smoke wasn't like the clouds. Cloud droplets were too big to stay suspended. Smoke particles were too small to see and seemed to defy gravity, like the particulate haze below 48th Wrong, where she'd spent a lot of her childhood. The end of her cigarette glowed bright red again, and she inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly. Pa's rages, and Emil's, and hers, all defied gravity too. It took them time to come down. 9 years ago she'd been 15 years old, crowded into the new Kozopskal des Profondeurs with Pa, Emile, Chloé, Mathurin, baby Alexis, Jeanne, and Pascal, impatiently learning all the things she was clumsy at, like patching suits. Alexis had been sleeping, rocked very deliberately by Jeanne, who watched Mart getting frustrated with Maman's survival suit. Maman had died about the time Alexis came into the world, and Mart had just grown big enough to fit into Maman's suit, if she could cut and seal a few parts. "Chris," she said, as the tiny blade slipped through the material and sliced her finger. "Are you okay?" Jeanne whispered. She sucked her finger, then watched the blood well. "Are you okay?" Jeanne asked again. "Quiet," she said impatiently. She kicked the suit away and squeezed her damn finger. Jeanne held his anxious silence. Chloé and Mathurin were out doing range work on the family's trawlers. Pascal sat across the habitat in the center of cable shavings as he whittled a set of wings for a survival-suited figure he'd made. "Have you been in here?" Pa's voice suddenly carried across the room. "What?" Emile asked evasively. Pa waved a small box in front of him. "You took my pot and tobacco?" "I didn't take it," Emile said plaintively. "Who did? Chloé? Mathurin? Mart?" Emile cast her a nervous glance. "Ciboire, not again. What an idiot." "I told you not to touch my goddamn stuff," Pa said. "You're not old enough and you haven't earned it." "I'm 16. Chloé was pregnant at 16. I work hard." "Chloé has always worked hard," Pa said, stepping closer to Emile. Emile was already a lot taller than Pa, but he shrank back. "You just about lost us a trawler last night." "No, I didn't. The transmitter was off on 115. If the wind had taken it a kilometer farther, it would have blown away with 30 kilos of metal and electronics." "Bebit," Emile said. Mart snorted. Emile cast her a quick, angry look. "Sarge," Pa said. "It wasn't Bebit. I fixed it. You know how? I turned the transmitter on. I told you 100 times. Double check. That's how we stay alive." "Shh," Jeanne whispered to them, gesturing frantically. "You'll wake the baby." "You never forgot anything," Emile said. "I double-check everything. That's why I'm still alive." Alexis did wake up, in the end, upsetting Jeanne. Emile was never smart enough to admit he was wrong. She didn't have to put up with their fighting much longer. The following year, Mart came to the upper atmosphere. She had now been running everything up here for the Daquillon family for the last 8 years, trading one set of fights for another. Her father couldn't even stand to look at La Présidente, and had nothing but contempt for most of the people living in the upper flotillas, indebted to the Bank of Palace. She missed her family, but she liked running the Kozopskal des Vents. Most of the deal-cutting on the black market came naturally to her, and she enjoyed the politics. The decisions of La Colonie to separate from Quebec had come a bit suddenly for everyone, including the separatistes. A scorned Quebec had been happy to cut its losses on the expensive Colonie. The Bank of Palace, smelling a banana republic, swooped in to offer loans that the new Venusians would never be able to repay. The entire population of Venus was only about 4,000, split between a dozen big habitats, about 200 mid-sized ones, and many dozens of small ones that could only house a few people each. All the constructed habitats floated in the upper atmosphere between the altitudes of 62 to 66 kilometers, above most of the clouds and most of the acid. The idealistic colonists on their quickly rusting habitats had created l'Assemblée coloniale, a mixture of legislature and executive, composed of all the heads of families or heads of habitats. A few hundred people lived as her father did, in the clouds and haze between 42 and 55 kilometers above the surface. They survived in bioengineered trawlers among herds of naturally occurring trawlers, from which they harvested electricity, high-energy chemicals, organics, water, and even some metal-rich volcanic ash. They were the coureurs des vents, the wind runners, a clever play on words from the coureurs des bois, the forest runners of Quebec's early history. Every habitat could send a delegate to the l'Assemblée, but this was impractical for many, so they gave their votes to other delegates. Marthe was the political delegate for her family's habitat, the Kosopskal des Vents, and she held a dozen proxy votes for other deep-dwelling coureur families. Not that votes helped much. The delegates from the big habitats tended to carry the day. Voting against them created bad blood that played out in La Colonie's black market of food, medicine, and parts. Her father's history and his criticism of the l'Assemblée never helped her, and her own occasionally voiced view that La Colonie was being incompetently managed didn't help either. Some gray-haired delegates filed in, chatting amiably or sending each other messages on pads. She got a few hellos, some genuine, some less so. Many delegates within radio range signed in to join the session remotely. On the other side of the hall, Angeline Gachel entered, followed by aides. Nearby delegates immediately pressed her with requests and questions. Gachel had systematized the politics of La Colonie. As a representative of one of the biggest habitats, she had resources to barter, largesse to share, and choke points to close, and she got on very well with the Bank of Pallas. Marthe took the last draw on her cigarette and crushed it out. 8 years ago, Gachel had negotiated new loan terms with the Bank of Pallas for the purchase of 10 new expensive habitats like the Baie Comeau. With this demonstration of her ability to deliver the goods to La Colonie, the vote to change the title of the chief executive from maire to président had passed with an overwhelming majority. La Colonie liked having a président. It made them feel like a real nation in a way that a mayoralty never had. The Daquillons knew Gachel more viscerally. 28 years ago, Gachel, as La Colonie's chief medical officer, had been the authority deciding the distribution of scarce medical resources. She'd been the one to tell Pa and Maman to abort Jean-Eudes, and when faced with refusal, had decided that La Colonie would not offer Jean-Eudes any medical resources ever. Gachel was the reason Marthe had been born in the clouds instead of above them. Marthe didn't mind that she'd been raised as a coureur, and she didn't mind that other families facing similar choices had decided differently. But she never forgot Gachel's choices, either. Like cigarette smoke and atmospheric hazes, some rages took a long time to come down. Gachel called the session to order. L'Assemblée voted through a series of tedious measures to correct bylaws, clarify legislation, and name new habitats to be delivered next year. Marthe voted electronically on each of these with her dozen votes, watching the oui-non votes shift in real time on a screen as delegates changed their minds or saw which way the winds blew. Marthe dispensed with her votes quickly on these, waiting for the economic statements. This might be the time when l'Assemblée finally said no to more loans from the Bank of Pallas. Gachel rose as graphs of debt repayment schedules flashed on screens and on their datapads. The projections showed a balanced budget in 6 years, with final repayment of La Colonie's loans in 2285, 30 years from now. The numbers looked far too optimistic, and Marthe dug into the footnotes, losing track of Gachel's argument for a few minutes. "Propose that we accept another loan from the Bank of Pallas," the Président said, "to bridge us over this last period of capital growth while we finish retooling our economy. The loan is conditioned upon La Colonie implementing austerity measures tied to education and health so that our full resources can be turned to industrial development, something we've never had a chance to commit to. We have political independence, but we have yet to achieve economic sovereignty. This is a map to turn Venus from a dependent state into an independent one." The applause ranged from polite to enthusiastic. Mart offered reserved claps. Too many missing pieces. A sizable payment to the bank was due shortly, and the maintenance costs were too optimistic. Austerity doesn't mean not investing in what is important, Gachel continued. It means being frugal with what we have, setting reasonable standards of living and cooperation, as any new colony and state must do during its youth. We need to increase industrial capacity in the production of our own building materials, taken from the atmosphere and harvested from the Venusian flora, so that we can use our scarce metals to cover our basic needs. In the meantime, we seek the authority of l'Assemblée to negotiate a new loan from the Bank of Pallas for the purchase of automated mining equipment for the exploitation of asteroid 3554 Amen, so that Venus will produce her own metals. The applause became loud, although a few like Mart looked dubious. 3554 Amen, as well as other iron-nickel asteroids, had been discussed a number of times. They couldn't afford it. Despite international treaties, made 100 years before Quebecois colonists had reached the clouds of Venus, the Bank of Pallas, the Bank of Ceres, and other banks had bootstrapped their own mining operations to set up mining bases on most inner-system asteroids. Thousands of asteroids were already being auto-mined and often refined, so that basic ready-to-use materials were sitting there waiting for customers. Venus certainly couldn't afford one of those. Other asteroids sat ready with dormant mining equipment. The time from activation to delivery might be 10 to 20 years, even if Venus could afford it. 3554 Amen was even more expensive, an in-between asteroid with some refined metals ready for shipping and delivery within 2 to 3 years, and more as mining machinery worked. It would put them further into debt with the bank. To buy into 3554 Amen, we need one more loan, one that we project paying off by 2285, Gachel said. The asteroid and its metals will make our children independent, and working together, being frugal, will free them from debt. More applause. Mart tried to dig into Gachel's numbers more quickly. At times like this, she wished Venus could afford neural implants. The numbers didn't add up. Gachel was either assuming nothing would ever break down again in the entire future of La Colonie, or that everything would work on the first try. La Colonie had plenty of experience with first tries. We have some immediate needs for parts and metals, Gachel continued, and we would be wise to consolidate some of our resources and expand using ones that don't require us to import new metals. Notably, I propose that l'Assemblée acquire 2 or more new trawler habitats to increase living space and industrial capacity. We would respectfully request that the Houdon family provide one at a very reasonable price, and another closer to cost, perhaps even as a gift during this time of everyone working hard to get us into prosperity. Mart felt her eyebrows rise. Across the hall, Marie-Pierre Houdon, her long blonde hair streaked with strands of white, flushed. Marie-Pierre was about 40, reasonable and hard-working, with a small family. She grew bioengineered trawler habitats and traded them for all sorts of supplies, food, water, and medicine. The problem was that all happened in black market trading with the families of coureurs. As far as the law went, private property was still a vague concept in a communally rationed colonie. It would be hard to say no or to negotiate a good deal now that Gachel had stirred up l'Assemblée. The Président rarely put Mart on any committee or study of consequence, but Mart would try to get on the committee looking at squeezing 2 new trawlers out of Houdon. This doesn't sound above board, she direct messaged Houdon. Houdon didn't make a sign that she'd read it. And we have to start being more aggressive about recovering salvageable materials from aging dirigible habitats, Gachel said. This is a necessary cost-saving measure. For now, it will only be necessary for l'Assemblée to nationalize one habitat, the Kozapskal Devon. Mart bolted straight and almost dropped her pad. The Kozapskal Devon has only 2 inhabitants, produces food for only 4, and requires replacement parts regularly. Yet it contains 41 tons of iron, nickel, aluminum, copper, solar cells, plastics, and many other materials that can be used to maintain several dozen larger, more efficient habitats. The 2 members of the Zakirov family will be offered new accommodations within La Colonie. Mart's heartbeat thumped in her throat. Gachel had landed some powerful rhetorical blows, all slightly twisted. The food production of the Kozopskal des Vents was low because they lacked materials to insulate the outer envelope on 4 big segments, and Emile had not been carrying his weight. The replacement parts demand was true, in part because the administration had for so long starved the Zakirov family of parts. What they got on the black market wasn't enough. And it was true that only 2 people lived in a habitat that could probably fit 3 times as many. The rest of the Zakirov family lived in the lower cloud decks as a form of protest. There was a larger danger in this than even losing her home. Without the Kozopskal des Vents, it was unlikely that Marthe would remain a delegate to l'Assemblée. The Kozopskal des Profondeurs had no delegate, also out of her father's protest against the government. If Marthe was moved to another habitat, that habitat would already have its delegate. She could then no longer hold the votes of other families. Gachel had figured out how to crush Marthe and the Zakirovs politically. 11. Georges Etienne did not comment on the dress the next day when Jean-Eudes carped about it, dropping Alexis into a fit of astonished giggles. All he said was, "You should have seen the silly things Marthe did," which steered the conversation into other directions. Marthe was the wisest of them, but most of Georges Etienne's stupid children's stories starred young Marthe to everyone's delight. But Georges Etienne wasn't in much of a storytelling mood. Shortly he clapped the breakfast finished to get Alexis moving. Pascal and Jean-Eudes cleaned up the galley. Then Jean-Eudes brought out Pascal's repaired survival suit, while Pascal reviewed the mission profile he'd developed. Jean-Eudes was a small wonder with patches and seals. He was deliberate about checking the strength and impermeability of every stitch and seam. He'd already checked Pascal's suit twice after patching the tears on the thighs, but insisted on doing it once more. Pascal said he didn't have to. "Keep you safe," Jean-Eudes grumbled. Pascal leaned his head closer. "What's wrong, buddy?" he said in a low voice. Jean-Eudes was pouting. "Come on," Pascal said. Jean-Eudes cast a look at Georges Etienne, slightly red-faced, as he drilled his grandson on habitat procedures again. Alexis was looking flustered. "Are you mad that we are going on a mission?" Pascal asked gently. "When am I going to be in charge?" Jean-Eudes said, not so quietly. "I'm 27. Alexis is only 10. I'm his uncle." "I know, Jean-Eudes," Pascal said. "He's not exactly in charge. You have a smart nephew, and he's good at math. This is a big test for him. Keeping a whole habitat and herd in place against the wind is a big job. He's going to have to measure wind angles, calculate course corrections, and fix any equipment that breaks." "I can fix the valves," Jean-Eudes said in a low voice. "And the computer says where to go. I could steer if the computer tells me where." Pascal put his hand on Jean-Eudes' arm. "Did you feel this way when I started running things?" "No," Jean-Eudes said. "You're my brother. Baby brother." "He's my nephew. He's not Chloe. He's not Emile. He's not you. I don't want him bossing me around. I'm his uncle." "Are you proud of how smart he is?" "Oui," Jean-Eudes said sullenly. "You've had a big hand in raising him, Jean-Eudes. You changed his diapers. You washed him. You played with him. You taught him how to check valves and fix suits and clean up. But he's growing up." Jean-Eudes scratched at his beard and brooded at the patched and repatched survival suit on the table. "How do you think Pa felt before he put Marthe in charge of the Kozopskal des Vents to represent us all in l'Assemblée?" Pascal asked. Jean-Eudes stared blankly. "It was probably hard for him to realize that his daughter was better than him at dealing with people," Pascal said. "Pa just makes people angry." Jean-Eudes gave a tiny snort and smiled. "But Pa is happy she's up there," Pascal said, "and he's proud of her. And he's proud of what he did to make her who she is. I don't want to be bossed around by my nephew." "Look at them," Pascal said. Jean-Eudes followed his look to where the talk between Alexis and his grandfather had become heated again. Alexei's eyes were downcast, and his face pinkened. Georges Etienne's words didn't carry, but their tone was insistent. Alexei is probably going to be pretty frazzled the first time it's all on him, Pascal said. He's going to be worried and nervous and scared of making a mistake. It's a tough job. Jeannot grunted. Knowing his uncle believes in him will make it less scary. Jeannot sighed loudly, twice. You're a good brother. So are you. Their father strode over. Still on the other side of the habitat, Alexei was rereading charts on his pad. You ready? Georges Etienne said. Oui, pa, Pascal said. Suit up, then. Pascal slapped his brother's back, rose, and took the suit. 12. The inside of the bathyscaphe was claustrophobic, a tight cylinder of acid-resistant steel so thick that even 100 atmospheres of pressure wouldn't crush it. A single long couch lay inside, with the head facing a single piece of fishbowl-shaped diamond, built over years by hard-working nanomachinery in the depths of the atmosphere, where the heat and pressure helped. The back of the little craft was devoted to rows of small Stirling engines. They couldn't do more than keep the inside of the bathyscaphe around the boiling point of water, so their survival suits, rated to 150 degrees for short periods of time, had to keep them alive. Short wings on the sides of the bathyscaphe made it a small aircraft with a propeller to the aft, like a torpedo. Georges Etienne pointed the nose down, and they began a stomach-lurching drop. They were surrounded by most of the metal wealth their family owned, their last resort if they ever needed to trade away metal for medicine, but also their secret tool for going deep below the clouds to recover things on the surface. It was the most exciting, frightening thing Pascal had ever seen or done. They plummeted through the last 15 kilometers of the subcloud haze, streams of vapor whipping past the front glass in the steadily heating wind. The temperature outside had risen from 90 to 200 degrees Celsius by the time they finally broke through to the clear air below 30 kilometers. Gloomy red light showed gray mountains, old lava channels, and wrinkled volcanic plateaus beneath them. It was difficult to hold the House des Profondeurs in one place against fast winds in the lower decks, so Georges Etienne had decided to turn their fall speed into flight speed and race ahead of the habitat. They would reach Diana Chasma an hour before the habitat did. Alexei would slow the House des Profondeurs as soon as they were away. You sure they'll be okay? Pascal asked. They're both good boys. I left you alone for the first time at that age. Georges Etienne pulled up on the stick. Ailerons moved, and the bathyscaphe switched from free fall to a gliding descent, racing along at 300 kilometers an hour. They shook in the straps as they crossed columns of hot volcanic gas. Venus was wrinkled, covered with an unending field of rubble broken from cooling, contracting lava flows. The basaltic highlands of Alta Regio passed serenely beneath them. Silvery frosts accented the black and brown of the highest peaks. By the time they'd dropped to 15 kilometers, the temperature outside had risen to 350 degrees. 30 atmospheres pressed against the outside of the bathyscaphe. Small dark clouds with shining highlights came into view near the surface, vaporized lead sulfide that sometimes even rained. Georges Etienne spoiled the airflow over the wings, dropping their speed and altitude as Diana Chasma came into view far ahead. Soon he pointed at something too small to see. There, he said. Pascal couldn't see the cave any better than his father, but they knew it was there. Georges Etienne extended the spoilers further. The bathyscaphe shuddered, and the wind outside moaned louder. They entered a wide bank, slipping to bleed off altitude and speed. The surface of Venus rose to meet them, until he could look horizontally ahead to see the highland peaks of the wrinkled gray Coroni. The frisson of unease crept along Pascal's spine. He'd never been close to any solid surface, and had never had mountains and rock around him. Even from 5,000 meters above the bed of Diana Chasma, a weird claustrophobia crept upon him. His breath came quickly. "Ça va?" Georges Etienne asked. "Oui," Pascal said breathlessly. "Is this what it felt like on Earth?" His father grunted a low laugh. "Not at all." Their banking turns tightened, and the movement of the vast stone edifice beneath gave him vertigo. The clouds weren't like this. They moved constantly, shifted from one vague shape to another, but in a way every cloud was the same cloud. This Venus was disorientingly hard and sharp-edged. The world darkened as the mountains, and finally the walls of Diana Chasma itself, occluded horizon light. It took some time to notice the quiet outside the bathyscaphe as it continued to slow down. The wind became so soft that the creaking complaints of joints and seams sounded louder and louder. The centimeter of diamond they peered through made tiny crinkling noises. The centimeter-thick steel of the craft resounded as it heated up, magnified as if their craft was a drumhead. At 200 meters above the surface, they'd stopped flying. The propeller churned behind them as if they rode a tiny submarine through an ocean. The gigantic cliff face rose before them. Slightly west of them was the mouth of the cave. Their cave. If they cut their forward speed, they would slowly sink. Georges Etienne brought the bathyscaphe nearer and nearer, and they began to notice the cross-current dragging them toward the cliff face and the cave mouth. Georges Etienne turned the bathyscaphe into the current and throttled forward full speed on the propeller. Their ground speed dropped to 0, and they slowly sank, holding above a single point on the ground. Pascal was already bringing the first of their new modifications to bear. Out of a forward tool hatch, a cable shot out on the end of a micro-torpedo. The torpedo dragged the cable around a big, immovable boulder, and then looped back to the bathyscaphe. The manipulator arms they'd installed under the craft recovered the micro-torpedo and attached the cable. Pascal's readings said that the two ends of the cable were firmly attached to the stern, and the loop had been secured under the boulder. "We're good, Pa," Pascal said. At least he hoped they were. His father cut the throttle, and the current carried the bathyscaphe along, turning it until the cables jerked taut. "Sapristi, that wasn't gentle, was it?" Georges Etienne said. The cave mouth stared them in the face. Silt blew past them on the wind, moving as it would on an ocean current. The mouth yawned large, 20 meters across in a canted oval. They bobbed gently as the current washed over the creaking bathyscaphe back to front. Beyond the little window was Venus herself, naked in her gray and black basaltic glory, close enough to touch. She was beautiful and deadly, life-giving and ugly, aspects she reconciled without apparent difficulty. To each side, the bottom of Diana Chasma extended, 100 kilometers wide, with sharp edges that rose dizzyingly beyond the angle of their diamond porthole. In the distance, on the highlands, a smudgy column of smoke arched as it rose, tilting westward. His father slapped his arm. "Let's get moving," Georges Etienne said. "It's already 110 degrees in here. The insulation isn't as good as I thought." Georges Etienne used the manipulator arms to assemble a prefabricated cage made of the stiff, acid-resistant and heat-resistant cable that Pascal had managed to save from the trawler they'd lost. It was built to fit the triangular probe in their photos. A tripod of powered manipulator arms would ride with it, controlled remotely from the bathyscaphe. And they used a trick Pascal had thought up. A small plate, no larger than a hand, was affixed to the end of the cage. That little patch, in the current of supercritical carbon dioxide, would drag like a drogue chute, pulling the cage all the way down to the triangular probe and keeping it oriented. Pascal unspooled a second cable, tied to a good high-temperature multispectrum camera with a high-temperature memory wafer. In the same mounting were a radio receiver and recorder to follow the comms emissions they'd found. Between them were mounted two powerful lights, a main and a spare. They would see and record everything this time around. It took 15 minutes in the gentle bucking of the current to assemble and ready their payloads. Georges Etienne unspooled the cable, letting the current drag the cage in. Pascal played out the cable carrying the camera, keeping it always 5 meters behind. The harsh white light showed walls of erosion-polished basalt. About 20 meters in, they found the first of the cave branch points that they'd inferred from the grainy, dark pictures of the first strip. The second current fed the main one, widening it. "We'll call that branch B," Pascal said. First the cage, then the camera shuddered around the first bend, knocking against the walls of the eddy. All they could do was feed out the cables faster and hope nothing important had been damaged. They found the source of the turbulence and eddying, too. "We'll call that branch C," Pascal said. "And there's your branch D," Georges Etienne said. Pascal stopped unspooling his cable, leaving the camera in one spot in the cave as he turned its lens and light 90 degrees, and then in a complete circle to survey the edges of the cave. The diameter of what he was going to call the main branch was about 40 meters across now. The current flowed at about 25 kilometers per hour here. It was an enormous river of supercritical carbon dioxide. Pascal briefly wondered where all of it was going, and even why it didn't noticeably deplete Venus's atmosphere. But that was absurd, a failure of human reason to fully absorb the size of Venus. She was nearly the size of the Earth, and her ocean covered the entire surface. This cave was big to him because his entire home would fit in here without touching the walls, but this was just a small river. And Venus blasted thousands of tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere from volcanoes and hot vents every day. Her immense ocean of an atmosphere could never run dry, and she was too big ever to understand. They paid out more cable. The cage danced ahead in the camera view, shaking worse as it approached the wall, where the current pulled ferociously. The smoothness of the eroded surface prevented the carbon fiber cage from being abraded or smashed, and it went out of sight. Pascal unspooled 10 meters of cable, fast enough for the camera to be swept around the projection without even touching it, jerking to a halt in the eddy beside the cage. Stray currents tugged at them, but for the most part the cage and camera hung in the becalmed carbon dioxide. Just beneath lay the dusted outline of one of their mysteries. "Your show, Pa," Pascal said. "How fast can you get that scrap packed?" "Watch me," he said. "I've been retrieving stuff in Stormwind since before you were born." "Ha!" Pascal said. "Old man." Georges Etienne got the manipulator arms to spider-walk themselves out of the bottom of the cage and searched along the wall of the big dark eddy until he found a fissure that had not been sanded smooth by erosion. It stuck one manipulator there and reeled the whole cage down into even calmer parts of the eddy near the silt-covered triangle. A sense of impending discovery filled Pascal. His father's breath rasped in his earpiece around moments of breathless concentration. The manipulators ended in 3 flat fingers, which could also be configured like a propeller. Georges Etienne turned one of them on, and the twirling finger blades pushed the hyper-thickened atmosphere of Venus like water. The new current stirred pebbles and sand and silt, clouding the eddy, obscuring their view. Gradually, though, the silt rose high enough to be drawn away by the main stream. Pascal pointed the light and camera down, zooming the view. "Sapristi," Georges Etienne whispered. The clearing silt revealed a flat, brown-gray isosceles triangle 4 meters long and about 3 wide. Raised lumps studded the base segment, like the stomata on trawlers and rosettes, with a few located symmetrically on its forward edges. A large glassy lens capped its front apex. "What the hell did the Russians or Americans send down here?" Georges Etienne said. "It's not a wing," Pascal said. "There's no curvature to make an airfoil. It's just flat. That doesn't make sense if they wanted it to explore Venus's atmosphere." The bathyscaphe creaked again. "We'll think at home," Georges Etienne said. The manipulator arms opened the cage. In the meantime, Pascal turned to the radio receiver and looked quickly at the data. "The radio source is still deeper in the cave system," Pascal said. "Something is being transmitted up. A repeating burst every 0.223 seconds, like a code." Georges Etienne grunted, directing one manipulator arm to gently lift the nose side of the triangular probe. More silt clouded into the eddy. He moved the edge of the cage nearer. Maybe it's a distress signal, or a hail looking for a confirmation, Georges Etienne said. A distress signal wouldn't be coded. Depends how secret this probe was, Georges Etienne said. This thing was obviously damaged. Maybe its flight recorder or even its CPU broke, and it was carried deeper by the current. Pascal was sweating now. 130 degrees in the bathyscaphe. The old Stirling engines were cooling poorly now, and his suit couldn't keep him at normal body temperature for long. He drank from the plastic straw in his helmet. The power of this signal is in the megawatt range, Pascal said, even after reflecting off who knows how many twists and turns in here. Why would they overpower a transmitter that much? What's its power source? This probe has been collecting dust for years, maybe decades. Georges Etienne stopped slipping the edge of the cage under the probe. He had a look in his eye. In the early days, a lot of long-mission probes were powered by plutonium and uranium, he said. Do you know how valuable that is? Pascal felt himself sharing his father's grin. This was big. An antique probe sent by one of the early spacefaring powers. A coded radio signal. Radioactives they could salvage for power. It was like a lost treasure. As soon as you finish caging that thing and you don't need the light, I'll start sending the camera deeper, Pascal said. I've got another 400 meters of cable. If it's plutonium or uranium, then maybe a power plant from a bigger facility or probe is down there. Georges Etienne slipped the cage base under the triangular probe and gently lowered the top of the cage. The manipulator arms closed the clasps and latches. I'm going to start pulling it up, Georges Etienne said. Go ahead with the camera. One problem, Pascal said. I think we've run out of time. It was 140 degrees inside the bathyscaphe. Duviassard didn't spend a lot of time on the surface, did she? 40 minutes, Georges Etienne said. I've made some improvements, but 40 minutes. We might not even have time to bring up the probe, Pascal said. I'm spooling as fast as I can. Pa, how risky do you want to play this? What do you have in mind? Pascal did some quick calculations and showed them to his father and explained his plan to stop the rising temperature for maybe 15 minutes. Vierge, Georges Etienne swore. It'll hold? It's a big boulder. His father looked at the numbers for a long time. His face was awash in sweat. Probably 40 degrees in his suit already. Venus was slowly cooking them. You don't refuse to eat when you sit at Venus's table, Georges Etienne said finally. Pascal unwound the cable at the stern of the bathyscaphe, the one binding them to their boulder. The bathyscaphe approached the yawning cave mouth in slow jerks. 20 meters. 10. Neither of them needed to mention that if the cables didn't hold, they'd crash somewhere on the inside of the cave. The diamond porthole darkened as the edge of the cave yawned past them. The bathyscaphe shuddered in the current. No big changes outside yet. Pascal turned on the exterior lamp, lighting the black surfaces. They advanced another 20 meters and came to the end of their cables. The temperature had dropped here. The current was moving so fast that the pressure dropped, too, which cooled the carbon dioxide flowing past them. The little shell around them vibrated gently, but held. The temperature inside the bathyscaphe was 141 degrees, but had stopped rising. Calvaire, his father swore. Never thought I'd be under the surface of Venus. Dropping the camera further in, we've probably got another 10 minutes. Pascal unspooled more cable for the camera and lamp. The image bobbed and spun as it was recaptured by the main current. The pressure and temperature around the camera kept dropping. 300 degrees, 250. Then the rushing current started behaving like a gas again. 5 minutes, Georges Etienne said. The view from the camera bumped and rocked and occasionally spun. At one turbulent point, the manipulator arms nearly lost their grip and dangled from one set of fingers. The other arms didn't manage to relatch until Georges Etienne pulled the whole bundle through the turbulence of one of the turns. The cage and probe smashed hard. Pascal's camera twirled in the churn, down another turn in the cave. Not all the rock was the same. Basalt, soft with heat, eroded more quickly than a second type of rock Pascal was seeing but not recognizing. Magma had probably covered this whole area, including some older rocks. The decades and centuries of current had carved where it could cut most easily. Who knew how many bends there were? The spinning camera emerged in the next eddy, trapped there until he paid out more cable. He didn't have much left. The pressure had dropped a lot around the camera, and the temperature too, but the current flowed at over 200 kilometers per hour. The twisted cable took a while to slowly unspin itself, and one of the bumps had jarred the camera angle 90 degrees to the side, so the unwinding produced a lighthouse view of this new space. "What's that?" Georges Etienne asked. Pascal had been staring hard at his screen, trying to figure out just that question, despite the spin. The cave walls were dark and distant, but a sixth of each arc showed a region of salt and pepper silt. Under the silt were triangular shapes, 8 or 10 or even 12. The eddy was quite large, and the camera angle wasn't very good. The silt was not as deep here, and some of the triangular shapes were only lightly dusted. The camera slowly ended its rotation and stared at the shapes. The closest one looked exactly like the one Georges Etienne was hauling up. They were all the same size. Some had cracked outer casings and even jagged holes. "Why did they send so many?" Pascal asked. "Who sent them down here?" "One probe is something," Georges Etienne said, "a fluke. But what country sends down 10, all in one cave, unless they're after something?" "We only see the wrecks of their tries," Pascal said. "They must have gotten what they wanted." His father humphed and kept reeling in the cage. "If they hadn't got what they wanted, they'd still be here. Any country could have claimed Venus before Quebec did. The Americans, the banks, China, and Egypt got to every good place before we got a say." "The radio signal is farther on," Pascal said. Georges Etienne pointed meaningfully at the internal temperature of the bathyscaphe. 142 degrees. And Pascal eyed the time. Alexis would be able to hold the House of Styx de Profondeur in place for a while, but no one could keep it there forever. If he and Pa stayed too long down here, making their rendezvous with the House of Styx de Profondeur would get complicated, since neither Alexis nor Jean-Eudes knew enough to take out a little flyer safely. And Pascal and Georges Etienne couldn't ask for help without people finding out they had the bathyscaphe. The weird radio distress call still bleeped, more powerful deeper in the cave. "In a few minutes the salvage will be up," Georges Etienne said. "How long will it take to pull us out?" "Not too long," Pascal said, paying out more cable on the camera. The view skimmed over the graveyard of wrecked probes. The lamp showed the outlines of 15, 20. "What were they looking for?" Pascal whispered. He gave slack to the camera. The main current swept it along. The cave ahead widened into dark. The pressure dropped to only a few atmospheres, and the temperature dropped into the liquid water range. Then the pressure and temperature readings stopped working. They had dropped below the range of what the camera could measure. The radio signal was stronger. "Got it," Georges Etienne said. The probe was only 8 meters ahead of the bathyscaphe. "We have to go, Pascal," he said. "Pa." The feed from the camera showed stars. Thousands and thousands of stars in the cold black of space. 13. Émile was clinging to the outside of the House of Styx devant when he spotted the approaching flyer. There was no way to know who it was, but he knew the way his sister flew, and it wasn't marked. Less elegant, less economical. They never received visitors in this shitty old habitat. It would take the flyer another 10 minutes to get here, and it was a pain in the ass to get up the side of the envelope of their dirigible, so he worked faster, rubbing in an oil that contained a base to neutralize any acid that managed to get this high in the atmosphere. The job also allowed him to check for leaks or wearing in the fabric of the plastic. It was mind-numbing in the worst way. The whole envelope of the dirigible was multi-layered. The first inner layer was gray-black carbon weave, containing oxygen and nitrogen at pressures far lower than the ambient pressure of this altitude. The inner envelope was covered with solar cells to generate electricity to run engines, life support, and small-scale industry. The solar cells rarely got damaged, so he rarely had to check them. A second layer of transparent plastic fiber surrounded the dirigible. It was pressurized to half an atmosphere and filled with greenhouse trays, crops, algae tanks, and photosynthetic bioreactors. The gardens on Kosopskal-Devant had overgrown, and he'd better get in there soon to harvest, replant, and refertilize. La Colonie had people, but not a lot of metal for automation, so a lot of the crops grew on elbow grease. In the case of Kosopskal-Devant, his hands and Mart's. Whatever they grew was more than enough to feed him and Mart, but because of his father's stand against the government, all the real food for his father, Pascal, Alexis, and Jean-Eudes was dropped down by drone from here. The flyer was definitely headed for him. He'd covered about an eighth of the outer surface of the envelope. Whatever, he could finish it tomorrow. He climbed back up the ropes and ladders to the work area and flat landing platform on the roof. He arrived just as his visitor flared their gauzy wings and alighted unsteadily on 2 feet. He reached a steadying hand, and Thérèse hugged him. His heart leapt. He helped remove her wings and tied them down. Then they cycled through the airlock and down the ladder through the envelope to the tight living area in the gondola. They removed their helmets. Her blood-filled eye had mostly cleared to pink, and the once black eye bruising was almost unnoticeable. She slinked closer and kissed him. "Have you been doing enough work to keep your sister off your back?" she asked. "I haven't been high for days," he said. "Got a joint?" She hefted a pack on her waist, smiling. "Is your sister around?" "Of course not. She's off with L'Assemblée." "What does L'Assemblée even do?" Talk. They should get to work. Peel me out of this thing?" He kissed her and began unsealing her suit. She returned the favor, then pulled a small bag of weed out of her pack and rolled them a joint. He pulled her to his tiny living space and hooked his hammock into eyelets on the walls. She lit the joint and took a long draw. He watched her longingly. Then it was his turn. He filled his lungs. It was like inhaling skunky food. Officially, drugs were verboten on Venus, but with so many distant habitats floating in a great armada, the government couldn't enforce much. Despite this, no one had gotten the recipe right. The sulfuric taste of Venus made its way into most of what they grew. The taste could be hidden with good cooking, but no such luck for weed. A light buzz crept over him. He exhaled, satisfied. Thérèse was laying carbon stencils on the hammock, beside a personal first aid kit and a small glass bottle with a tiny brush in the cap. "What's this?" "Aciding," she said. "It's a new stencil I want. Do you want the same one?" She touched his forearm, where raised red welts erupted like a bare mountain range from the dark hair. He and Chloe and their father had been trying to tie a new gantry under the then-new habitat, what was now the Kosopskal de Profondeur. There hadn't even been an accident, just a pinhole piercing of the suit's arm, just from wear and tear. He'd felt the burning and thought it had been a small one. An hour later, when the pain got worse and they all went in, they found a blistered redness the size of his palm. It was stupid, not paying attention, something a 15-year-old would do. Thérèse loved to run her fingers along his scars. After he'd shucked his self-consciousness about them, he loved letting her. Thérèse mostly lacked those marks of Venus's touch. Her leanness bore only a few acid burns and parallel lines of blade scars, old and fresh, along the inside of her forearm. But deliberate aciding scars coiled up her arms and legs. Artists had applied acids to her body with stencils in the shapes of vines and leaves, nature that didn't exist here. Thérèse wore these as an evocation to Venus, the kind of thinking behind sympathetic magic. The aciding artists timed the neutralizing step to get the right burn depth, and they could texture the burns by applying faint, thin lines, or hatching, or by weakening the acid with additives. The only thing they could not control was the color of the scars. The vines coiling up her arms and legs assumed the same color as every other scar he'd seen. Red. Venus, only inked in blood. "Something's changing," she said, running her hands up the earthly vines. "These were meant for bringing life from another world to here. It's time for me to worship this world. Looking on Venus with unfiltered eyes was the first step. We need to take what is hers, take her beauties, and honor her with those totems on our bodies." She ran her hands over her naked hips meaningfully, although he wasn't sure of her meaning. He picked up one of the stencils. It was flexible carbon, about 20 centimeters long, with a cutout of a trawler's silhouette. The garlic bulb shape, bloated and distended, with a few lines left in to give it stylized depth, connected in a straight, narrow line to the outside of a bob. He knew the image well. He'd grown up in one. She put the joint between his lips, and he sucked deeply. "I'm thinking of putting that one right here," she said, indicating her shoulder, running her fingertips down to her elbow. "Have you ever seen a trawler?" he asked, taking the joint from his lips. She shook her head. He handed the joint back to her. "Trawlers are enough to make you believe in a god or goddess," he said. "They're so elegant. They make so much sense that it's hard to believe that nature made them. The intention and belonging behind them are palpable." She butted out the joint and put the remains carefully back in her pouch. "They float in complete silence," he said. 48 kilometers of dark, poisonous, baking atmosphere beneath them. 30 kilometers of bright, poisonous, cooling atmosphere above them. Nothing around them but clouds and haze. They bob up and down, triggering the release of static between clouds, feeding themselves on the electricity of embryonic storms. "I want to see one," Therese said. "But they're not always quiet," he continued, with a longing pang in him. "When a storm is coming, some winds can set their cables vibrating, resonating like a guitar string, and a trawler will play a single solid note for 20 minutes as it comes upon the storm. And every length of cable is different, and so they all have slightly different notes, like a choir." "They sing to Venus?" she said wonderingly. "Worshipping her?" "Down there the pressure is 2 or even 3 atmospheres, and it's all heavier carbon dioxide, and hotter, so the notes travel quick and far, a lot farther and louder than they would up here." "Why haven't you shown me your poetry?" There was nothing mocking in her eyes, and yet he held back, shy about what he had inside, what he tried to create. "C'est de la marde. You have the soul of a poet. Venus doesn't need poets," he said. "It needs people to look for leaks." "Venus needs poets more," Therese said. "It needs painters, even if the only canvases we have are ourselves." He picked at the other stencils. One was a sphere, what they'd always called a blastula. More beautiful yet was the stencil outlining a rosette, which was like a small trawler, but with a stumpy hanging tail and a frond rising from its peak like the leaf from an apple stem. "Do you want to acid me?" she asked. "I'm not that kind of artist," he said. "I wouldn't want to make a mistake." "You won't make a mistake," she said. "Then I'll acid you." He considered the stencil of the trawler. He'd been born in a trawler. "Do me first," he said, handing her the stencil of the trawler. "We're doing this for Venus," she said, "so you have to tell me something true about yourself." He shrugged to cover sudden unease. He wasn't as interesting as Therese. He wasn't as interesting as most of her crowd. "Voyons," she said, wiping his arm with a damp cloth. "You're not a good boy. Did you get into a lot of trouble when you were little?" "I was never little." She laughed. "Tell me a bit." She laid the stencil against his arm. Spatter burns marred his right upper arm, but his left, from shoulder to elbow, was pristine. She stood beside him, and her nose came up to his triceps. Her fingers were cool and appreciative, but her breath was warm. Her nearness felt like being surrounded in a different kind of cloud, one that had nothing to do with buzz from the joint. "I don't know. When I was 18 and Mart was already up here, Pa found out I'd traded stuff away for some hash." Therese giggled. "What's the problem?" "We didn't have much. I hid my own food and later on traded it away with a coureur at 50th wrong we intercepted every few months. His daughter had gotten hash from up here. Pa was angry I'd traded away my food when Pascal and Chloe and Alexis were hungry. I didn't think they were hungry. He was angry I was doing harder drugs, but he was apoplectic that I'd managed to organize it all without him knowing. I'd sent secret messages using a radio relay on one of our trawler herd. He's a paranoid bastard and was probably worried about the government knowing where we were. I bet he liked how sneaky you were, she said. You could earn his love through drug drops. I don't want anything from him. Certainly not his love, Emile said derisively. Thérèse pressed the stencil against him and held the little paintbrush. You don't care if it hurts? She said. He shook his head. Sometimes only hurting can make us feel alive, she said. She pressed her lips to the skin not covered by the stencil on his shoulder. That skin would soon be gone, and what came after wouldn't feel anything. He didn't know if he was numb, but he understood what she meant. Sometimes pain was like a light by which to see the soul. He didn't fit anywhere, neither in the clouds nor in the sun, not in his family, not outside of it, not sober, not high, not drunk. Except around Thérèse. They'd only met a couple of months ago, and now she was painting Venus on him. The tiny brush tickled his skin, leaving cold and stinging hot in its wake. The sting continued to his nostrils. Sulfur and sulfur dioxide, and the smell of oxidizing flesh. He didn't flinch. He'd felt worse. She dipped the brush in the bottle, dabbed it off, and dragged it further down the stencil. His skin reddened. This was just before blistering. Leaving it on would char the skin black as the acid dissolved its way into the fascia and muscle. From the first aid kit, Thérèse pulled out a burn pad soaked in sodium bicarbonate paste and an ice pack. She carefully dabbed at the burn, neutralizing the acid, and pressed the ice pack against dying skin. She took away the stencil and continued to dab with the base cloth and cool with the ice pack. It looks so good, she said. It stung. He knew acid burns. It would sting for hours. He raised his arm to see. The line of the trawler's cable was straight, following the topography of his muscle. The mark was angry red right now, but would calm. She laid a dressing along the new mark and then gently wound a bandage around his arm. She stroked the arm lovingly. You're worshipping her now. You already have in your own way, she said, touching the ropey old scars on his hands and then kissing them. But now it's more true, more meaningful. He pulled her close and kissed her. You're worshipping her too? I don't feel it. He touched the still bruised skin under her eyes. You gave Venus her due, he said. You created worshippers out of nothing. She must love you. She shook her head, stroking the low scars on his right arm. To get souls, to belong to the earth, our ancestors paid in pain and blood over hundreds of millennia. We're the ancestors here, nearly the first people. We have to learn Venus's price to make this a real home. Everyone is giving something. Lots of people give nothing, she said. They worry about seals and the crops, but don't think of belonging. Thérèse stroked the bandage on his arm. They kissed slowly for a long time. Acid me now, she said. 14. They didn't speak more than a few words on the way up. Pascal had wound back the cable carrying the camera as fast as he could, but the temperature in the bathyscaphe edged to 148. There was only so much the Stirling engines and the insulation on the craft could do. Pascal began retracting the other cable that held them to the boulder 60 meters to stern before the camera was even up, pulling the bathyscaphe out of the cave and into the heavy wind. He pulled them back and back and back, while the cage and their salvage spun ahead of them on its line. 150 degrees inside the bathyscaphe. 151. This was beyond the tolerances of their survival suits. Still, the camera wheeled back, bumped against rocky projections, tossing in the turbulences. Much of the data had been sent to them by radio, but so much more, and of so much higher quality, remained in the memory on the camera and on the radio receiver. Pascal and his father stared, stunned, or hallucinating. Stars. That was Venus's secret. Beneath her atmospheric finery lay a wrinkled gray and black surface no one could love. But buried beneath that ugliness was the true Venus, a starscape, a kind of beauty Pascal had never seen. He didn't understand her, but he'd seen her inner beauty. 152 degrees, 2 degrees past the tolerances of the suits. Inside their suits was probably 45 degrees, but he didn't want to look. Looking wouldn't help. "We have to go," Georges Etienne said a bit numbly. Sweat ran in his faceplate and his eyelids drooped. 153. The camera and radio receiver had 100 meters of cable between themselves and the surface. "I know," Pascal said. Georges Etienne punched the emergency system, and 4 oxygen tanks outside the bathyscaphe emptied their contents into 4 silvery bags, which inflated like limp raisins. The 93 atmospheres of pressure compressed the bags so that they did not look inflated, but the difference in weight between the heavier carbon dioxide and the lighter oxygen, when added to the natural buoyancy of the bathyscaphe, lifted them until they dangled over the boulder that had been anchoring them, bobbing in the slow, heavy wind. 40 meters of cable separated the camera from them. 154 degrees inside the bathyscaphe. Pascal throttled forward the propellers and released one of the ends of their anchoring rope. They lifted, the flow dragging them toward the cave mouth, but then the buoyancy and propellers boosted them out of the main current and high above the ground. The bathyscaphe shuddered and jerked, with the cage dangling beneath them and the camera rope tugging and tugging. Suddenly Pascal whooped. The view from the camera suddenly showed a straight view down at the receding ground. The cable hadn't broken. There was a fogginess in the image. The lens might have cracked or even shattered, but they'd retrieved its data. "We got it, Pa!" Georges Etienne's tired breathing gave a laugh. And then they quieted. Their water packs were empty, and if they passed out from heat exhaustion, they might not wake back up. Mountain peaks receded beneath them. The bathyscaphe creaked and protested the pressure changes, but the Stirling engines soon got the temperature inside down to 138. Pascal blinked the sweat out of his eyes and was happy. Indescribably happy. At 40 kilometers above the surface, deep in the subcloud haze, Pascal and Georges Etienne unsealed the bathyscaphe and got outside to tie their hull more securely and cover it against sulfuric acid rain, which would come as they rose higher. The bathyscaphe propellers sped them toward the Kozopskal des Profondeurs, which they found only a few kilometers off from where it was supposed to be. It was a remarkable bit of cloud sailing by Alexis for his first time, and his relief was palpable in the radio, as was Jeanneaude's elation. They moored beneath the Kozopskal, recovered the oxygen from the inflated bags, and used pulleys to raise the cage up onto the gantry. There was no way to bring the 4-meter-long probe into the Kozopskal des Profondeurs. No airlock was big enough. It took another hour for them to secure the bathyscaphe properly beneath the youngest and most buoyant of their trawler herd, about 2 kilometers away. Pascal and Georges Etienne had been in their suits for 12 hours before they finally covered the probe and resigned themselves to examining it tomorrow. Jeanneaude and Alexis waited with restless-footed impatience at the line in the floor as Pascal and his father did their second acid wipe-down and unsuited. The boys chattered excitedly about their adventure as soon as Pascal cracked the seal on his helmet. It sounded like an adventure, like Alexis had actually had to navigate more than they'd expected, but Pascal couldn't do more than smile appreciatively. He felt like he'd been scooped clean with a big spoon, experienced something that had hollowed him out. Pascal smelled food. Alexis had even made supper. It didn't smell wonderful, but most suppers didn't. He stripped off his suit, threw one arm around Jeanneaude and another around Alexis. "Water. Then tell me over supper," he said. He and Georges Etienne listened to the story of a rogue wind that had blown the habitat off course, and how he and Jeanneaude had needed to change altitude to find a new wind direction, and then pick a whole new course to get to their rendezvous point. Georges Etienne, effusive and proud, eventually sent Alexei and Jeanne to bed. "Going to take us days to find all they heard back," Georges Etienne said when son and grandson were in their rooms. "More for you to teach, Alexei?" Pascal said. Georges Etienne smiled thoughtfully and nodded. Pascal slumped into the bench and slid his pad into the middle of the table, followed by the camera and radio receiver that they'd used on the surface. Both were dented and sand-scoured. The lens of the camera was a web of fractured diamond, some pieces of which had fallen right out. But the tiny CPUs functioned, displaying their data on his pad. Georges Etienne sat closer. Pascal slow-played the darkness at the end of the tunnel. The first section wasn't completely dark. Faint light flashed, almost like the bioluminescences they found in night-side clouds, but he couldn't be sure. The camera had been moving fast, and the light from the lamp might just have been reflecting off of something. Then came the darkness where they saw no walls at all. And then, stars. No sun nearby, just stars. Both of them looked for a long time, rotating the pad, but neither could match the star field the constellations in their encyclopedias. They didn't have any software to help identify them, but it didn't matter. It didn't make any sense. There shouldn't have been stars at all. "What's the chance that we just found some kind of sophisticated visual projection?" Pascal asked. "Some sort of message with information stored in a holographic image?" Georges Etienne looked at him dubiously. Why would someone put a picture of stars under the surface of Venus? "Or the radio signal. It was so strong, and it's coded with something," Pascal said. "It could carry more than enough information to plant a virus or computer program in the operating system of the camera and access the antenna feed directly, substituting in this star map." "Why?" "The star map is important," Pascal guessed. "Maybe it's a location, or maybe there's more information buried in the signal." "So important that they buried it in one of the most inaccessible places in the solar system," Georges Etienne said doubtfully. "There's no way stars can be underground, Pa." He felt the elusive epiphany slipping away, pushed aside by doubts. He'd found something beautiful and mysterious under Venus, but it didn't mean that what he'd seen was true. "Occam's razor, Pascal," Georges Etienne said. "We have film footage of stars," he continued, tapping one finger. "We have multiple measurements of some kind of pressure sink below the surface of Venus, where there should be nothing but increasing pressure." He tapped the second finger. "We even followed the flow down and observed the drop in temperature and pressure, which matched what we'd see in the neck of a balloon with escaping air. And we have a strong coded radio signal," he said, tapping a third finger. "We don't know why such a strong signal should be coming from within the crust of Venus, but it's a lot easier to swallow if it's out in space, like a satellite, a habitat, or a ship." "That's not Occam's razor," Pascal said. "Space can't be inside a planet. Some human group, maybe covert and secretive, but human, put this tech down there, or lost it down there. They sent probes after it, following its distress signal. It's trying to send up some of its information, maybe as a program or a hologram, something where the information is buried graphically. But whoever sent all those probes down has stopped. Maybe they couldn't afford to send any more. Maybe they got what they wanted. Or maybe they're dead and their secrets died with them. There was a lot of dust on all these probes." Georges Etienne's expression turned guarded, uncharacteristically cautious, as if reluctant to say something out loud that wanted to be out. He even looked away a bit shyly for a moment, making Pascal feel awkward. "We could see the stars below the surface of Venus if there was a wormhole," Georges Etienne said quietly. "Nobody's ever made a wormhole," Pascal said with a sourceless frustration. "Nobody knows how to make a wormhole. They may be impossible." His father shrugged. "We don't know if anyone knows how to make a wormhole. If a bank learned how, do you think they would publicize it? Or would they build some first and try to get across the solar system with stock news before radio signals could make it? Insider trading. They could make millions. This was an early success. Or failure. Why would anyone leave a wormhole here?" Pascal asked. "Maybe they built it in orbit, closer to the sun, and it was a success, but they hadn't figured out how to manipulate it, and it fell. Georges Etienne mused. They tried to recover it with the probes, but couldn't. Maybe they even buried it. But in the last decade, the debris around it fell through, and I found the storm it causes. Occam's razor is supposed to make things simple, Pa. Mine's more simple than supposing lost holographic data. Pascal brushed back his hair with both hands, unable to fully hold all of this in, feeling as if an epiphany danced at the edges of his awareness. He pulled his hands away when his palms met 12 hours of stubble. He shivered. His father eyed him sympathetically, and then stared off into the distance for a while. Pascal, it may not matter what's down there. We may never know. But depending on what we find inside the probe we brought up, we might have it made. The Dakions could be totally independent and live well, trading off the metal and parts in the probes. You and I could salvage all of them. It's like a gold mine. Pascal nodded. Get some sleep, his father said. Tomorrow we'll see what the probes got in it. Georges Etienne went to his hammock, but Pascal didn't follow suit. He drank more water, trying to rehydrate himself, while he watched the playback of the camera entering the cave system all the way to the end, to the stars themselves. Or to the pictures of the stars. If he was right, and the radio signal had planted a program or virus or data directly into the camera software, he should be able to find it. He linked the camera to his pad and started looking through the processor logs in the camera. Everything the temperature-hardened chip had done in the last day was in the log. He went through all the lines of operations. Very soon he was able to skip vast sections of operations he recognized. He got to others that gave him a bit of pause until he saw where they fit. He went through the entire list this way until he got to the bottom. No virus or strange program ran on the camera operating system or anywhere in the memory. But he wasn't as sanguine as his father about just making up astronomical phenomena under a planetary crust. He didn't know how to figure out if an image was holographic, and the encyclopedia and teaching texts on the Kozopskal Devant probably didn't have anything that advanced. He sat quietly, listening to the radio playback for a while. It was pretty boring. Every 0.223 seconds, a tight radio burst. The same message over and over. A sped-up distress call, maybe? But from whom? What message was encrypted in the bursts, and how would they ever decode it? Pascal was training to be an engineer, not a cryptographer. On a hunch, he opened the encyclopedia on his pad and read an article twice completely before turning things over in his head. The camera had seen stars, but no sun. Granted, it might have been pointed the wrong way, but seeing no sun was a soft data point. The radio signal was a hard data point. High wattage, very strong, an identical signal repeated over and over. Then he realized what it was. 15. Pascal ran his hands over the ceramic. Where he found pockmark or dents, he sprayed a bit of compressed carbon dioxide to clean them out. Some of the divots looked like fresh burns, artifacts of sulfuric acid exposure on the way up to the habitat. Other marks looked more like the scouring of wind erosion. Others were completely foreign to him, tiny burn marks or chipped hollows all along the leading edge of the wings that were absent on the trailing edges. What had it flown through? This is some pretty advanced material science, he said. It survived atmospheric entry, the descent from 1 atmosphere of pressure to 90, and all the chemical attacks. And somehow it maneuvered through the cave in that wind without getting smashed to pieces. We have a lot to learn about whatever this is. Maybe it's a good building material for La Colonie. But it was more than building materials. Pascal had gone to Georges Etienne with his discovery before breakfast. It's not a message, Pa, he'd said. It's a pulsar. Georges Etienne had paused with one sock on and one sock off. Maybe all his arguing for a wormhole last night had just been words, or maybe it was too strange. Pascal sat beside him on the hammock and showed the encyclopedia entry on neutron stars that emitted radio waves and X-rays. There weren't any nearby. The nearest one was almost 200 light-years away and had a different period. This signal had to be coming from far away. Faced with support for his wormhole theory, Pa had grown pale, like they'd found a magical doorway in a wardrobe instead of a powerful, tightly repeating radio signal. "It'll make your children rich for sure," Georges Etienne had said, "but I've got to think about giving my children food right now. I want to see what's inside the probe. That at least we can sell." And so they went to examine their treasure. Now Pascal hunted in his toolbox until he found the family's small Geiger counter and a small rod-mounted hand mirror. When he switched on the counter, it started registering little ticks. At the access port, the ticking shot up. "Ha!" Georges Etienne said. "Fissionables! Jackpot!" It was a fair bit of radiation. They didn't have any radiation shielding on the Kozapskal des Profondeurs. They didn't need it. Venus's thick atmosphere stopped all the solar radiation. "Depending on how hot it is, we may need to put it under another trawler so we don't get sick," Pascal said. He would look up radiation in his textbooks later. With a bit of work, he got the mirror through the narrow port and into the low, hollow interior. He shone his light in and stared in stunned silence. "What is it?" Georges Etienne demanded. Pascal handed him the light and held the mirror for him. His father shone the light on the mirror and moved his head around. "Sapristi," he swore. "Do you see gold?" "I think I saw gold, copper, what could be platinum, silver, or iridium," Pascal said. Fine lines of bright metals had been laid into the ceramic in curving, overlapping lines. "What is it?" "It's like a circuit board, one big computer chip," Pascal said. "It doesn't look anything like a circuit board. It looks like art." Pascal took a deep breath, tried to collect his thoughts. The vastness of what he was thinking was like a piece of food too big to swallow. "We make circuit boards with straight lines and angles so we don't get mixed up," Pascal said. "But there's nothing to say that solid-state circuits can't be built with curving lines of conductors. It's the connections that matter. The makers of this thing deposited layers of ceramic, then layers of wiring with different materials, and then more non-conductive ceramic, then more circuit pathways. It might be one big chip." "Calvaire," Georges Etienne swore, peering closer. "Who the hell built like this 50 or 80 years ago? It doesn't look American. Or Russian. Maybe it's Chinese? I don't think any human built this, Pa." His father started, looked at him strangely. "What?" "I may have grown up sheltered on Venus, but I know that no one on Earth or the colonies could build this thing. This isn't the way anyone on Earth builds circuits. There's a different kind of thinking behind this. It's all one piece. I think it's sintered, which means it was probably made in space, someplace like the moon or an asteroid." "Little green men making probes?" "Pa, I don't think this thing ever saw the upper cloud decks. It isn't shaped like an airfoil. It's shaped like something that doesn't depend on the lift of a wing." Pascal breathed. "I think it came from the other side. It came through that wormhole and found itself at the bottom of the Venusian atmosphere." Pascal had to lean in to see his father's expression through the two faceplates. It was pensive, calculating. His father had been poor all his life. That was part of why he'd come to Venus. On Earth he had nothing to lose. And here, circumstance had forced him to choose between descending into subsistence in the lower cloud decks or changing the kind of person he was. He'd worked all of Pascal's life, all of Jean-Eud's life, looking for the lucky strike that might give his family some ease, not to be scrambling for their next meal. He'd lost a wife, a daughter, and a son-in-law. The wormhole, if it was a wormhole, was part of that lucky strike. This probe was part of that lucky strike. If this ceramic triangular thing was alien rather than human, its value was incalculable. And all those parts together made a strike too big for one man. Pascal had never seen a dog or a car, but his pa's image of the chasing dog who catches the car was not lost on him. What could they do that wouldn't mean losing their one and only stroke of luck? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, Georges Etienne said. Doesn't change our choices. What do you mean? I mean we cut this thing up and sell the pieces, including the radioactives. Pa! You can't scrap it. This is world historical. Maybe so, and I don't fault your idealism, but I'll tell you one thing. The government is weak. They'll sell out to anyone with $2 to wave around, and the Bank of Palace has a branch manager up in our clouds who's looking to build her career. If word of this gets out, do you really believe that any real scientists will be down here excavating and studying for the benefit of all humanity, much less compensating the Daquillons? Gachel will sell access to any bidder at under market cost for a kickback, no doubt, and our independent Venus suddenly becomes an armed protectorate, or territory of the Americans, or the Chinese, or even the Bank of Palace. Pa, we don't know what this is, Pascal said. It looks like one big circuit. If we cut it up, it won't work anymore. This discovery might be one of the most important ones of human history. It doesn't work now, Pascal, his father said, putting his hand on Pascal's shoulder. Look, family comes first. Always. In 40 years, do we really want Alexis to be riding around in trawlers like his grandfather did, or do we give him something better? I hope to hell that in 10 years you're doing something better than me, but we're never going to get any better. La Colonie isn't going to get any better without some sort of boost. This might be it. We'll never get confused or lost if we stick to what's important, Pascal. Family first. Pascal huffed a sigh in his helmet, briefly fogging the area in front of his mouth. Georges Etienne understood La Colonie and its politics and where the Daquillons fit. Family first, Pascal repeated. Take it apart. Photograph everything you can. Be a real scientist. And then we'll trade the pieces. If this is what we think it is, I've got buyers for this now. Tomorrow. After, we'll go back for more of these. And then we'll figure out what to do. 16. François Xavier Labouriere's office wasn't far from the hall where l'Assemblée met. His office looked out onto the greenhouse layer outside the Baie Como, so it seemed to be bursting with light and green. Marthe had been here once or twice with other delegates during negotiations. This time she was alone. So was Labouriere. She wasn't in the habit of seeing the Président's chief of staff, so it seemed the Président was annoyed enough to have her right hand deal with Marthe. She slid the door shut and sat in one of the plastic chairs in front of his small desk. "Water?" he asked, unscrewing a dark jar over 2 cups. She shrugged. He poured. Labouriere was about 50, lean, careful with his words and gestures, except for smoothing back his receding hair when he was nervous. He wasn't smoothing now. He smiled and toasted silently. She took her cup and drank. The sulphur was so faint that the water tasted almost pure. "We probably should have given you more notice of the decision around the Cause of Styx, he said. "The math is a bit inescapable, and we only got the final projections the day before." "I would like to see those projections," Marthe said. "I'm surprised Gachel didn't present them. I'll send them your way." He leaned back and drank again. "I hope some of the shock is wearing off." "Pa doesn't know yet. We'll be in comms range soon, so there's still some surprise to come. Let us know how we can help you through this process." "I'm not going through a process," she said. "I'm protecting my home from somebody's bad decision." "I've heard some of the noise you've been making. Some of it is understandable. Some of it is needlessly making people nervous without changing anything. In the end, the Cause of Styx served over 29 years, 9 more than it was rated for, and now has to be used to keep newer habitats running. The lifetime expectancies on habitats are guesses by engineers in Montreal. How long did they give the Matapedia before it sank? Pointe-à-la-Croix is 3 years older than the Cause of Styx, and it's not being disassembled. Pointe-à-la-Croix has 6 people on it and is running a hydroponics surplus, Labouriere said calmly. Our productivity is down because you've been starving us for parts. And although there are 2 of us, my brother Pascal just turned 18, and he's likely to come up from 48. And Emile is getting serious with some girl and is probably getting married. She lied. If your little brother wants to come up, we'll find him a good bunk. And if your older brother gets married, we'll find him a couple's spot. When those things happen. Right now, we can make sure you and Emile get good places to stay." La Bruyere was calm. Marthe was good at showing calm when her blood was up. She wanted to hit something. Him, the Président. But family came first, and that almost always meant sacrifices. They sacrificed for Jeanne. She could sacrifice by pretending to be calm. She sipped her water. "I've seen the bunk wait lists," Marthe said. "Me and Emile would get separated, and one of us would get stuck on Pointe Penui. You won't end up on Penui. String pulling?" La Bruyere reached for the water jar, thought better of it, then smoothed back his straight graying hair. "You're valuable, Marthe. I could probably get you and Emile spots on the Forillon." Forillon was supposed to be a habitat that had aged well, a second-generation dirigible that housed about 20 people. It wasn't part of the main flotilla, but floated 7,000 kilometers westward along the top of the clouds. Cushy spot. But her, valuable? She almost laughed in his face. "It's not a sure thing that the Kozopskal Devon is to be scrapped. I think I'll wait and see about bunking." "I can put you and your brother into the Forillon now," he said, "but the waitlist is the waitlist. I can't keep these spots open while you try to delay things. As soon as we come into comms range of the Kozopskal de Profondeur, I'll tell Pa. I'll probably have to go down for a few days to see how he wants to handle this. I'd rather deal with you than your father." She did laugh this time, but not entirely comfortably. Her father would be harder to deal with, but she could get them a better deal than he could. The thought didn't make her feel particularly loyal. "I bet. He'll let me know what he thinks, and I'll come back and tell you. In the meantime, I'm waiting for the committee schedule to open up. If you want things to go faster, get me scheduled at a committee meeting." They argued a bit, but in the end he couldn't deny her a chance to have this discussed in committee. She finished her water and left. 17. They didn't have any lead to shield them from radiation, but the probe's shell was heavy. The radiation count outside the probe was negligible. The ceramic must have been heavily doped with lead. Only through the pitted glassy lens at the front did radiation shine out. Pascal began cutting through the probe with a circular saw. Dust flew off the gantry and rained darkly in the wind behind him. He took pictures as he went, trying to map as much as he could of the lines of conducting metal, but his heart sank when he'd cut out a plate 30 centimeters on a side. Looking edge-on, the hull of the probe was filled to bursting with complex patterns of fine metal wiring. There was no way to map this without cutting it into thousands of sections and photographing each one. He hadn't the tools for that. Whatever it was, whether the toy of an alien intelligence or the epitome of human genius, he was destroying it for scrap. Very, very expensive scrap. He and his father would need to save one or two of these probes for proper scientific study later. His father joined him by the time he'd sawed out 7 such sections. "They're filled with metals," Georges Etienne said. "Going to be hard to get the metal to market," Pascal said, sawing the section over the source of radiation, about 2/3 of the way to the stern of the probe. "We already grab volcanic dust from the clouds," Georges Etienne said. "People expect us to be selling dust. If we grind these up, people will think we've had a lucky few months." Pascal checked the depth of his cut, brushed at it, then resumed. "There's nothing like this anywhere on Venus, Pa," Pascal said. "If they look at the dust, they'll see it hasn't been acid-worn." Georges Etienne cracked 2 pieces together experimentally. They didn't break. "So we grind them up and separate the metal from the ceramic dust." He whacked the pieces together again with no more success. "It's going to take mechanical grinding, Pa." The 8th plate came loose. Pascal hung up the saw and passed the Geiger counter around the cut. It clicked a lot. He removed the plate, revealing a fist-sized ceramic block, pitted in a pattern he didn't recognize. The detector's clicking came so fast that it was a continuous buzz. Pascal blocked the source with the plate again, and the counts diminished. "What is it?" Georges Etienne said wonderingly. I checked the detector's manual, Pascal said. A counter like this can't distinguish between different materials, but uranium is common enough in space, and plutonium is a decay product. Could be cobalt or thorium, too. That would run a power plant for years, Georges Etienne said. Or power the engine of a thermal fission rocket. We wouldn't need the bank for shipping. Can you imagine not needing the bank? We've got to do something safe with it until we can get some lead. Pascal started making a box out of the plates he'd cut, fastening the sides with carbon filament. He pried the fist-sized piece of radioactive material out and used tongs to put it in his makeshift box before covering it. The radiation counter ticked slowly outside the box. Georges Etienne helped by wrapping a bit of thin trawler skin around the box to hold it together better. The bathyscaphe is thick enough that if we put this in there, the radiation shouldn't make us sick, Pascal said. I'll fly it over. They used the Geiger counter to look for more stray radioactive particles, scooped them into the box, and sealed it. Georges Etienne shouldered into a wing pack and plunged into the clouds with their prize. 18. Being Président de l'Assemblée coloniale was usually a thankless job. Dr. Angeline Gachel had led the tiny Venusian nation for 10 years. She had 4,000 souls to care for, a predatory bank as an ally, and equipment that wore down far more quickly than in any other place in the solar system. Any chance of becoming self-sufficient depended entirely on risky investments with overwhelming price tags. She'd mapped out a vision for the next 40 years of Venus, ending in a home they could joyfully give their grandchildren. But that depended on how well she could shepherd the nation through the next years. The President, along with a number of other key government personnel, lived on the Baie Como, a huge floating habitat owned jointly by La Colonie and the bank. Art by school children and plans for new habitats and industries decorated the clean lines of the hallways. Today, she was fully suited and sealed as she stepped onto the busy roof port, where small drone dirigibles constantly carried supplies to and from the Baie Como. The human traffic was almost as busy. One of the port workers helped her into her wing pack, careful not to knock the bottle of wine she carried. She checked that no one was beneath the plank, double-checked her engine status, then leapt into the space above the clouds. The G-forces gripped her as she swooped up and attained level flight. The Venusian branch of the Bank of Pallas was 4 kilometers astern, in the center of the main flotilla. It was a smaller habitat, housing some 30 off-worlders who staffed the branch office, along with offices for an additional 10 to 15 local Venusian staff for periods of heavier work. Along with the Bank of Ceres, the Lunar Bank, and the Bank of Enceladus, the Bank of Pallas was a major economic power in the solar system, around which political, legal, and even police powers had accreted. Without the Bank of Pallas, La République du Québec would never have been able to afford to become a spacefaring nation. Without the Bank of Pallas, Venus would never have been able to declare independence. Partnerships with banks were complex. Venus needed the Bank of Pallas, and with its investment already made, the Bank of Pallas wanted Venus to succeed. Few people understood the nature of debt and the two-way obligations and incentive structures that they created. Much of Gachel's job was managing that relationship. She landed on the roof and was buzzed down. Below the airlock in the stairwell, she shed her helmet and wings with one of the bank security people. The stairwell led down to another pressure door and into a hallway with glass doors to the main lobby. The bank employed a dozen Venusian citizens in good economic development jobs. From one of the offices, her niece waved to her and returned to her work. Cultivating the right relationships early was another key to stability. One day, perhaps one day soon, her niece would become a delegate in l'Assemblée, and maybe in her time would become présidente, ensuring stability of policies and a skilled hand in managing the relationship with the bank. The next set of doors swung open on their own, and Gachel walked through to the offices of Leah Woodward. Woodward was a black-haired woman with a confident smile and a Ph.D. in economics. She had been one of the youngest supervisors in the branch office on the asteroid Hygeia. At 34, she was among the youngest branch managers in the solar system, although Gachel wondered how much profit or business Woodward could squeeze from Venus to propel her career forward. "Madame Présidente," Woodward said, moving around her desk to shake Gachel's hand. Although Woodward had been here 18 months and had implants that gave her an extensive linguistic range, hearing her speak French was not pretty. Gachel answered in the accented English she'd learned in Montreal during medical school. "Good afternoon, Miss Woodward. Thank you for the invitation," she said, holding out the bottle. "I brought you an experimental variety of brandy. Our biochemists have been trying to see if blastuli can be turned into food or even soil. In one of their experiments, they made wine by accident." Woodward took the bottle formally, smiling. "We'll have to try it over supper," she said, and waved Gachel through to her suites. In the small dining room, a cook had just placed a steaming pot in the middle of the table. A window gave a distorted view, fish-eyeing the clouds through hydroponic gardens and the curved plastic and Teflon skin of the branch office. At the base of the wall, though, water had pooled a meter deep. In the brown murk, small shrimp and crabs scavenged. Woodward uncorked the bottle and sniffed experimentally. "What are you going to call it?" she asked in English. Gachel pulled her eyes away from the bright green of the leaves outside the window. "I don't even know if it's worth calling it anything," Gachel said. "Some people seem to love it. Some call it vile." Woodward filled 2 shot glasses. "You could say that about Venus," she quipped. "I've come to love it," Gachel said. "Me too." They toasted and sipped warily. Neither spoke. It was potent and bitter. "You still love it?" Gachel said. Woodward nodded. "It's an interesting flavor," she said, smacking her lips and smelling again. "On Hygeia they produce a rough aguardiente a bit like this." Gachel tried hers again, then set down the glass. "They may need to keep working on the recipe." "Still, for pure novelty, it might sell in some markets," Woodward said. "Who has ever tasted Venusian food or drink? The Delta V isn't prohibitive, especially if you have steady imports. Outbound traffic could carry something to sell. Let's look into it." "You may like this better," Woodward said, lifting the lid on the pot. Garlic and seafood smells mixed in the room. "This is our first small shrimp harvest, with our own vegetables and herbs." Gachel's mouth watered, and she sat, accepting a bowl. She hadn't smelled anything so good in months. Years. She hadn't eaten shrimp in 30 years. The taste bloomed a tiny longing in her for the Montreal of her youth. They each silently, almost reverently, took a second helping, and there was no small talk. Only when they sat back over empty bowls, with water in their glasses, did the conversation resume. "I listened to the session of l'Assemblée," Woodward said. "Did you enjoy it?" asked Gachel guardedly. "It's a tough situation. Is there anything I can do to help?" "I don't expect Marthe d'Aquillon to roll over, but the policy rationale is sound. We'll have the metal to reduce our imports so that we can cover our other credit. The asteroid will pay for itself after a few years, and then generate income for Venus," Woodward said. She played a slow finger along the edge of her glass. "But maybe you don't need the asteroid that much?" "I beg your pardon?" "Or perhaps not in partnership with the Bank of Pallas?" Woodward looked at her meaningfully. "I don't take your meaning, Miss Woodward." "I'm wondering if you might have been looking for credit and supplies from another source," the branch manager said. "My directors wouldn't be happy if they found out you were working with one of the other banks." "What other banks?" Gachel said, her stomach going suddenly cold and heavy. "We're not working with anyone else, just the Bank of Pallas." "You don't have a lot of fissionables," Woodward said. "I know. We detected radiation coming from Venus." "If it's new, it might have been spit out of a volcano recently. We can see about sending something down there to try to recover it. It was moving. Gachel's mind spun. On the surface? In the clouds. What? Gachel demanded. Both her hands gripped the table of their own volition. Woodward hadn't noticed. She rose, hot eyes on Gachel. Let me tell you what my directors will think, she said, walking around the table in a wide, predatory circle. Either the government of Venus is playing dumb with us while playing footsie with one of the other banks, or one of your coureurs is working behind both our backs. Gachel had to turn her chair to keep facing the branch manager. A coureur des vents going to one of the banks without her knowing? How? What would they trade to the bank? Political power? Regime change? Resources on the surface that needed huge engineering investments to reach? Venus had little of value. That was their problem. The maybes and perhapses could spin for days. She didn't deal in maybes. Neither narrative makes you look good, Woodward said. You think a coureur des vents bought radioactives from your competitors? Gachel said, trying to keep the heat from her voice. Or you did. The Bank of Palace is my only partner. Gachel stood angrily. They faced each other across the office. Woodward wasn't tall, but she wasn't relying on height for menace. If it turns out I believe you, my directors will be gratified to hear that we can continue to count on this friendship. But the questions remain, why would your people be acquiring radioactives, and are you able to handle it? If it turns out I believe you, Gachel retorted, I can only guess that they're starting their own industries. Or you're naive and they're making some messy weapons. Gachel's hands went cold. If that's the case, is the government of Venus interested in buying weapons or police supplies? Woodward asked neutrally. That won't be necessary, Gachel said. Send me copies of your observations right away. Woodward moved to a side table and picked up a small pad. She handed it to Gachel. Uncertainty makes business environments expensive, she said. For both our sakes, I expect this uncertainty to be clarified very shortly. 19. It was on waking that Pascal felt the worst. In dreams, he was never himself. In his dreams, he played the parts of men. He played the parts of women. He played the parts of things. And sometimes he was no one at all, just a cloudy facade surrounded by firmament-bright clouds. Inevitably, he woke, and he became prickling flesh again, sweaty, hairy, and rough, ugly. He rose quietly, pissed without touching himself, and shaved in the dark. The only places he did touch himself were his scars. Wormy lines radiated up from the top of his left hand like a misshapen spider. Fine lines in parallel rows etched the inside of his right forearm. Scars spotted his neck where seals had failed and no beard would grow. The rippled welts inside and over his thighs were still healing. He padded out into the main space of the House des Profondeurs. In his room, Pa was speaking quietly into the radio. Pascal walked to the galley and made enough noise for Pa to hear. Georges Etienne's conversation resumed even more quietly, and Pascal shut the oven door on a scattering of blastula chips. His father joined him shortly, sitting without looking at him. "What is it?" Pascal asked. "Who are you talking to?" "Marthe." "Is everything okay?" Georges Etienne shook his head. "Fuckers," he said after a few moments. "Is Marthe okay?" Pascal demanded. "Is Emile?" "Marthe is fine. Emile is probably stoned or drunk." He finally looked at Pascal. "The fuckers are taking away the House of des Vents." "What? Who?" "The fucking government. Fucking Gachel." Gachel's name was not spoken in their home. When she had to be referred to at all, she was called the fucking mayor, the fucking bitch, or the fucking doctor. "Why?" Pascal said. Where would Marthe and Emile live? Georges Etienne waved his hand dismissively. "Doesn't matter. The bitch is sticking it to us again. Surely she hates Mart's guts as much as mine. But why? Because Mart is smarter than her, and the fucking bitch couldn't get her way in l'Assemblée, I bet you. We'll find out soon. I asked Mart to come down. Here, Pascal said, suddenly elated. She's coming here? When? The Kozovskal Devon will be positioned to give her a good glide path in about 4 hours. I want to talk to her about what the hell we do with what we've found. The grinding is good. Jean-Eudes is good at it, but it feels small scale. I'm trying to think about how to be more ambitious. Mart will have ideas. What do you mean ambitious? How do we barter away all those probes? Georges Etienne said. I've been thinking about what you said. Some of them are worth more whole, but we've got no access to anyone who could buy them or bid on them. His mood was black, and the silence throbbed with frustration. I stayed up last night trying to figure out more of the probe, Pascal said. You want to see? Georges Etienne finally nodded. Pascal expanded the view on his pad of an engineering image he'd made. I've found what I think are its main thrusters and attitude adjustment jets, Pascal said, pointing to the lumps at the back and those on the underside, sides, and top. They're not separate. They're all fed from a single tube system connected to... He altered the view to show a small hollow just aft of the dorsal access port. This tank. The tank, he said, expanding that view of it, is a single chamber close to the radioactive source, with the tubes running just over it. Its reaction mass is probably solid and then melts in the tank, boils and shoots through the jet valves. That wouldn't work in the atmosphere of Venus, Georges Etienne said. Not at all, Pascal said. But if these things spent a lot of time in a vacuum, that's another story. The reaction mass could be water ice, or dry ice, or liquid nitrogen, depending on how far from a star or how close to asteroids it is. These things could be programmed to scoop up all kinds of ice they could use for propulsion. This boosts your alien theory, his father said. It is alien. Georges Etienne smiled at him and patted his arm. I know, Pascal. Good work. You figured out it runs on fission. Not really, Pascal said. There's nothing in it to create an electrical current or high-energy chemical products. The propulsion system is very simple, with the fissionables used only to heat the reaction mass. I don't know what it ran on. It could be the power plant was lost when it crashed in the cave. From the other side. Yes. Too bad we can't go down there, Georges Etienne said. I'd like to get the rest of those probes and explore the eddies to see what other high-tech debris might come out. Pascal took a deep breath. We might be able to, Pa. Better probes? Pascal shook his head and leaned close. Air going from high pressure to low expands and cools, he said. It's how we keep the Kozovskal de Profondeur cool. We pump out air from the main room of the habitat and then let in air from the outer ring. As it expands, it cools. We could do the same thing in the caves by setting up dams at several points. As we let air through in a controlled way, it would cool, and we could probably generate electricity with turbines. Georges Etienne's brow lowered as Pascal spoke. It's brilliant, he said after a moment. You're talking about building a base down there, someplace to live and walk on the ground, a place where we could explore that cave system and even the other side. Pascal felt himself grinning to match his father's, but then it faltered. But how? Georges Etienne patted his arm again. You eat, Pascal, and keep thinking. Start making plans. Don't worry about what it costs yet. He opened the oven and pulled out the hot tray of blastula chips. Eat. He even gave Pascal a wondering laugh. Why are you happy, Papa? Jean-Eudes said sleepily as he emerged from their room. Georges Etienne rose, hugged his eldest son, and then laughed. Be proud, Jean-Eudes. I think your little brother is a genius. His father laughed. Jean-Eudes grinned, and Pascal's cheeks heated. And Marthe is coming for a visit, Georges Etienne said. Marthe is coming, Jean-Eudes exclaimed. Pascal! Marthe is coming home! Then Pascal laughed, realizing that he, too, was happy. To be continued. Camphor, Mark W. Tiedemann. Reading time 43 minutes. Mark W. Tiedemann began publishing professionally in 1990 after attending Clarion in 1988. Since then, he has published over 60 short stories, several collected in the book Gravity Box, and 9 novels, including 3 in the Asimov's robot universe. In 2001, he published Compass Reach, which was shortlisted for the Philip K. Dick Award. Remains, 2005, was shortlisted for the Tiptree. A lifelong resident of St. Louis, Missouri, he works for Left Bank Books, does some photography on the side, and does all this with the company and support of his partner Donna, who encouraged him from the beginning to get these stories out there. After spending the last several years working on novels, he decided to return to short fiction. Over the last year, he's rediscovered the pleasures of the short form, and this is one of the results. Remy's unexpected visitor came down the middle of the street, naked arms waving to shoo off the cloud of midges trying to get to his skin. Vendors danced around him, avoiding his hands, holding up their colorful wares, saying, "Sleeves, sleeves, the finest, best weave!" Every window along the way filled with eyes. Remy watched, embarrassed and concerned, filling with a familiar weariness he had hoped never to feel again. He could recall nothing in any of his reports that might have summoned oversight. But Recontact kept its own counsel, and field operatives were never to second-guess the analysts. Remy had been here 3 years now, his longest assignment, and he did not like the possibility of relocation. Too much of his career had been spent moving from one world to another, never having a chance to really know the places he served. Not that he really knew Camphor. He signaled for a runner, and one of the girls, dressed in gold and black, rope-thin and tall, who waited in shadowed entryways, hurried toward him. "Take my apologies to the Maskig, and tell her I shall attend her at a later time, that I have an unexpected guest." He handed her a coin and watched her scurry away until she disappeared around a corner. He retreated into the shade of his dome. The air lost 10 degrees. The heat outside in the brilliant street seemed held at bay by the quiet dark of the room. At night, curtains kept what warmth remained in against the sudden chill. It was a good space, comfortable and comforting, and he would miss it. A carafe of wine stood on the small table surrounded by low cushions. Remy brought out a pair of clean glasses and set them next to it. He straightened just as the visitors stopped a meter before the threshold. The vendors still formed a tight semicircle around him, offering their bright wares, but they whispered their pleas now, eyes shifting from the stranger to Remy and back. The newcomer stared at Remy, never once acknowledging the vendors. "Privacy camera," Remy said to them. Almost immediately the pitches stopped, and the merchants broke off to return to their carts or shops. Remy made a slight bow, partly to the right. "Please, come in and be welcome." The visitor hesitated. Something in his face expressed amused tolerance, but then he returned the bow and stepped into the shade. "Here," Remy said as he closed the entry curtain, "we do not exist. We may therefore say the unthinkable and do the impermissible." The stranger frowned. "Local custom," Remy said. "Please, sit." The visitor glanced back out at the street. "Those salesmen? Are they always so persistent?" "Only in important matters. They're protecting your reputation." "Your arms." The visitor glanced at each one, frowning. Tiny red welts were appearing along them. "What about them?" "They show." The visitor's face expressed puzzlement and contempt. He pointedly looked at the colorful drapes covering Remy's arms, at the brilliant patterned strips hanging from the wall, then raised his eyebrows in query. The man did not know what he needed to know to replace Remy, which meant perhaps this may not be a recall. "Please, sit," Remy said, relaxing a little. "What news is there from out there?" "Progress is slow but steady. We reabsorbed 3 systems previously thought lost forever. As always, caution governs our actions. Plagues, commerce, and customs. Solutions come when they will. The challenge, as always, is to recognize them." "My last post? There was a parasite we had to withdraw for now." "Oh, "How do you find it here?" the visitor asked as he lowered himself to the cushions. "Camphor? Agreeable. It's been one of the more rewarding postings." "Yes." "It helps to feel more useful than used." Remy regretted the words at once. He did not want to sound critical. But the visitor seemed not to notice. "No difficulties with the reacquaintance?" "None, though they remain reticent to open themselves more than they have." Remy sat. "Not unlike other places, they have an odd mix of technologies from sophisticated to pre-industrial. Unlike most, they seem disinterested in anything they don't already have." He waited for a response. When none came, he said, "How may I be of service?" Another quizzical look. "It may be too late for that," he said. "My name is Havelock. I am here to be of service to you." "I requested no assistance." "Every report you've sent us has been such a request, almost a plea." "Is this a reprimand?" Havelock smiled, amused. "Not at all. This is an augmentation. You're a special operative from the Inspector Prefect's office." Remy had heard of such agents, even knew a colleague upon whom one had descended, but interventions like this were rare, and he could not see anything about camphor that would merit one. He waited. Explanations would come. "Do you have tea? I thought there would be transport the whole way, but—" He glanced at the tray with wine and pursed his lips. "Forgive me, I've been remiss." Remy touched a stud on his bracelet. A minute later, a small modal glided into the space, bearing a tray with an ancient porcelain service. The machine set it on the low table beside the carafe. When Remy reached for the pot, the modal retreated out of sight. Remy poured. "Non-organic transports are barred within city limits." "Then I suppose it's well that the cities are all small. Intentionally so." After Havelock finished his cup, he smiled. "Excellent. Now, I'm here because of your report S-2305. 5 months ago, the same. It was just a field report, outside urban limits. There was nothing in it. You can be completely excused for not knowing. You are not a specialist." Havelock brought a pouch around from behind him and took out a small disc. He set it on the tea tray. "I have it here." The air above the disc shimmered like a mirage, and then filled with an image of the culvert Remy walked as he dictated. There was no sound, so the content of his report was not at issue. "Basically," Havelock said, as if sensing Remy's thoughts, "this is little more than an ecological report, something to do with water tables and a certain plant you discovered with a 10-year season. That one there, I believe, to the left with the azure and lavender blossoms. Beautiful. Apparently the root system extends several meters below ground and absorbs enough water to act as a kind of reservoir, which then bleeds out during dry seasons. I recall recommending it to our biome section to see if it could be adapted to Mallo's planet." "That's right, and they're working on it. From what I hear, it is very promising. But what caught our attention is this, just here." The scene froze, and Havelock enlarged the view. Remy leaned forward, squinting to see what Havelock meant. Below a rock shelf, deep in shadow, eyebulbs glistened. Havelock adjusted the brightness, and a small six-legged creature emerged from the darkness. "A squamel," Remy said, momentarily baffled. "Is that the local nomenclature? On Ganlon they are known as ferrigs." "Ganlon? But I don't—" "Oh, it's a transplant. Doesn't belong here. Probably came on one of the unlicensed traders that run on and off here from a base in the south. Something else you may be excused for not knowing. Border integrity is not your purview. Seems the list of failures not my fault grows. I stress this is not a recall. You have done exemplary work here as cultural liaison. If your performance were an issue or your reliability in question, you would be dealing with someone else." Remy folded his hands in his lap to keep them still. "I'm to cooperate in something sensitive, then?" Havelock smiled. "Exactly. Not to worry. This is a mission of mercy." The smile turned to a frown. "It's troubling that the creatures have been here long enough to acquire a colloquial tag. That's a long process." "Oh, I don't know. In my experience, introductions can become part of local parlance in a year. Yes, but usually it's borrowing of an already established tag. That assumes it is recognized as a transplant already having its own tag. What's the concern here? The pharynx, rather the squamble, is a disease carrier, a particularly nasty virus called a T-ret allotrope. All that means something very technical. Suffice it to say that it can lead to mutations that over 4 or 5 generations can render a population sterile. Have there been any illnesses in the decade or two that have no prior expression? Nothing. These people never get sick. It's possible I missed something out in the country. I could run a search and see. And you? Any illness? Nothing. Acclimation issues. I should run a sample on you anyway. Of course. Havelock seemed to consider. As for a search, it should be done discreetly. It's possible you've already seen it without realizing. Do you have biome profiles on the local population? Very limited. It's not a culture that accepts physical intrusion well. Havelock studied him intently for several seconds. He scratched absently at one of the bites on his left arm. What do you have? Nothing more than what was included in any of my reports, which was not much. I said yes, of course. We'll deal with it. What we will need is a general survey first, and then move on toward samples. I want a ground plan for identifying population centers for the squamble, and then see how migration happens. He sighed. Recontact is a tedious process, but we risk too much by haste. That, Remy thought, was an understatement. Colonies isolated and often forgotten after the lapse, slowly brought back into the web of human worlds, some so different that years might be required to fully understand how best to recover the time and the history. In the evolution of cultures, a century could be an eon. The anniversary of the lapse was coming up on a quarter millennium. Scores of worlds had been recovered in the last 50 years after the resources became once more available. It was, as Havelock said, a laborious, time-consuming process. Care was taken to avoid the gradual disasters that had resulted in the lapse. Remy often felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of the endeavor. After years of peripatetic uncertainty, all he wanted was to stay in one place for long enough to feel a part of it. What Havelock proposed would take time. Inwardly, Remy sighed in relief. Do you have lodging yet? I intended staying in the hostelry at the port. You won't learn much about camphor there. It's isolated from the community. The native staff won't talk to you about themselves or camphor. I can arrange rooms near here. If you are seen as sharing space, they'll begin to accept you. Havelock nodded. Thank you. He stood and went to the wall of sleeves, hands clasped lightly behind his back. These are beautiful. All yours? Gifts. Over time, people presented them to me. Expressions of trust? Havelock drew a couple of them out, let them drape to reveal their patterns. Very nice. I didn't see any of these reflected anywhere else. Just the sleeves? Seems so. Of course, I have little idea what most people's homes are like. On the inside. There are places for communal gatherings. Homes are for intimacies. He watched Havelock examine a few more. This virus, what kind of trouble are we looking at? Mutagenic. For the adult victim, there may be small discomfort, but it affects embryology. We might be looking at defects or possibly a change in genome that could take generations to show final effects. Remy suppressed a shiver. Ancient prejudices stirred, defense against the mutant, the ingrained law that deviation must be contained, challenged, sometimes destroyed. If there was a possibility of a mutagen loose here, his core ethic demanded he do all he could to defeat it. That had been a significant part of the lapse, unmanageable disease, mutation. The rush to empire had cost them. Protecting populations was imperative. But how to do that without ruining what he loved about the place? He had seen no signs of any kind of infection. It was possible he had overlooked something. He was one man, and there was a world here to study and understand. But Camphor was the largest city, sharing the name with the planet itself. It was the Canary. If something was loose on the world, it would come to camphor. "I take it you intend gathering samples in the field first," Remy said. "Of course. No need to disrupt the social order in advance of the facts. Let me see to your lodging. We can begin then at your pleasure." The audience chamber never failed to fascinate Remy. Curtained in dark blues, greens, and bright gold, the sand-colored walls, where visible, were etched with intricate moors and starbursts. They hinted at a larger pattern, but Remy had never been shown, and still did not feel it appropriate to ask, to see them all. Havelock played with his new sleeves. His bites had stopped itching, but he remained conscious of them. Remy said nothing as Havelock fidgeted. His new sleeves were pale blue, with a single line of uneven hash marks from shoulder to cuff, a gift from one of Remy's acquaintances along the street. As always, when the Moskig entered, Remy was struck by her physicality. She was tall and could be intimidating, but Remy, perhaps because he was not native, saw only an admirably athletic woman in early middle age. What natives saw as authority, he saw as confidence. "Remy," she said, smiling. She lowered herself cross-legged onto the pillows across from him. "Welcome." She poured for them both. After the first sip, she leaned back. "You have brought a visitor." "If I may be allowed space to breach the veil," Remy said, bowing his head, "this is Havelock. He is here in an official capacity, from those I also serve." Havelock gave a slight bow. "I serve." The Moskig returned the bow. "You are welcome here, as Remy vouches for you." She looked at Remy. "You aren't leaving us, are you?" "No. Havelock has come to assist." "And you're here to seek my assistance to facilitate his." Remy made a polite bow. "So it is a matter of controversy." "It could be. As always, I will listen." She turned her attention to Havelock. "Proceed." Havelock began. The Moskig closed her eyes and listened. "So," she said when he finished, "the squamel is not native, and it may be a carrier." "That's the basic problem." "And your people wish to do what about it?" "We have to determine the extent, if any, of the problem," Havelock said. "The creature is a known carrier elsewhere. It may be different for the population here." "You must examine, then." "Yes." "Will this require samples?" "From the squamel, certainly." "And us?" "It depends what we find." "It may." "It may not be possible." Remy has explained the context. "We intend to be careful, but in cases of imminent threat to a population, it's best to take what course is available." Remy said nothing. He watched her. She poured a second cup for each of them. "What would you expect of us in return for such assistance, should it be necessary?" "That is not for me to say," Havelock said. "Of course, there are always higher-ups." Havelock gave a slight bow in concession. "There are concerns that only tangentially affect camphor." The Moskig was silent through another round of tea. "If you should find that the squamel has been placed here illicitly," she said, "perhaps by the traders to whom we turn blind eyes and deaf ears, then it may be necessary for us to change that relationship." "It was more than likely an accident." She lifted an eyebrow skeptically. "If so, then it may be necessary to eradicate them." "The squamels." "Of course. But the serious matter is if this virus has already infected us. What would that entail?" "We would wish to intervene. If infection has occurred, we need to learn its nature and its extent. Depending on what we discover, some form of prophylaxis may be necessary, not only for your sake, but for the sake of any off-worlders who could be affected." Remy watched her work through the implications. Countless customs and more than a few local taboos were involved. He sipped tea and waited, fascinated. Havelock was navigating this well. Remy had been here for almost 3 years and still did not understand the way these people processed information and came to the decisions they did. The Moskig tried to explain it once. "We go back to old beginnings and move forward to see where changes might have led.
We walk the road we do because we have always seen far enough down other roads to know which lead nowhere, which are less fortunate, which are simply longer. Sometimes the longer is better, but it is always possible we made a mistake. Remy had said, "We would call that reinventing the wheel every time," smiling in the way he had learned to show he meant humor. "Not all wheels are perfect," she had replied. She leaned forward, took his cup, refilled them both a third time. "Do your investigation into the squamel," she said. "When you know what you need to know, come talk to me again, and we will determine the next action. It may be that naked arms will result if your suspicions are correct."
"What does that mean?" Havelock asked when they returned to Remy's domicile.
"What?"
"Naked arms will result. Local idiom?"
"Yes, of course, but I'm always amazed at the variety."
He fixed Remy with a severe look. "How long have we been in recontact here?"
"Less than 20 years standard."
"Long enough to understand the language," he added silently.
Havelock gazed out through the open flaps into the street. "These sleeve vendors, related?" "Naked arms here are the equivalent of bare heads, naked breasts, or exposed genitalia in other places."
"Custom, or something more?"
"I haven't been able to discover the source of the taboo, but it is strong. They tolerate it, briefly, in strangers like yourself, but among themselves it seems the height of forbidden eroticism, or revulsion."
"It's surprising how often they're the same thing."
He sighed.
"So if I'm reading it correctly, it means that a culture-changing shock could result from our findings."
"That would seem a reasonable assumption."
"Well, we'll just have to try to avoid that if we can. Where do you suggest we start?"
To the west ran a series of shelves etched into the wall of the defile, leading downward into a mossy basin. Furtive movements within the shadows beneath the rocky ledges teased at the corner of the eye. Several species occupied the recesses, finding cool air out of the sun and ample lichenous encrustations on which some of them fed. The sky was a saturated sapphire blue, cloudless and untouchable. Remy hoped never to see what lay beyond that veil again. The thought caught him off guard.
"You like it here, don't you?" Havelock inquired as they brought a pair of newly occupied traps back to the carryall. Remy jerked back to the moment. Embarrassed, Remy struggled for a way to deny the observation.
"Yes," he said finally, "I do."
"You've been here 3 years. Before that?"
"Oh, Dursk, Rigel, Tenon, the Reclinates, others. Placeholders. Most of them were temporary postings till a more experienced agent could be sent. More time spent in transit than on the ground."
He stepped alongside Havelock. Inside the carryall huddled a pair of captured squamels. He had never seen one close up before. Each appeared to weigh less than half a kilogram. Rounded, awkward bodies, fronted by a long, almost skeletal head, gave the impression of a cobbled-together creature, parts taken from different animals. At a distance they seemed pleasant, even cute, but now he saw a strained ferocity in the face and too much of the body hidden. He knew they were 6-limbed, but none of the legs were visible. His immediate reaction was that they did not belong here.
"Camphor is my first long-term assignment."
"You'd like it to be permanent?"
"I would never presume to expect it."
"In some instances an agent is so well suited to an assignment—" Havelock leaned toward the carryall.
"Not at all what I expected."
"What do you mean?"
"They don't match the original form. There's been mutation."
He pulled out his slate and opened the screen. An animal appeared that resembled the two in the carryall, but with clear differences. Especially the head, which on the original, Ferrigs Havelock had called them, was wider and shorter, matching the body, which was also slightly different in that the legs were all visible.
"Are you sure they're the same?"
"We'll find out, won't we?" Havelock closed the screen and straightened. He looked up toward the ridgeline. "Who are they?"
Half a dozen people stood there watching. "Rovers," Remy said. "Traders, really." Havelock grunted softly and turned his attention back to the squamals. I'll do a mutation check, but this seems artificial. Bred? Is there any history of that kind of domestication here? Camphor has a population of roughly 50 million, scattered over most of one continent and a few islands. It's possible the surveys missed a few pockets of activity here and there, but aside from gene-locked livestock from the original settlement, it's agricultural, supplemented by moderate hunting of a few large native game. 50 million. That seems low after all this time. Not knowing what factors were in play after lapse, it's hard to say. We've seen worlds with fewer. Yes, but with obvious impediments to population growth. Camphor seems pristine? That would be one word. Havelock looked back at his screen. I'm wondering if these were bred for market and imported, rather than just an accidental intrusion. If so, that changes the situation. Remy glanced up at the ridge. Their observers were gone. Let's get this over with, Havelock said, switching on the handles of the carryall. With one hand he lifted it easily, and together they returned to the transport 100 meters away. Remy's heart pounded until they entered the cool interior of the vehicle. It was a new machine, and Remy had been impressed with it since he first climbed aboard for the field excursion 3 days ago. He was impressed again as he watched Havelock take the carryall to the lab in the back and slide the box into its receptacle. Machinery activated, and Remy heard a tiny bleat as the squamals were taken within for examination. Drink? Havelock offered as he came forward into the central area. I haven't had quassel in years. Havelock smiled and touched the screen of a vendor. Seconds later he handed a tall glass containing a brilliant gold liquid to Remy. Remy sipped and closed his eyes as the quassel flowed with luxurious warmth down his throat. You're sure you'll like it here so much? Havelock said. I understand certain things are prohibited. Like this. I miss it, but hardly enough to give up other things. Havelock sat down with his own drink, which looked like scotch. Ice knocked the sides of his glass. What would you say is the likelihood camphor might open itself to full intercourse? Highly unlikely. That sounds firm. It's a stable polity. They have an identity, a sense of security, traditions. The sleeve thing, among others. Any idea what that's all about? No. The truth is I have never seen anyone's bear arms here, and they won't talk about it. Not with an outsider. After 3 years you're still considered an outsider? I could live here all the rest of my life and be considered an outsider. I suspect there's an initiation, but... Remy set his glass aside. I thought you would know this. From the reports? I noted it, but I've been to so many worlds where the agent on site either got it wrong or exaggerated something. That appears not to be the case here, but you arrive prepared to ignore the reports first thing? What if I'd said it was a death sentence to appear in public sleeveless? Havelock smiled. But it's not. Is it? A chime sounded from the back of the vehicle. Havelock set his drink down and went to the lab. Remy did not follow. He sat, nervously turning the glass round and round, thoughts jammed against a door he did not want opened. As Havelock came back, Remy stood, anxious. It's a splice, Havelock said. A splice. 2 quite different forms are in evidence here. These are not pure squamals. Or maybe I should say they are squamals, since that's the local variant, but they are not ferrigs. The ferrig template is dominant, but something else has been added. That's... how? Someone is doing some very sophisticated and very illegal gene splicing. Havelock moved to the forward cabin and sat down at the main console. Remy's mind seemed in freefall. I don't understand. The technology doesn't exist here. I wouldn't presume so, Havelock said as he worked the console. The transport hummed to life. He looked around. It's still an import. You understand what has to happen now. You have to bring in an ecological impact team. Exactly. He set the heading for the port on the northern outskirts of the city. Wait. Havelock looked around. Please, Remy said. The consequences to the local culture could be significant. He swallowed loudly. His heart raced. "We should bring this to Moskig before you contact the department." "Why? It won't change what has to happen, but it might serve to minimize the impact." Havelock narrowed his eyes. Finally, he nodded. "A day's delay makes little difference. Let's see what she has to say." He changed course. Remy's relief left him light-headed. He dropped into the couch next to Havelock and stared out at the landscape as the transport began to move. "Your concern is commendable," Havelock said, "but perhaps misdirected. If splicing is going on here, whether native or imported, whatever purity you're worried about preserving is already lost. We have to learn its extent and who is responsible, and probably extract them. And then establish a permanent base here to monitor and safeguard the planet once remedial action has been taken. Yes, I understand the process." "Then you will be here forever. Things will change. Whatever unique identity these people now possess will be altered over time and lost." "That matters to you? It matters to them." Havelock did not respond. In silence, they traveled back to Camphor. On the way, Remy struggled to find a way to avoid what he knew was inevitable. The Moskig was already waiting for them when they were ushered in to see her. Tea was ready. She waved them to cushions, poured, and began immediately. "Have you concluded your investigation?" "I have as far as I can," Havelock said. "The life form is present. The pathogen is evident." "But—" "There is a complication. The animal I expected to find has been altered." "Spliced. I believe that's the term you use for a genetically modified or conjoined biological expression." Remy felt a thrill seeing Havelock surprised. "Yes," Havelock said. "The animal, what is colloquially known as a squamel, is quite different than the original form. My initial tests indicate deliberate splicing." He frowned. "Forgive me, but you don't seem surprised." "Was it your intent to surprise me?" Havelock's mouth hung open for a few moments, then snapped shut. "What would be your next proposed step?" the Moskig said. She raised a hand, ordering refreshment. "We would like to bring in a team to completely analyze and assess the potential impact and determine the source of the splice." She was silent as she poured 3 cups. She invited them to accept a cup and sit. Remy held the small bowl with hands that seemed about to tremble. The Moskig set her cup down. "Do you know our history?" "I wasn't aware there was one to be known." "In many ways this is true. Regrettably, we would very much like to know our own history. All we know is Camphor was settled over 5 centuries ago. Your centuries, if I've understood Remy's explanations about time and universal calendars. Contact was lost almost 3 centuries ago. We never knew what happened to cause it. Isolation enclosed us swiftly. Reactions were not managed well. Things were lost. We have a few traditions, some stories from those early days, a handful of documents that fail to add up to a coherent narrative. One thing we do have that has puzzled us is a series of documents that have a regular period of recurrence." She handed a slate to Havelock. He smiled quizzically and studied it. The smile faded. He offered the slate to Remy. "Have you seen these?" Remy set his cup down and took the slate. He scrolled through the documents one after another, baffled by what he saw. "These appear to be field records of prophylaxis protocols," he said. "No, I've never seen these." He looked up at the Moskig. "I don't understand." "Your animal won't harm us," she said. "We've been inoculated." She reached up with her right hand to undo the ties on her left sleeve. Remy felt a deep lurch as the beautiful, richly patterned fabric fell away from an arm covered in scars, like stigmata, small puckered craters from just above her wrist up to right below her shoulder. At first he imagined some disease in childhood that had left its mark, but that made no sense. As he stared at it, she removed her other sleeve, revealing the same scarring, and Remy knew it was artificial. Havelock was watching him. He felt the intensity of his attention, suffused with surprise and disappointment and suspicion. Remy snapped his head around to meet that examination with what he hoped was challenge. "I didn't know," he hoped he conveyed. "They hid this, the way they hid their arms, the way they hide their history, even their intentions." The thought followed, "But I should have found out." "How long—" Havelock straightened, took back the slate, and returned it to the Moskig. "How may we be of service?" She looked at him, amused or quizzical, Remy could never tell. "If that is an honest offer," she said, "then accept in all honesty that you already have been. You may continue to be by permitting Remy to remain your representative here." Now Remy was startled. "We do not," Havelock said, "usually allow our representatives to be selected by the people they are assigned to." "Of course not," she said. "It would please us if you would make an exception." "Why?" "He is not finished with us, nor we with him." Havelock frowned at Remy. "Yes," he said finally, "I see. I must run this by my superiors, but I see no reason to reject this request." "Pardon," Remy said, his heart racing, "but I'm not sure I wish to remain. Not now." The Moskig smiled and began tugging her sleeves back into place. She deftly retied them, one-handed, with movements Remy found difficult to follow. "As to the squamel," the Moskig said, as if Remy had not spoken, "you may collect samples, but we shall deal with them." She met Havelock's gaze with a look that Remy had never seen, absolute, resolute, allowing for no further discussion. "As you say," Havelock said. The rest of the visit passed innocuously. The tea was finished, the service removed, appreciations given, and the two men followed a servant to the door. Havelock stood in the middle of the street and slowly turned, taking in the traffic, the walls, the people, their sleeves in a long look. He wore a half-smile all the way back to Remy's dom. Remy seethed to ask questions, but he waited till the drape fell across his entrance. "What was all that?" Havelock blinked. "Oh. Do you really like it here?" "I did." "What's changed?" "They lied to me. I don't care to be used this way." He remembered his words when Havelock arrived. It helps to feel more useful than used. "You're a diplomat. That's your job, to be used." "Yes, but you only want to be used in ways you've agreed to." Havelock nodded. "Believe me, I understand. It's a luxury no one ever has." Remy felt a sharp twist of panic. "You knew something, didn't you?" "Something." He gestured. "The sleeves. Haven't you wondered about the patterns? They're very instructive." Remy glanced down at his own sleeves, at the lines and dots and geometries. "No, Oh." He had been blind. Willfully or not, blind. "Molecules, DNA signatures, chemical templates," Havelock said. "Beautifully done. Almost too beautiful. Enough to hide what they represent." Remy felt himself sink into acceptance. He was welcome here, of course, because he had brought something they needed. He had thought it was his skills. "Recontact is short-handed," he said quietly. "I can't be spared." "That poses no problem." Havelock drew a long breath. "Yes, well, I'll be here a few days more. I need to collect more squamel. But when that's done, I think I'll be leaving." He looked at Remy. "That was the first time you saw bare arms here?" Remy flushed hotly, as if embarrassed, but he could not say why. "Yes. I never... There are shops where something like tattooing is done, but it was..." "When you first arrived, were you stung and bitten?" Havelock gestured at his own, now sleeved arms. Remy had almost forgotten. Yes, I was. But only once. After that, they avoided you. Explain. Inoculation. Sampling. Havelock shook his head. I thought these places were just... This colony was originally set up to develop, test, and then distribute prophylaxis. Everything here is part of the process. I thought they were just legends. This is the first one I've ever heard of that proved real. Remy's mind swirled with half-formed questions, a vortex of wonderment and fear. I've been here 3 years. Yes. I imagine by now you're immune to just about everything. Except yourself, of course. And they're immune to you. Havelock grinned and patted Remy's arm. I have preparations to make. I'm going back to the port. I should imagine you may get that permanent posting. Remy knew he should thank Havelock, but the words would not come. He stared at the operative. Give it time, Havelock said finally. You may find yourself wanting it again. I have things to do. I'm sure we'll talk again before I leave. After Havelock left, he stretched out on his bedding, aware of the smells of the food being prepared, and letting the idea that he could stay settle through him. He had wanted this. Perhaps Havelock was right, and would come to want it again. He is not finished with us, nor we with him. The words unsettled him. The Moskig rarely indulged in frivolous talk. She had, for the 3 years he had known her, spoken with a clarity he had come to admire, even require. It was, as he had come to understand, part of her function in this culture to say things with thoroughly considered conviction, as if her words told Camphor what it was. That she had hidden so much from him stung. Nor we with him. If he asked her what she meant, she might refuse to answer. That rarely happened. But then he had to be sure he wanted to know the answer. Expecting to Fly by Ed Vick and Manny Frischberg. Reading time 29 minutes. Ed Vick and Manny Frischberg have written separately for their whole lives and together since 2015. A bookseller and a recovering journalist, they have foisted more than 6 dozen short stories and novellas on an unsuspecting world, alone and together, ranging from hard science fiction to urban fantasies and weird Western stories, available wherever fine words are sold, including More Alternative Truths, B-Cubed Press, and Analog. When not editing other people's books, Frischberg is working on his 3-book SF fantasy mystery series, and Vick just published his first short story collection for Fairwood Press, Truer Love and Other Lies. Yetzad felt that her heart would break in two. Most of her childhood friends would fly with the newly molted. One at least would fall. She congregated with the rest of the flock at the edge of the precipice, huddling a few flaps away from the edge along with the other juveniles, who, yet to go through their pupal stage, were covered by soft, downy coats. She joined the others in bidding Srownard a final goodbye. Each of them gave her one last hug, the juveniles with their forepaws, and Yetzad with her oddly 5-digited front extremities. Newly emerged from their chrysalises, Srownard and her broodmates prepared for first flight. In groups of 3, the newly formed adults lined up, and acting together as one, their recently grown claws grasping one to the next, launched themselves into the air. The child held her breath at each departure. As they cleared solid ground, they split apart, each one holding their place in the formation as they flew out over the distant valley. All except Srownard, who plunged helplessly to the ground. Her plummet came as a shock, but not a surprise. When she emerged from the cave, dragging a deformed wing, everyone could see she was doomed. Those whose bodies were incapable of carrying them up into the above had to make the journey unencumbered by flesh. Srownard had tried, just as Yetzad must one day try. The older adults who came to observe the solemn, and as so often tragic, ritual, formed a line on the cliff's edge. Each plucked an iridescent scale from a wing before launching, arcing around in a widening spiral, rising on the updraft until they were specks against the pale pink morning sky. Their scales appeared, floating down so her essence could carry them to the above. The child watched as Srounard's body was retrieved and lifted on cords by 6 of their strongest flyers and flown out to sea. When the weakest of them flagged, all would drop the cords so her broken, empty body could be returned to the life cycle as fodder for sea creatures. Looking at her own pale, nearly bald body, the child wondered what would become of her when her broodmates emerged from their chrysalises. She very much hoped that wings would one day unfurl and dry and carry her aloft. She had heard the broodmothers worrying about whether she would survive the molting, whether it even made sense to enclose her in a cocoon, since she likely lacked the ability to dissolve her body so it could reform. She expected her fate was to join the on high sooner and without the burden of a body to carry above, just like Srounard. The brood moms had never hidden the fact that she was different from the other chicks, not that they could have dissembled, because nothing about her body could be mistaken for one of theirs. Not only did she lack the insulating coat of fuzz, but her eyes were set far too close to one another, and her nostrils and mouth were completely separated. Ferryma, the mom who had imprinted on her most strongly, laughed whenever she recited the tale of the confusion when they first encountered her. The child from the sky had been too young to speak for herself, and was the only living passenger in the small vessel that crash-landed on the plain below the precipice. Its workings were arcane, but they had learned some little about her from colorful pictures that had been stowed away. There had been bodies, too, but burned and pulped in the crash. "You are a gift from the on high, Yetzad, for you came to us from the vastness that rises even higher than the above," Ferryma often reassured her after darkfall when they nestled together. "What we are to do with you and what we will learn along the glideway is too wide to see all of, even from the highest thermal. I am sure it will be worthwhile, because we have already learned so much from you." The poor malformed prepupe cocked her head to her left side and snapped her teeth twice, imitating the sound of bewilderment as best as she was able. The mom laughed and stroked her head. "Why, we did not even know there was a vast above before you dropped in from it, let alone that there were others like ourselves, no matter how oddly shaped." All of the broodmothers were kind to her, and solicitous, and she did not doubt they all cherished her as much as any of her broodmates. But only Ferryma would make such jokes. The child Yetzad chuckled and snuggled in tighter. In another season, she knew, it would be her brood's turn. The moms would wind them into their chrysalises, where they would undergo the transformation to become winged adults. They would approach the heights together, and with the commune in observance, would soar into the air and sail into the above, to learn their place in the commune and the on-high's goal for their life, even if it was only to provide nourishment so that another might fulfill its purpose. It would not be so hard a thing, becoming food. At least, if that was her fate, she could anticipate what her place was in the world. She watched until nothingness resolved into 6 dots, the flyers returning from their solemn duty. Yetzad set off with the other juveniles on the long, slow descent from the precipice toward the village. A blatting noise, like a mating thyphon, startled her. The child ran with the others all the way back to the village. Panting, she looked down from the roost to the next valley. She saw it. Another vessel, much like her own but far larger, settled quietly to the ground. Rona Gilly reviewed her charting on the castaway child, trying to decide how to approach her socialization. Sex, female. Height, 129.5 centimeters. Weight, 35.47 kilograms. Age, approximately 12 years. Origin unknown, probably a survivor of a fold failure. Subjects below standard size is attributable to 3 factors: suboptimal nutrition during crucial growth periods, insufficient vitamin D production due to reduced radiation from planet Halifax's sun, and the planet's lesser gravity impairing muscle growth. Rona shook her head. Despite the deficiencies, she appeared to be generally healthy. Subject was placed in a fast learner pod for the journey to planet AR station. Language acquisition is proceeding apace. She is curious, Rona continued, excellent at 3-dimensional visualization and color perception, but unsurprisingly substandard in interpersonal relationships. Her inability to perform on simple coordination and perception tests may be related to the absence of material culture among the predominant species that adopted the child. The child could speak at least as well as a 4-year-old now. The girl's facility with language had surprised Rona. Back on Earth, in a few rare cases, babies had been nurtured by forest animals and later rescued, much as this girl had. In school, they watched an old vid about one such case. That boy, raised in the wild, never learned more than a smattering of words. On the other hand, the Haligonians appeared advanced enough that Planet AR was considering opening diplomatic relations with them. Yetzad watched the strange creatures moving around, holding things in their tentacled forelimbs. Hands, she remembered the appendages were called, and the tentacles were fingers. She had absorbed so many new words since she was taken from her brood and into the vast above beyond her world. She had been terrified by the creatures. She remained so even now. They walked with the long, scuffling steps she had been taught, to not go airborne in low G, Teacher Rona Gilead said. Yetzad plucked at the garment they'd told her she must wear at all times. Ship's overalls, they'd called it. Most people she encountered decorated them. The variety of colors and patterns delighted her, reminding her of the infinite variation in design of her adult's wings. She had learned so much. Broodmom Fairyma would love her bringing back all this new information. Teacher, who said never to call her a brood mother, had not told her when the reunion would be. On her own, Yetzad delighted in almost flying aboard the station. Most surprising of all the things she'd learned had been the fixed nature of human bodies. The adult's shape was just a larger version of the smaller ones. She would never grow wings. Still, she dreamed of flying. Teacher stopped at a door, pushed a button next to it, and by it opened. Yetzad was entranced. Here they were, a dozen children, people like her, others who didn't yet know their destinies. Her fear of humans abated as she realized their juveniles were no more dangerous than the ones she'd grown up with. The children prattled around the room by themselves or in small clutches of 2 or 3, making a wide variety of noises, only some of which sounded like the words burned into her brain by the fast learner. 3 adults monitored activities from various locations. One child moved in her direction. She grabbed Yetzad's hand and dragged her to sit at a short table. Several children reached into a pile of brightly colored rectangular objects with rows of regular bumps on the tops, hiding the bumps in the open bottom of the next one. Magically, the 2 blocks, she remembered was the word for these squares, stuck together, and a 3rd and 4th and 5th did the same in turn. Another child was interlocking the blocks to make a cliffside, and other children were sticking the magic blocks together in different patterns and arrangements. An adult sat on his haunches and gently suggested this or that configuration, while giving names to some of them. Yetzad tried to make sense of it. These blocks were not food, and looked hardly large enough to be components for a dwelling or a rain cover. She remembered times when brood moms had done strange things, like diving into water, only to return with tasty water dwellers. Perhaps this was practice for some similar act. She pulled a construct out of one child's hands and turned it one way and the other, appreciating the way it filled her hand. The other child snatched it back with an angry, "Not yours!" The adult glanced their way, but was busy mediating a different confrontation. Heart sinking, eyes hooded in submission, Yetzad stood and looked around for another activity. Children were sitting near one another, but not like a brood. Rather, they sat spaced apart, so much that they could not stroke one another gently or feel each other's warmth. Each one had their own object, a book of leaves, pages, that they examined closely before flipping over to the next. Elsewhere, some pretended to be brood moms, each with only a single hatchling to attend, replicas of miniaturized humans in their arms. Yetzad understood that they were rehearsing for their adult roles, trying out a few of the possibilities before they discovered their proper purpose. These humans' behavior with the little pretend babies still struck her as odd. While they were close to one another, each one attended only the offspring in her own hands, ignoring the rest of the brood. What they all have in common, it dawned on her, is that they are all using something or another to build or do something with it, causing the thing to do the work. Even the brood moms have a bottle for the new one to ingest from, instead of straight from mom's mouth. Tools were not unknown to her. The chosen would carry items from place to place and drop a rock to break open a shell. She had even seen some adults who would bite and scrape at a stick until they could fit it into a hole to drag out some succulent burrower. None of it counted as building, though. It comes as naturally to these humans as flight does to us. Yetzad held her own two hands up in front of her face. No, she corrected herself in the new speaking that had been branded into her, already finding the human language dominating her thoughts. It comes as natural to us as flying does to them. Then she did something else that was very human. She broke down in tears. Rona sat at her desk and watched a monitor. The child slept in a fetal position. From time to time she stretched a hand out as if searching for some fellow sleeper. When her hand encountered only air, she'd half rouse, look around, then bury her head under a pillow. In some ways the girl had regressed. Where before she had been learning to use silverware, now she was back to using her hands. She wanted nothing to do with the fast learner, and refused to look at the picture books that had once so absorbed her. Thinking of Yetzad's background sparked an idea. Yetzad looked up through the thick, transparent ceiling at the large sphere of space at Planet AR Station's core. At its center were a number of manufacturing and research facilities that required zero-G. Teacher Rona had made her put on special boots that stuck to the floor before entering the area, and she could feel herself swaying, her balance off. Her arms hovered near her chest in the chilled air. Through the transparent graphene struts, she could see people cavorting in a large open area at the heart of the structure, floating effortlessly and zipping from place to place, pointing small canisters attached to their hands and feet. Rona said, "Well, would you like to try flying?" Wordlessly, she nodded. "You realize you'll have to use the proper equipment." She'd give anything to fly, even become human. Looking up, she said, "Yes, I want to fly." She tolerated the wads of soft material wrapped around her core and her appendages. Those she actually liked. The way they were bound on made her feel caressed. Then Rona strapped on the 4 canisters. Yetzad did not understand why. They were nothing like the wings that her broodmates grew in their cocoons. She had listened when her moms cautioned the young before they spun their cocoons, so the memories would be implanted when they reawoke, passing on tips and tricks to using them to maneuver through the air, how to catch the updrafts and follow the currents in widening circles. She waited, giving her best imitation of patience, while her guardian fitted herself with similar equipment, and they passed through the door. Yetzad imitated Rona as she launched herself into the great wide-open space. The experience took her breath away, and returned it in great, exhilarated gasps of delight. Only when she was finally led by her teacher to rest on one of the magnetic perches did she have time to regret not having her broodmates to share the moment with. Yetzad looked excitedly to Teacher Rona in a silent plea to let her soar again right now. A smaller smile greeted her, and a slight nod that was all the permission she required. Again she started off tumbling, and shot off randomly in one direction then another as the maneuvering jets attached to her hands and feet triggered, until Rona flew out to guide her back to their perch. After resting for as little time as possible, Yetzad cajoled her teacher to allow her another flight. Now, though, she began to control the speed of the air jets and correct her position, firing one then another, eventually finding her equilibrium and bringing herself back to the roost, where Teacher Rona watched with obvious delight. Far too soon their time in the chamber was spent, and Yetzad accepted the necessity of resuming the world of wait and the life of isolation she endured there. Even so, her soul was alight with joy, and she cherished the sense memory of being untethered and yet in control. Yetzad surprised Rona after their flying lesson. The girl clearly enjoyed the experience, yet she did not request another trip to the microgravity section, not the next day or the days that followed. Instead, she evinced a new interest in the station's data libraries, and even expressed a willingness to try the fast learner again. Rona got permission to take a leave from her other responsibilities to focus on furthering Yetzad's education, since she had a rapport with the feral child no other Planetear official had forged. The girl refused to take direction in her studies. Rona tried to direct her toward geometry and elementary physics, telling her they were central to aerodynamics, but Yetzad more or less politely ignored her. Instead, she turned to art. Again, when Rona thought she had a key to the child's interest and tried to take her on virtual tours of masterpieces, Yetzad surprised her by preferring sketchbooks and studies. She spent hours on the computer examining page after page of artists' early work, how they advanced from simple ovals and boxes and tubes to build faces, bodies, buildings, and plants. When Yetzad came upon the notebooks of Leonardo da Vinci, she stopped asking questions of Rona altogether. She spent every available minute poring over the pages of charcoal drawings and strange backward lettering. Rona thrilled that something had awakened a new desire to study and learn. A purpose, perhaps? She did not see the downside, had not even perceived that a downside existed, until the theft. Yetzad sat in the peace office anteroom, twisting one of her coverall's ties around a finger. Teacher Rona sat across the room, looking as miserable as Yetzad felt. But the girl didn't understand, the teacher said for something like the 50th time. It had worked perfectly. This proved it. She had her purpose. The On High had sent her on this immense journey for a reason, after all. She had felt ashamed for doubting it. She could return to her people, an adult. Now she was confused. Confused and angry. Hadn't she done what they wanted? Learned how to be a human? The peace rep was adamant. You may not have the child released into your custody until she does understand. Nobody is allowed to take rationed construction supplies. Nobody is allowed to endanger other residents by building an unsanctioned glider. And nobody is allowed into Station Core without a pass. Obviously feeling he'd gotten his point across, the peace rep passed Teacher up to a peace speaker, who proceeded to give her the same spiel with an added layer of "did you put her up to it" for spice. That was a nuance Yetzad understood. The moms had their version. 2 hours later, Yetzad was finally told it was her time to speak. "What did I do?" she wailed. "I finally know what my purpose is. Soon now I would have been ready to bring my gift back home, to show my people what I have learned from you. That is my purpose. And yet you punish me for it? Call me bad? What sort of creatures are you?" The girl's face reddened with indignation and betrayal. Her voice rose and quavered as she spat the words out at her accusers, and at Teacher, too. Quiet. Please be quiet, just for a little. Teacher Rona Gilly held out a hand to stop the oncoming rep. It's okay, I've got her, thank you. She enveloped Yetzad in a fierce embrace, one so unexpected, so welcome, so overpowering, that Yetzad said whatever she asked just to prolong it another second. Somehow Teacher Rona got the girl back to her room. Yetzad kept her steps slow and sullen, far from her usual attempt to soar in the station's low gravity. Okay, Teacher Rona said, once she'd dialed them both large mugs of steaming chocolate, her own with just a dash of whiskey. I can tell you didn't think you were doing anything wrong. Yetzad shook her head. I was so excited. Everything just came together in my head, and I understood. It comes so naturally to your kind, to us, but for me, I never had the chance. I had no reason to have hands except to carry things. Of course you were excited, Teacher cut her off, but you were also selfish. We have limited resources on this station. Those resources are rationed, used for the most beneficial purposes. I can imagine what that urge to fly must be like for you. I've seen the, people you were raised by, how inadequate you must have felt, knowing you would never be able to join them in the air. Yetzad wrinkled her forehead and stared at her teacher. No, Teacher Rona, I have not been invisible with you. Rona wrinkled her forehead in turn. Not clear, the child corrected herself. Not at all. I thought that my purpose would be like Srounard's and the others who the on-high gives parts that do not work, to take first flight and become food for the down below. Because of you, I have learned my true purpose, what my hands can really be for, what I have to give. The flying machine? But the Haligonians surely have no need— No! Yetzad waved her hands. Not the thing, the making. It comes so easily for you, so much a part of who you are, that you do not realize what a wonder the idea of making, the knowing how, can be. This is why the On-High sent me to grow among the chosen, why you had to carry me away, so I could learn what I am made for, so I could bring this gift back to my family. The word sat there between them. Family. Rona stared at Yetzad as though she had never seen the child before. In some ways, she realized she never had. She closed her eyes, and her cheeks fell, her mouth pulling down at the edges. For her, for all the authorities Yetzad had encountered on planet AR, it had been a rescue mission. To Yetzad, it had been an abduction. I thought we were your family, she said, tearing up as she spoke, or that we would become one. I thought that we were bringing you home at last. It never occurred to me that you didn't feel the same. No one ever asked until now, and I am deeply sorry for that. Rona realized she had even avoided calling the child by the only name the girl called herself. Yetzad, what do you want? Planet AR didn't rescue her, Rona told herself. And for Yetzad, all she's learned about us didn't mean she was adapting and assimilating at all. All her efforts, everything that had seemed like adapting, had been trying to find her way home. Rona sat at her desk and keyed in her final report on the castaway. Subject is physically fit and healthy, following the administration of adequate and appropriate nutrition, and has proven adept at absorbing information both through fast learning equipment and via direct observation participation routines with adult and appropriate age peers. However, the subject's emotional state remains a concern. Socialization has been slow and inadequate to assure the subject's long-term psychological health. While superficial interactions do not pose an exceptional difficulty, and she is likely to achieve a basic level of social integration, she is unlikely to ever feel she belongs among humans. Therefore, I propose that I be given custody of the child and be reassigned as liaison plenipotentiary to planet Halifax, where she can serve as my interpreter and cultural advisor. Yetzad stood right on the edge of the precipice and stared out to sea until she could make out all three of the returning brood. The assembly of the chosen awaited their return from first flight, And yet Sod stood among them, her heart overflowing with joy at seeing the newest generation stake their claims to full membership in society. At the same time, her eyes overflowed with the salt of reflection. Losing Rona had pierced her heart, but her old teacher had lived an active, eventful life, transiting between Planet AR and Halifax. The flock had accepted her as Yetzod's broodmate and treated her like one of their own. She had even taken to flying occasionally in the small flitter Planet AR had provided. A cordon of adult chosen prepared to leap in unison from the edge of the precipice, cords of silken filaments extended from each of them to wrap the empty husk of Teacher Rona, ready to carry her off to feed the down below. Each carried a large oval basket strapped to their bodies under their wings, in which they carried their final gift, an item of personal significance for Liaison Rona Gilly to carry with her to the down below. Yetzod removed a small square of cloth, a silk handkerchief Rona had brought her as a present from her last visit to Planet AR, tied at the corners to a pair of crossed sticks. She looked one last time at the brightly colored fabric and tossed it after the figures retreating into the sky, watching it catch the breeze and flutter briefly before it dropped to join Rona on the journey to her final purpose. Mid-Strath Exploding. Andy Dudek. Reading time 22 minutes. Andy Dudek's fiction has appeared in Analog, Clarkesworld, Interzone, FNSF, Rich Horton's Year's Best, Apex, and many other places. He's translated Liu Cixin, also known as Big Liu, Chun Qiu-fan, Tong Fei, Bao Shu, Ah Ke, and many other Chinese luminaries for Anglophone publication. In his spare time, he likes to eat Hui Muslim-style cold sesame noodles. 1. Mid-Strath City has been exploding for 2 centuries and won't be finished for another 10. It has been exploding, glacially, throughout Kieran's 14 years, so he doesn't think of it as an explosion. The red-shifted spectacle looms over everything, a mountain he lives at the base of. As he hurries along the 9th Ring Road of Strathtown, he gauges his progress against the familiar features of the wavefront. There's Dancing Tower, so named because its intact top half rides upon exploding lower floors, which have resembled legs for 20 years. He dashes down Meridian Alley, past oldies selling meat pies and souvenirs. The rickshaw racket drowns their conversations, but he knows what they're on about. Sudden, catastrophic temporal normalization. They claim they can feel it coming in their aches and bones. Catastrophic temporal normalization and the weather. Oldie talk never changes. Kieran approaches a knot of tourists. These wealthy archipelagics have come to gawk at the explosion, Strathtown's bread and butter, but they happen to be trinket shopping now. A tall woman in archipelagic robes holds a necklace toward the red light of Mid-Strath. She studies the pendant, familiar to Kieran, a glass shard housing looped video footage taken by some patient wavefront mystic. This one shows something barely visible these days, a disintegrating skyscraper deep inside the north face of the explosion. Nice and distracting. Kieran watches his hand creep out. It probes an inner pocket of the robe, moves with the robe as it flutters in the wave-front breeze. It withdraws, holding a roll of scrip. A patrolman cries out and levels an assault rifle. Kieran flees down Five Ways Alley. Pilfering is just a sideline for him. He has real work to do, and he's late. 2. Most of the wavefront shoreline is occupied by science stations, or great rolling observatories catering to rich tourists. A small tract has been set aside for the dyad mystics. Kieran slips into their bazaar, where wavefront property is given over to a wall honeycombed with narrow cells, spaces open at both ends and occupied by doomed believers. They're letting the explosion engulf them feet first. There is pain, his mother once told him, but they get it redshifted in long wavelengths they can study with bemusement while their acolytes keep them fed. He didn't understand her at the time. Her tone and her eyes frightened him.
Spectators crowd the bazaar. He moves among them like a ghost, determined not to glance at the wall of cells. It will be a few more months before the Dyad's shaved pates are engulfed. Their organs have already entered slow time, leaving them starved of food and oxygen. The acolytes make up the difference with ancient, consecrated medical equipment. In these final months, the Dyad's brains are growing steadily more immersed. They have their coveted dual consciousness, slow thought mingled with real-time awareness, the former gradually subsuming the latter until they are enlightened. Then there will be festivals as a new wall of cells goes up, and the next graduating class of this death cult ascends. Kieran doesn't like being here, but business is business. He skirts a chanting mass of red-painted acolytes, scanning the onlookers for his client. He spots Modwin instead. A year older than Kieran, stronger and taller, she plies her trade among distracted tourists. So she's still around. Kieran hasn't seen her for a while. They ran together for a spell, saving their winnings, determined to leave Straith together and make their way to a better life in the archipelago. But then Kieran grew up. He abandoned their childish dream and joined the Far Infrared Syndicate. She meets his gaze now, her hand in the day bag of a regal-looking archipelagic man. Her initial look of disappointment gives way to the familiar smirk. Modwin enjoys pickpocketing, even though she doesn't quite have the touch. The tourist frowns and glances down at his bag. She's already gone, dodging through the crowd with a handful of scrip. A tickle of instinct draws Kieran's gaze to a patrol woman near the Gate of Revelations at the south end of the bazaar. She has spotted Modwin and is leveling her rifle. Kieran doesn't think. His hand finds the small pistol secreted in the right pocket of his kilt, a disposable polymer one-shot called a click chance. Modwin vanishes into the crowd. The patrol woman lowers her rifle and mutters something into her headset. Kieran is shocked at himself. Did he nearly shoot a patrol woman? Not for the first time, his attachment to Modwin frightens him. Attachment of any kind is dangerous in Straithtown. This is an immutable law Kieran has learned well. Being near the Dyads only reinforces this. He needs to get away from this bazaar post-haste. He spots his client near the back of the spectators, an ancient woman dressed like a rich archipelagic, though she seems uninterested in the Dyads or their acolytes. Yesterday, when Kieran sealed the deal, her accent struck him as odd. He wonders if she was born here and then escaped to the archipelago, like Modwin longs to. But if so, why is she back? Certainly not for standard tourism. She sought out the services of the Far Infrared Syndicate, rather than one of the big wavefront tourist facilities. "There you are," she says. "Is it arranged?" "Yeah," Kieran says. "Half now and half at the wavefront." She withdraws a roll of scrip from a theft-proof armpit pocket, not a common precaution among naive archipelagics, and hands the money over, her expression grim. Far Infrared's clients are generally thrill-seekers. Certain archipelagics want something beyond the usual tourist experience, but they are tourists nonetheless, relishing the underworld contact, relishing everything, eager. This woman doesn't fit the bill. Kieran pockets the scrip and leads her out of the bazaar. She hobbles after him on a cane, and their going is slow. Kieran guesses that if she benefited from archipelagic medicine, it's possible she's older than the explosion. She may have lived in that decadent, mythic time before the qubit bombs, when their temporal side effects were mere theories. She might have left old Midstraith before the war. If she's younger than 200, she still might have lived on the outskirts of Midstraith. The inflationary stage consumed the city center in moments, but then the explosion began to slow. Thousands of peripheral Midstrathians escaped the ballooning wavefront. An estimated 30 million are entombed in the bubble. Half are dead, lost to the red haze deep within the fragmented zone or vaporized zone, or deeper still in the core, where there is only slow plasma. The other half are still alive, in a sense. Because the temporal bubble is leading the shockwave by a good half-mile, there are millions near frozen in headlong flight, and because they're closer to the wave front, they've become a grim spectacle for tourists to gawk at. They have inspired art movements and schools of philosophy that are beyond Kieran. He doesn't like looking at them, but they don't trouble his dreams like they do Modwin's. They're a fixture of the wavefront, like ancient murals, and Kieran profits from them. He leads the old woman away from the tourist plazas, down alleyways, past unseen far-infrared checkpoints, through the latest ring of shanties scheduled for demolition. These have to be removed to make way for glacially retreating behemoths, the tourist facilities and science stations. 3. Kieran was 11 when he met Modwin in a forest of legs and flowing archipelagic silk. He'd just teased a 20-scrip bill out of a hip pouch, and he was backing away, fighting the urge to run. "Nice technique," she said, suddenly at his side. Disconcerted, he did his best to slip away through the tourists. He'd seen other pickpockets like himself, but he'd kept his distance. They ran in groups and spoke a pickpocket cant he didn't understand. They were natives, he reckoned, not refugees from the waste like himself. He thought he'd lost her, but she emerged from the crowd before him, grinning. "Your pilfer, I mean, not your exit. That needs work." He fled recklessly this time, colliding with tourists and vendors and raising a commotion. He made it to a trash-filled alley, turned to watch the crowded plaza while he caught his breath. "I mean it," she said behind him. He spun, drawing a rusty knife from his boot. He hadn't saved up enough for a click chance yet. "You're talented," she said, seemingly unfazed. "Better than me, even. On the pilfer, not the exit. Maybe we could help each other." He stood there, knife brandished, breathing and watching. "You ain't from here, and you ain't from the archipelago. The waste, I guess." She wrist-flicked a blade of her own and planted it in a clapboard wall. "What happened to your folks, then?" "What happened to yours?" "They was part of the 32. Heard of 'em?" The 32 were scientists who had researched controlled temporal normalization. Better to trigger it on purpose, they'd advocated, than to wait for sudden catastrophe. They'd wanted to evacuate Strathtown and get the explosion over with. They'd been hung in Sanction Square to great applause. "My parents was geniuses," Modwin said, glaring at Kieran defiantly. "I don't know what's happening in the science stations now, but it ain't science." Kieran lowered his knife. "I don't know where my ma is." Modwin looked past him at the bustling plaza. "You gotta use the currents of a crowd, not fight 'em. I teach you that. You teach me to lure scrip out of an Archie like you do, and maybe we get out of this shit hell together." 4. Kieran leads the old woman toward a trash-filled gap between two towering tourist facilities, Excubium and Vigilator, far from the crowded entrances of both. This close, they blot out the view of the explosion. Their far, explosion-facing sides are shaped like amphitheaters, consisting of spacious, catered viewing terraces that descend toward the base of the spectacle. But not every tourist wants such a curated experience. That's where far infrared comes in. Kieran leads his client toward the strata of garbage between Excubium and Vigilator. The bottommost layers are old and compacted. They've become something like solid earth, but the stench of the fresher stuff wafts down from on high. The old woman eyes the narrow cliff face of refuse dubiously. Kieran feels for the panel hidden near the base, presses it, and a section of the motley trash earth swings inward, revealing a long, rough-hewn tunnel dimly red-lit by midstray at the far end. Kieran glances back at the old woman. She recovers her composure and nods. They proceed down the tunnel, an occasional groan disturbing the crypt silence. The tourist facilities are in constant, imperceptible flight before the wavefront. Bits of ancient plastic earth rain down from the ceiling whenever Excubium or Vigilator stirs. Kieran eyes far infrared's crude tunnel reinforcements and hopes they're sound. The tunnel has collapsed several times. Infrareds and their clients have been killed. The Syndicate plays a dangerous game for its scrip. Finally, the tunnel widens into a viewing chamber, and far infrared's humble slice of the spectacle looms before them, a narrow residential street clogged with terrified, fleeing Midstrathians. "Some would argue they're already dead," the old woman says.
Kieran stops at a line carved in the ground some 15 feet from the wave front. This is as close as we're allowed to get. The old woman stands at his side, gaping. She brings an opera glass to her eyes. Kieran waits in silence, glancing over his shoulder or up at the slapdash ceiling reinforcements. His gaze never lingers on the wave front and its historical diorama. It's better that way. The old woman drops her lenses. She extends a shaking hand toward the wave front, weeping silently. Kieran kneels and retrieves the lenses. The old woman steps across the line. "Madam, no!" Far Infrared established the 15-foot limit for the same reason tourist facilities have glass barriers on their bottom terraces, to prevent lunatics from entering the wave front and freezing there, cluttering the view. The woman pays Kieran no mind. He reaches out to take her wrist, but never makes contact. Her body goes rigid. A brief shell of blue energy flashes around the woman, then retreats into her cane. 5. The clay-painted zealots shrieked, wept, laughed ecstatically. Kieran was suffocating in the crush as it surged toward the wall. He was 12, and scrawny for his age, hadn't eaten in days, had yet to master Modwin's crowd current techniques. He'd dared this mob of insane adults, hoping to pilfer them in their extremely distracted state, but now he was jostled, squeezed between bodies, trapped. Above them, a strange figure hung in the wall scaffolding. Pale, ragged wastelander robes, head and arms covered in clay like the zealots. This person looked down upon the crowd, gaze passing over Kieran without recognition. 6. He comes to, shivering. The old woman has taken a few more steps beyond the line. Shock envelope. Archie self-defense tech, high-end and rare. He was hit by one before during a pickpocketing attempt. The old woman glances back at him. "She the one in the cloak and boots?" She's pointing at the scene in the wave front. The late classic Midstralians seem to be glaring right at him in their arrested flight, elbowing each other, some getting trampled, their grimaces ugly in this preserved, unflattering moment. He braves their doomed gazes and finds a young woman in cloak and boots. A barefoot man in a house robe is in the process of shoving her aside, so she's balanced precariously on one foot. The old-fashioned cloak is a sculpted, billowing mass behind her. "We were lovers," the old woman says. "We quarreled before I left." Kieran can't rise, but he makes his right hand probe his pocket for the click chance. "I thought she might have fled bee-fleeing down Victory Street, but I didn't dare hope to really find her." She glances back at him again. "I'll be dead soon, boy, and I want her in my arms one last time." Studying him, her expression softens. "I suppose that means me frozen on the wave front in your reference frame. I suppose that's trouble for you." She's right. If he lets her clutter the wavefront, he'll have a price on his head. Far Infrared will hunt him, and the authorities, handsomely bribed, might help. "I am sorry. I should have thought of this. If I had any money left, I'd give it to you. I saved just enough to get here." He draws his click chance and aims. "You don't seem to understand," she says, her smile grim. "I have nothing to lose. Shoot if you must." She turns and continues toward the wavefront. Kieran tries again to rise, but his zapped leg muscles persist in their disobedience. He aims at the back of her head, and his finger is in working order. He can feel it, but he can't fire. The old woman slows as she enters the wavefront, arms flung wide and beckoning. Streaks of her seem to travel upward along the curved surface of the front, shooting toward the apex, but she's still there, now frozen in mid-stride, partially engulfed. It will be a year before she's completely inside, and her exposed portion is still vulnerable to this reference frame, but the damage to Far Infrared's shoreline, however minor, is done. Maybe the lovers' slow reunion will become a profitable attraction years from now. It doesn't matter. Kieran might still fire, still kill her, and plead that he did all he could, but that won't save him. He pockets his weapon. He gets to his feet after several tries and staggers toward the wavefront, fey and giddy. He reaches out and touches it, hazarding the tip of his index finger in slow time. It's not even a millimeter of flesh, but it suddenly feels heavy and cold, affixed to its portion of space-time. It takes him 10 minutes of concerted effort to pull the tip of his finger out of the mid-Strathian late classic period. There's a feeling in the air this close to the front. It's largely what far infrared banks on. With no glass barrier in the way, there's a tension or charge the dyads call spiritual potential, a force that can grant revelations. Modwin said her father didn't believe this. He called it heightened vacuum fluctuation and said it had no effect on the brain. Nevertheless, Kieran is having a revelation. 7. In the Dyad Bazaar, he covers himself in clay like a proper zealot of the waste woman. He pays the tribute and waits in line. He climbs the scaffolding when his turn comes, and is granted a view of the clay prophet in repose. She is deep in dual consciousness, close to ascension. All but the top half of her shaved head is engulfed in the wavefront. She's dressed like the wastelander she once was, pale, ragged robe, head and arms painted in protective clays. She and Kieran shed these trappings upon reaching Strathtown. They adopted Strathian jerkins and kilts to blend in. She tried to get work on one of the tourist facilities. She tried selling trinkets in the plazas and bazaars. Finally, she resorted to going with archipelagic men at night, telling Kieran they were friends who needed her mystic wasteland healing arts. In the wee hours of the morning, she would enter their attic room in the condemned ring and chant nonsense words that she said were a new language she'd learned in the waste. Kieran doesn't remember anything like that, but the waste is a blur to him in most respects. They nearly starved out there. And then, one morning, she didn't come home. He searched Strathtown for 3 days before stumbling upon the Dyad Bazaar, where pendants and illuminations of his mother were already on sale. He looked toward the new wall of cells, and he knew. 8. Her eyes are inside the front, slowed, aimed at the low ceiling of the cell. It's impossible to tell if they're in motion. Kieran wonders if they're turning toward the cell entrance, toward real time. Maybe she's hoping for one last glimpse of him. He imagines staying in Strath a few more months to see. If he waits years, she might even reach out to take his hand. Her expression of mystic wonder might gradually melt into one of contrition and regret, which he could study at his leisure. Thanks for getting me this far, Ma, but I have to keep going. Goodbye. He climbs down the scaffolding amid the flowing red and gold prayer streamers as the next zealot climbs up. Regardless of the odds, Kieran is going to try and leave Strathtown. It's late afternoon when he reaches Meridian Alley. The rickshaw racket is at an ebb. A smile comes to his face as he hurries toward a group of souvenir-browsing archipelagics. There's Modwin sidling up, and the oldies are chattering, as always, about catastrophic temporal normalization and the weather. How to Go 12th. For Valentina Tereshkova. Mary Soon Lee. Reading time 1 minute. Know your place. A woman's place, 11 paces behind the men who lead the way. Know your duty. Know how to shine without ever diminishing what they did. Orbit the earth 48 times alone, your stomach queasy, but that view, that vast, untrammeled revelation, as unequaled, as uneclipsed as you yourself. The Alternate View. The Inconstant Hubble Constant. John G. Kramer. Reading time 14 minutes. John G. Kramer's 2016 nonfiction book describing his transactional interpretation of quantum mechanics, The Quantum Handshake, Entanglement, Non-Locality, and Transactions, Springer, January 2016, is available online as a hardcover or ebook at http://www.springer.com/gp/book
978-331-9246406. Book editions of John Kramer's hard SF novels Twistor and Einstein's Bridge are available from the Bookview Cafe Co-op at http://bookview-cafe.com/S=CRAMER. Electronic reprints of 202 or more The Alternate View columns written by John G. Kramer and previously published in Analog are currently available online at http://www.npl.washington.edu/AV. Edwin Hubble of Caltech established his reputation as a pioneer astronomer by demonstrating that there were other galaxies in addition to our Milky Way. In 1929, he published a paper, somewhat anticipated by Friedman and Lemaitre, providing evidence that the observed redshift of distant galaxies was proportional to their distance from the Earth. In the light of more recent research, we would have to say that his dataset was much too small to be conclusive, and his distance estimates were too small by a significant factor. Nevertheless, the essential distance versus redshift relation that he discovered was correct. At the time, Hubble was very cautious about associating the redshift with recession velocity, and thought there might be another explanation. However, the contemporary view is that the observed redshift is produced by the recession velocity, which Doppler shifts the observed light to lower frequencies and longer wavelengths. The observed proportionality between distance and recession velocity, now known as Hubble's law, is direct evidence of the expansion of the universe. The ratio of recession velocity to distance is called the Hubble constant, and it is one of the most fundamental parameters describing our universe. In 1995, when I attended the 17th Texas Symposium on Relativistic Astrophysics, held in Munich that year, see AV 73 in the August 1995 issue of Analog, the value of the Hubble constant was only known to a precision of about 50%. Since that time, however, astronomy and astrophysics have made great strides in providing more accurate observations and measurements. But along with these improved measurements, a problem has arisen. They don't agree. There are many ways by which the Hubble constant can be determined, but we will focus on the two methods that provide the best precision: analysis of the cosmic microwave background radiation and analysis of standard candle astronomical observations. The current problem is that these two trusted methods give inconsistent values for the Hubble constant, values that differ by 4 or more standard deviations. To consider this problem in more detail, we will consider more deeply these methods for measuring the Hubble constant. The photons of light of the cosmic microwave background, CMB, were released from the hot ambient plasma of the universe a few 100,000 years after the Big Bang. As the universe cooled, the free protons and electrons forming the hot plasma filling the universe combined to form hydrogen atoms, causing the universe to undergo an optical phase transition from opaque to transparent. Light, which had been surrounded by charged particles and was quickly absorbed, was suddenly able to stream freely as electrically neutral hydrogen atoms replaced the charged particles. The emission of CMB radiation reached its emission intensity peak about 379,000 years after the Big Bang, and it has been freely streaming in transit to our detectors from the most remote parts of the universe ever since. The CMB radiation has been redshifted from ultraviolet and X-ray photons to microwaves with a characteristic black body temperature of 2.73 degrees Kelvin by the intervening expansion of the universe. One can think of the stretching of space as the universe expands as also stretching the wavelengths of these photons. Thus, the Hubble constant determines the overall Doppler shift from source to detector that these ancient photons have received.
The European Space Agency's Planck mission, using the baryonic oscillations that modulate the angular intensity and temperature structure of the observed CMB, has provided the most precise determination of the Hubble constant from CMB analysis. The most recent version of the Planck analysis deduced the Hubble constant for the very early universe to be h sub 0 equals 67.36 plus or minus 0.54 kilometers per second per megaparsec, a 0.74% measurement. Note, the parsec, 3.26 light years, or 3.086 times 10 to the power of 16 meters, is the standard measure of distance used by astronomers and is related to the angular parallax shift of the apparent positions of nearby stars as the Earth orbits the Sun. Another way of determining the Hubble constant is the standard candle method, using astronomical observations of the red shift and brightness of stars of known luminosity to deduce distance with the inverse square law. The brightest of the standard candles is the Type 1a supernova. A Type 1a supernova is a non-luminous burned-out star that is in a binary orbit around another star from which it receives hydrogen gas that builds up on its surface. After enough hydrogen has accumulated and is compressed by gravity, it suddenly detonates in a thermonuclear explosion that shines with extraordinary brilliance for a month or less, then fades away. Such supernovas occur in all galaxies and can be observed during their period of brilliance in our galactic neighbors and also in galaxies that are halfway across the universe. There are significant differences in light fall-off times of the light from these supernovas, varying from about 10 days to over 30 days. The fall-off time can be used to correct for variations in the supernova luminosity, providing a standard candle of extraordinary brightness. One of the most trusted standard candles is provided by a star type called a Cepheid variable. Cepheids are variable stars that have a regular cycle of rising and decreasing luminosity. Henrietta Swan Lovett worked at the Harvard College Observatory as a computer. She was given the job of examining photographic plates in order to measure and catalog the brightness of stars. In 1908, she discovered a relation between the luminosity and the period of Cepheid variables. She found that the observed frequency of the Cepheid cycle can accurately predict its luminosity. Lovett's discovery provided astronomers with the first standard candle with which to measure the distance to faraway galaxies. Current results from the SH Sub-Zero ES collaboration, which used Cepheids in the Large Magellanic Cloud to calibrate their distance ladder of Type 1a supernova brightness versus redshift observations, found the value H Sub-Zero equals 73.5 plus or minus 1.4 kilometers per second per megaparsec for the later universe, a 1.92% measurement that is grossly inconsistent with the CMB value. Astronomical observations of several other phenomena in the later universe after star formation, e.g. red giant stars, gravitational lensing, gravitational wave emission, etc., tend to give values of H Sub-Zero that agree with the SH Sub-Zero ES result, usually with somewhat larger measurement uncertainties. In other words, the early universe CMB value of the Hubble constant differs from the later universe local values derived after star formation by around 4 or more standard deviations. The implications of this tension between the early universe value of H Sub-Zero and later universe local values are now a matter of debate. Is there some error in the methods of analysis that is producing the discrepancy? Was the universe actually expanding at a different rate during the first few 100,000 years after the Big Bang than its expansion rate in more recent eras? The lambda CDM standard model of cosmology, cold dark matter with cosmological constant lambda, which has up until now provided very reliable predictions of the evolution of the universe from Big Bang to the present, now has a serious problem. In its present form, it predicts that the Hubble constant should be a true constant and should not depend on the era in which it is acting. A challenging result suggests that the lambda CDM standard model is in need of modification to accommodate a varying Hubble constant. Theorists love such discrepancies because it allows them to propose modifications of established theories
that can accommodate some new phenomena. The discrepancy in measurements of the Hubble constant is no exception, and many theoretical ideas are emerging. One of the most promising of these is the concept of early dark energy. To consider this concept, we'll start by considering the standard dark energy of the lambda CDM model, which is estimated to account for about 69% of the mass energy of the universe. This mysterious dark energy is the intrinsic energy of a given volume of empty space, and it has the property that if the volume doubles, the dark energy also doubles, preserving the same energy per unit volume. This energy creation property has the counterintuitive effect of producing a negative pressure that drives the expansion of the universe and accounts for the accelerating expansion of the universe in late times, as observed from the redshift of the most distant supernovas. The hypothesis of early dark energy, EDE, in contrast, proposes that there is also another form of dark energy that is not locked to an increase with volume, but rather dilutes as the universe expands even faster than does the energy of electromagnetic radiation. The effect of EDE is to initially exert a positive pressure on space, and thereby reducing the expansion rate of the early universe until the early dark energy is diluted away by expansion and ceases its effect. The authors of the EDE hypothesis, Vivian Poulin and colleagues of Johns Hopkins University, suggest that at early times characterized by redshifts of greater than 3,000, the EDE accounted for about 5% of the energy of the universe, but it dissipated to become negligible as the expansion increased. They have modified the lambda CDM model to include EDE effects and have refitted the data from the Planck measurements of CMB and the SH sub-zero ES analysis of supernovas calibrated with Cepheids. They find that the disagreement in H sub-zero is explained and fits to both datasets are somewhat improved. While some improvement in fitting might be expected simply from adding fit parameters, this result nevertheless suggests that the early dark energy hypothesis should be taken seriously and should be subjected to additional testing as observational datasets improve. At present, EDE seems to be the best game in town for resolving the H sub-zero puzzle. In closing, I would have to say that I am not delighted that the lambda CDM model seems to need to have an extra element added. It already has too many poorly understood components, including inflation, dark matter, and dark energy. Now it may have another component, early dark energy, that is unlikely to be accessible to any direct observational tests. The universe is growing stranger. References: The Hubble Constant Problem. Investigating the Hubble Tension, Two Numbers in the Standard Cosmological Model. Wei-Kong Lin, Catherine J. Mack, and Li-Qiang Hao. Archive 1910.02978v1, astro-ph.co, 2019. Early Dark Energy. Early dark energy can resolve the Hubble tension. Vivian Poulin, Tristan L. Smith, Tanvi Karwal, and Mark Kamiankowski. Physics Review Letters 122, 221301, 2019. Plunk, Josh Pierce. Reading time 1 minute. A spot of blue-green algae, an entire ecosystem contained in one infinitesimal speck. A drop of cyanobacteria floating in the exact center of a sea jelly Oort cloud. Trillions of medusas that orbit it. And every few hundred years, one comes very near and drags its nettles through the speck's atmosphere in poisonous displays of orange and pink, before returning to the cometary shell that surrounds a blue dot suspended in an infinite black ocean.
A Stone's Throw from You. Jen Reese. Reading time 6 minutes. Jen Reese is the author of the Above World trilogy, about far future, bioengineered mermaids, and many works of short fiction. She lives in Portland. The day I told you I was leaving, you clutched a river stone in your tiny hand and threatened to throw it at my head. I knew you wouldn't. You loved that stone. You loved the turtle I'd drawn on it with a Sharpie. Hell, back then, you'd even loved me. We'd grown up together, you and me. With Dad gone and Mom working, we'd faced everything from permission slips to burning the fake turkey for holiday meals. And we'd fought. Oh, yes, we'd fought. We were sisters, but not the kind you see in the movies. No, we were the kind you read about in books. And then I told you I was leaving, that I'd been called to the sea. That's the phrase I used, called to the sea. As if it were my destiny and not simply a job with SAVE's deep-sea research team. I was a scientist, my degrees still fragile and new and in need of constant reaffirmation. And this was my calling, my mission, my righteous cause. I might miss your 8th birthday, but I'd be helping to save the world, to give you a future so that when you made it to 80, there'd be a habitable planet on which to live. I was doing you a favor. And besides, I didn't know Mom was sick. No one did. She'd been coughing, sure, but everyone was. That's what happens when you pollute the water and earth and air, while simultaneously killing all the trees and algae that might help to cleanse it. When you let corporations dump toxins into the water supplies and give them tax incentives to do it. Red eyes and a cough and hell of a lot of sleepless nights for everyone. I didn't know about Mom, I swear. At the funeral, you were angry that I hadn't visited her in the hospital. I tried to explain about saturation diving, about the dangers of frequent decompression when I'd been living so deep, so far away from the sun. We were doing good work, important work. Mom would have understood, but you didn't want to hear it. Screw your logic and screw you. You'd had your hands done a month earlier and tried to hide them from me. But I saw the webbed membranes when you reached for a drink. Saw the sharpened nails. I asked how much you were going to do. Accused you of falling in with one of those transhuman cults. I remember exactly what I said. You can't just turn yourself into some creature and swim away from the world that needs you. The way you stared at me, then. The way your pupils contracted, as if you were purposefully shutting me out along with the light. I wanted you to yell like you used to clutch that turtle stone and threaten to throw it. In my mind, you were always that little girl, always pouting, always equal parts rage and passion. But there at Mom's funeral, you took another swig of your beer and walked away. You didn't answer my vid calls after that. I knew what you were doing because of the alert I'd put on the family trust. 10,000 to a facility in Bangladesh, 6 to another in the Himalayas, 20 to some crackpot in Tulsa. I put a hold on the funds after that one, expecting you to call, knowing you'd come to me with an apology, a joke, an anecdote as an olive branch. I was a fool. You'd figured that out long ago, but despite my degrees, or maybe because of them, it took me longer. Once I realized my mistake, I tried to find you. I emailed the cults, called all the shelters, tracked down anyone you'd ever mentioned was a friend. I even unfroze the accounts, but you never surfaced, never took the bait. I was sure I'd never see you again. And yet, here we are. I smooth the gelatinous tendrils away from your face, adjust your arms so that your fins are not folded or crushed in the coffin. Your eyes, once squirrel brown and angry, are now dull black orbs without lids. I cannot close them. What did you see with those eyes? How far did you go? They found you off the coast of Fiji, hauled you in with a fishing net not far from where I worked, fathoms deeper to find new ways to cleanse toxins from the water. I should have worked harder. I wasn't fast enough to save you. But the world is healing, I tell you. Not quickly, but little by little. If you'd only waited. If you'd only followed in my path instead of growing gills and forging your own. You were supposed to make it to 80. Your reply echoes clearly, "Screw you, the world wasn't the only thing that needed saving." I put a stone in your hand. The turtle I've drawn is more delicate this time, its shell the correct shape, its flippers in motion as it swims through the ocean. I wrap your strange fingers around it and wait for you to take aim.
Dix Dayton, Jet Jockey. Liz A. Vogel. Reading time 16 minutes. Liz A. Vogel is a writer of science fiction, fantasy, espionage, mystery, and anything else that'll hold still long enough. She's also chair and co-founder of Narrativity, a convention for story, www.narrativity.fun. This is her first appearance in Analog. The big company hauler that had bumped my launch slot lumbered away into the black, and I watched it dwindle in the view screen with an equally black look before I hit the comm switch. "Launch, this is Dayton 041 on the Bonanza Flame. You got me rescheduled yet, Carlos?" "Roger that, Dayton 041. You are cleared for launch on trajectory beam Alpha 19er. Confirm?" The nav comp had already latched on to the beam. All I had to do was tap a few controls to claim it as ours. "Confirmed, Alpha 19er. Ready when you are." "Cleared, double confirm. Have a good trip, Dix." "Roger that, too." I brought the engines up with a reassuring roar that thrummed through the ship's infrastructure and let the force squash me back in my seat. About time, too. We rode the beam until we were well clear of Euphrosyne local space. Then I sent a final act and took charge of the piloting. "There we are, old girl," I said, giving the console a pat. "You might think it odd to talk to a spaceship like that, but we've been through a lot together, me and this old jet can. And hell, it's not like there's anybody else to talk to when you're out between the rocks." Then I sat down to check our course and do a little math. That half-hour's delay hadn't made much difference to our destination. Rocks don't move that fast. But I didn't want to have to do a hard vector like some novice when we got there, and a minor adjustment now would use less fuel. Every drop left in the H2 tanks was one less drop I'd have to pay to refill. I figured out the force and angle for the nudge, then checked it against the calculations the nav comp had done automatically. We agreed, so I put it through, and the number 2 jet gave us just the tiniest nudge, far too small to even feel it. That should drop us right into a perfect orbit around PKD when we got there. Then there wasn't much left to do but settle back and wait. And watch the view. You never get tired of that, not if you've got any kind of soul left in you. Out here, away from the lights of port, the stars are so bright and sharp, it's like you could put your hand out and stir 'em like platinum dust, and the black's so deep you could fall into it forever. And sometimes you'll see a little star that's moving fast relative to the others, and you know it's some other tiny speck of humanity making its way through the black, as cold and lonely as you are against the infinite, uncaring universe, but still a kindred spirit. You're ever in a portside bar and some old jet jockey starts waxing poetical about it and weeping into his beer, and the rest of us are looking away? It ain't 'cause he's embarrassing us. It's 'cause we're trying not to get weepy, too. Okay, so maybe a fellow gets peculiar spending too much time out between the rocks. I ain't apologizing for it. One of the moving lights was close enough to see that it wasn't a star at all. I made a guess based on its trajectory and called up the sensor specs to see that I was right. It was one of the big ore freighters from Neptune. They're not much more than tin cans wrapped around rocks, those things. They fling 'em inbound on a precision-calculated course toward resource-starved Earth and let inertia do the rest. It's a long, slow trip, but the ore doesn't care how long it takes, and the companies can afford to wait. I didn't bother to ping the freighter since there was no one there to talk to. The whole Neptune operation is automated, except for a few poor sods manning the monitoring stations on Triton. They're paid well, but then they'd have to be. It's a 20-year hitch, and even if you were willing to break your contract and forfeit it all, it'd be 5 years before your replacement got out there in the ship that'd take you back.
I watched the stars for a while longer, then brought up the autopilot and tilted back to take a nap. Every moving thing out here is logged and plotted with a launch control. The companies insist on it, and the controls all talk to each other. As long as everybody's files were up to date, our course should be clear all the way to PKD, and the flame would wake me up if anything untoward appeared. I'd just gotten to the good bit in a dream about this hostel on Ceres, where they mine enough water ice and have enough gravity that you can buy a hot soak if you've a mind to, when the splashing of the water turned into the navcomp beeping to tell me about an unregistered object moving out there. It was probably just an unplotted rock. We ain't charted 'em all yet, not by a long haul. And that was a good dream, and it wasn't like it was going to intersect my course. But there's a finder's fee for adding a new object to the databases, albeit a small one, and I was awake anyway, so I shook off my annoyance and sat up and had a look at the readings. No rock moves like that. I double-checked the navigation registry, as uploaded by Euphrosyne along with my launch clearance, but there was no record of it. The only thing that was supposed to be out that way was another Neptune freighter, this one an outbound. And there it was, a big, slow whale blundering along on its pre-programmed way. This new contact was a zippy little thing, burning hot, straight toward an intercept with the freighter. I brought up the navigation frequency, thinking it might be some kind of emergency repair vehicle, but it wasn't broadcasting an ID signal. The freighter was there, intoning its long company alphanumeric for anyone who cared to listen, but the other ship was saying nothing, running silent. It was possible their ID beacon was down, though the odds of a ship taking damage enough to do that, but still being intact enough to be under power, were vanishingly slim. But combined with their having no course plan in the registry, I wasn't taking that bet. Unregistered course and no ID broadcast? That there was a pirate ship. I checked their vector again, compulsively, but they weren't showing any signs of interest in me. It was that freighter they were headed for, no questions. I could just sit tight and quiet and sail on by as if I wasn't there. If I'd been on my original course, they'd have been just outside my warning range, and I might have slept right past them. But that little adjustment I'd had to make put me just close enough to take notice. Me and no one else. Blast it. Now, if it had been that inbound freighter, I wouldn't have cared a bit. I'm not out here to protect the company's profits. But an outbound? That was carrying supplies for the people on the monitoring stations, as well as company business, and those poor bastards have it hard enough as it is. They're supposed to have enough surplus to be able to miss one supply ship and survive, barely, but that's a hell of a gamble to take. And what if they'd already missed one, or the next one went awry? Stealing from the companies is one thing, but stealing food out of people's mouths is just wrong. I'd already been making the calculations while I was deciding, which tells you what a waste of time that debate with myself was. I had fuel to spare for a little extra maneuvering, and if it meant I was coasting on fumes at the end of the round trip, well, I could work with that. I gave numbers 1 and 3 jets a little nudge and subtly changed course. Nothing sudden that would draw attention, but it would get me in the neighborhood of the action. If I timed it right, I could drift in behind 2114 LQ, a dull old chunk of rock not much use to anybody. And there I could do a sharper course change that would bring me out with the freighter right between us, which meant that unless they were keeping an unusually sharp eye on their sensors, the pirates wouldn't see me coming. And then I'd just have to figure out what I was going to do once I got there. Going solo against a pirate is dumb enough if you're armed, which the Bonanza Flame isn't. The companies don't figure any ships but their own ought to be going about with firepower. They can't make it illegal, not yet, but they can pressure even the independent ports into jacking the docking fees for armed ships out of a small-timer's reach. I know a few spacers who've welded guns on anyway and trusted to bribes and blind eyes, but the extra fees are nothing to the fines if you get caught. I've mostly trusted to my winning personality and hot jets, and it's worked out pretty well as long as I don't go flying straight into trouble, like I was now. A hot jet might still do the trick, if I could get her where I needed her to be. Space is big, and things don't happen quickly out between the rocks. I had several hours to regret my noble impulse and change my mind, and then change it back again. I pulled a couple of calf tabs and did some more math. It was a delicate bit of plotting, and I had to do it myself because the NavComp took one look at what I was proposing and said no. I'd have to override the proximity alarms and half a dozen other safeties, though, to be honest, a couple of those weren't working anyway and weren't on my list to repair. Comes a point where a ship's so safe you can't fly her. Which doesn't mean my plan wasn't a vacuum-brained insanity, but it was the best I had. I drifted in behind 2114 LQ just as smooth as you please, then burned some H2 to come out arcing around behind the freighter. This was where it got dicey. My mass should be hidden behind the freighter's mass as far as the pirate was concerned, but if I was off by even a fraction, I was screwed. If the pirate noticed the extra heat signature where only the freighters should be, I was screwed. If any of 100 things went the least bit wrong, yeah. I sweated and checked my calculations and watched the freighter come up in my foreview. The thing about the pirates not being able to see me is that I couldn't see them either. The best I had was a sort of sensor halo around the freighter, which I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't known to look for it. As long as I kept that halo centered on the freighter, and as long as they didn't notice the equivalent halo from their side, I was all right. I let the freighter get as big as I could stand in the forward view, which was a lot closer than one ship in flight should be to another, and then I complicated things further. With delicate little puffs of the attitude jets in the flame's nose under one hand, and compensating nudges from the main jets under the other, I yawed her around the vertical axis while keeping her centered steady on the line of flight. You think that's easy? You try it sometime. I wobbled off course once and had to hold my breath until I got her back in line, but there was no sign I'd been spotted. Now I was flying backward, and the freighter was coming up way too close on the rear view, and sliding slowly down like the Earth setting on the leeward side of the moon, because I'd changed my angle of approach just slightly. Which was part of the plan, but I won't pretend I wasn't sweating even harder and hoping like hell that pirate was where I'd predicted they'd be. There wasn't time to check my math again, which was just as well, because there wasn't time to do anything about it if I was wrong. And then I came up over the artificial horizon of the freighter, and there was that pirate, just clamping on with magnetic toes and about to reel in and start cutting through the freighter's hull. They did have guns, big ugly rail guns that were already swiveling in my direction. I tweaked the attitude jets one more time, counting the time till I got her lined up in the heartbeats that I was sure were going to be my last, but you can't rush that sort of thing. And then the long axis of the flame was lined up straight onto the pirate, and I slammed all the main jets into full burn just as they started shooting at me. There's a reason you don't crowd another ship, especially when it's boosting. I shot away at the flame's best acceleration, while the pirate took the full brunt of the blast and tumbled away in the opposite direction. The tow lines half melted and snapped from the force, the pirate's sensors fried, and those big ugly guns sheared off when the mountings slagged. The pirate kept on tumbling, and now there was a spiral of diamond ice following along behind it. One of those gun mountings must have taken a slice of hull with it, and the pirate was venting atmosphere. I waited for them to patch it, for their jets to fire as they stabilized and then came after me, which would only have served me right for pulling such a stunt. But neither one happened. The crystallized air just kept dispersing through the black until it eventually petered out. I'd have felt bad about that if it weren't for the image of some poor Neptune slogger waiting for supplies that never came. Once I was sure I wasn't boosting for my life, I used the Flame's attitude jets to pitch her nose to tail again, got my vector under control, and sent a data squirt back to Euphrosyne Port telling him what happened and the pirate wreck's last known and trajectory. Someone else would have to come out and retrieve it. The Flame wasn't equipped for that sort of work, but there should still be a partial bounty in it for me. It'd make up for the extra fuel burned at least, if not for the wear on my nerves. And one of the companies would have to send a scudder out to make sure the freighter was okay and still on course, which they'd do because that cargo represented an investment, and also because it'd be bad PR not to. And my squirt was in the clear. Then I did some more math, which the nav comp was happy to help with now that I wasn't trying to get us both killed, and got us back underway towards PKD. I sent off another squirt registering my new course, because I'm law-abiding like that when me being where I said I was might matter to a bounty being paid. And then I tilted back, not for a nap, it'd be a good long time before I had any chance of sleeping again, but just to sit and look at the stars. They really are beautiful, in that cold and uncaring way that reminds you just how small you are, and how big and empty the black is, and how when you're long gone to dust, the stars and the black will still be there, and nothing you ever did will matter to them in the slightest. It ain't no place for heroes, that's for sure. But a fellow can get peculiar, spending too much time out between the rocks.
Cooling Chaos. Gregory Benford. Reading time 27 minutes. In the midst of chaos, there is opportunity. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. In the fire. I ducked behind a heavy stand of pines, but the heat was still ferocious. My dumb error in moving upslope from the fire line now had me in a trap. I was a supervisor, but we were short of help. I hopped in with the Freddies, the fed forest folk who had come to bring supplies to the guys on the line. We barely got the grub off the backloader when the fire jumped the dirt road. Big time, high, and fast. I sent a distress call, but the crackling, flaming trees drowned out any reply in my headphones. No way to go but uphill. Tough going. I was coughing from smoke and the hot, stinging air at 6,000 feet west of Bishop. I heard, "Sandra," over my phones, but the roar blocked any message. I slipped and fell, rolling. Pain spiked in my left shoulder. I fetched up against a boulder and heard a louder hammering. It was a fixed-wing aircraft. Smoke jumpers and repellers came along behind it. They hung down from helicopters and dropped onto the hilltop. There came some aerial firefighters, too, parachuting in, risky business. They came stringing down above me, and I labored up to them. I was stupidly without much gear, but maybe I could help with the axe I carried. "You're way out of your depth here," I thought, as they shouted at me, pointing downslope. I couldn't hear a word. So I turned. Here came a leaping fireball. I didn't try to get away, just curled up, hoping my flame suit would do its job. The heat was a rasping rash all over my body. I sucked in the thin Sierra air, but it was hot, too. Then the roar got louder, and I rolled over, looking up. Here came a silvery airplane with its white trail streaming behind. Smack! Its payload fell all around me. I watched a cloud stream down, water enhancers, fire retardants. It cooled the air immediately. The flames blew away from the cloud's impact. I lay there gasping and looking up into a bleached white sky. Another spray of retardant swept away layers of smoke. A wispy white blessing wrapped around me. Maybe I could make it after all, because of the cooling cloud, blessed as an angel's descent. Panic surrealism, I thought. But no, it was more. An idea. Why not use clouds everywhere? In a hotspot? Cool the land from on high, where the angels dwell? Can that work? In the air. "Sandra, we're going down lower for a close-in swipe," my headphones rasped at me. It was 5 years since I had my moment of panic and epiphany on that mountainside, and here we were, zooming down along the spine of the Sierras, near where that firestorm had happened. 5 years of promoting my idea until the fires finally got so bad that the state government began grabbing at straws like mine. I got out of harness and staggered forward to the pilot's cabin. This I had to see. The first trial of my ideas, finally breaking out of the bureaucratic swamp of legislatures and lawsuits. Ernesto glanced back at me as I came in and leaned on the 2 pilot couches. "Bet those UCLA guys never saw this coming," he said. "They proposed aerosol veiling to reduce heat over summertime LA, that's all. To save air conditioning electricity, cool everybody off. I just picked it up from there." The co-pilot chuckled. Energetic screwball banter had gotten me this sidekick perch, and I knew I had to keep it up. The operator in the boom pod spooled out the 2 wing hoses. "What's the drop pattern?" I asked in my hard voice. "Lateral spray," the co-pilot said over the rising engine noise. I put on my headset to damp that and pipe into all plane comm. The pilots were going into a high bank angle to skim over a small brush fire just north of the Sierra's lower stub. "Then we do the back and forth weave you wanted." "That's what the UCLA simulations showed," I barked over the engine noise. I dropped into the support seat behind the pilots. Smoke clung to the hills, and flames flickered at the edges of the gray mass. They dove. The pumps murmured at my back. The specially designed fluid was sucked into the hoses, and now the purr of the apparatus rendered them into an aerosol fog. Side video screens showed the gaping dispersers venting into the dry air. The spray was a fog that the chem engineers had made to fracture into micron droplets, thinner than a human hair, best for reflecting sunlight and also usefully suppressing fire. It settled onto the hills and clung to it, lofted by the heat of the fire. I switched my eyes to the rear video feeds on the cabin walls. Sure enough, the silvery mist was turning white. It lessened the sun's heat and cut off flames below as it settled, far more effective than splashing water down. "Now to get at the real problem," the co-pilot said, as they banked into a series of weaving swoops. I relished watching the Sierra glide past. It was a hot summer day, and lowering temperatures lessened fire risk. I caught a view from the probe and drogue system as the full wing hoses spouted at max rate. The main hose added a billowing plume to this. I had maneuvered the Cal State Anti-Fire Committee into buying the retiring in-flight refuelers, the KC-10 extenders the Defense Department was replacing with a more modern design. It was obvious that the huge store of KC-10s that worked for aerial refueling could spread aerosols easily. They were big, winged sausages, full of liquids, with the hydraulics to manage that flow as the airplane artfully kept its trailing proper distance from the served aircraft ahead. Getting them at a few cents on the dollar kick-started the whole aerosol idea for California, always taking the lead in environment issues. The wing pods spewed well, and the centerline refueling boom weaved a bit as they zoomed over Sierra peaks. I relaxed, for the first time in weeks. It had been fun to argue the case for years, and the politicking had proved to be at least not bad, if not enjoyable. Now I had the regional experiment I wanted. It had all been worth it. I sat back and watched the screens as the plane worked its way up the spine of the Sierra Range. The tiny aerosols would reflect sunlight back into the sky, cooling the pines below. That would reduce fire rates from burning the entire range bare, plus cool the area, just as citywide sprays now cooled the cities. But it was just a step up to the big idea, coming. In the ice. So, here I was a decade later, far north of the dear Sierra, amid the cold, headed for the ice in early summer, drinking harsh coffee. Our Douglas KC 100 KC Strato tanker had taken off bearing west and now turned north, rumbling. There were a dozen a day of them lifting from Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, Jabur, outside Anchorage, Alaska. Their big bellies reminded me of pregnant whales. I'd been surprised at the checkpoint, set up just outside the base. Security was stringently tight. All drivers and passengers had to get out, be scanned, IDs checked against global records, briefcases and purses searched. Canine units inspected car interiors and trunks. Explosives detecting robots rolled under the vehicles. I was here with the proper scientists, all carrying laptops and backpacks. Sober sorts, but today they were jazzed, eager to go, excited as kids on a field trip. The flight crews were seasoned regulars and so studiedly nonchalant. This was an important, high-profile job, sure, but they couldn't let their cool down in front of so many science nerds. The pros called Air Force the saluting civil service, but they did hit their markers. The extenders were not military grade, but the latest in crisp design, fashioned to spray their cargo, not pipe it to mid-flight airplanes. They were flying giant tanks of sloshing liquid around the stratosphere, built to tight standards. In a special treaty deal with the Arctic Council, they would fly from Jabir and arc over the North Pole, spreading a designer aerosol in their wakes. The tiny molecules of it would mate with water vapor in the stratospheric air, making slightly alkaline, tiny reflectors of sunlight that coasted on winds circling the pole, the summer vortex. Those wobbly molecules reflected sunlight well, a fact learned from studying volcano eruptions back in the Twen Sun. Spray megatons into the stratosphere, let water turn it into a sunlight-bouncing sheet, sky shield, and they could cool the entire Arctic. Or so the theory went. The Arctic Council had agreed to this series of large-scale experiments run by the USA, since they had the latest designer in-flight refuelers, and plenty of them. Small-scale experiments, opposed, of course, by many enviros, had seemed to work. Now came the big push, trying to reverse the retreat of Arctic sea ice and warming of the tundra. Anchorage lay slightly farther north than Oslo, Helsinki, and Stockholm, but not as far north as Reykjavik or Murmansk. Flight from Anchorage to Murmansk would let them refuel and reload at each end, then follow their paths back over the pole. Deploying plumes along their flight paths at 45,000 feet, they would spread a protective layer to reflect summer sunlight. In a few months, the droplets would ease down into the lower atmosphere, mix with moist clouds, and come down as rain or snow. The alkalines would be a minute corrective to the acidity already added by industrial pollutants to the oceans. Experiment over. The total mass delivered was far less than that from volcanoes like Pinatubo, which had cooled the whole planet in the early 90s. But volcanoes do messy work, belching most of their vomit into the lower atmosphere. This was to be a designer volcano, as the journalists had it, a thin skin of aerosols skating high across the stratosphere. It might stop the loss of the remaining sea ice, the habitat of the polar bear. Only 10% of the vast original cooling ice sheets remained. Equally disruptive changes were beginning to occur in other parts of the world. I watched the scientists making their measurements as the tubular booms trailed out. The long, flexible pipes whiplashed a bit, then settled down as the flow evened. Pumps growled. The gray plumes began venting in a broad swath behind the strato cruiser. I watched it all as Fort Wengler, the lead scientist, who appeared on all the debating shows, prowled the corridor, checking everywhere with a permanent frown. Fort Wengler had been willing to take on those who argued that geoengineered tinkerings would also be a further excuse to delay cutbacks in carbon dioxide emissions. Nonsense, I knew, but I was tired of the endless finger-pointing parade that had become the spine of public discussions. Fort Wengler spat back at them on major talk shows and debates, in gusts of pure practical reason, so more power to him. That was the stern lesson from decades of the carbon restriction strategy. People loved convenience. Their air conditioning and winter heating and big lumbering SUVs. Sad but true. Humanity had already driven the air's CO2 content to twice what it was before 1800. China and India wanted theirs now. Only dire emergency could drive them to abstain, not just scolding calls to do what was right. So, it had come to this. The greatest threat to humanity arose not from terror, but error. Time to take the gloves off. The political gloves. Put on the tech gloves instead. I looked out the down-reflecting window to the tundra speeding by below. Sea level rise had inundated many of the mudflats and islands, but a small rocky platform lay near shore, thick with trees. Plants loved the warming, but the polar bears did not. Signs along the highway had warned about polar bears, recent migrants to the land and even more dangerous than the massive local browns. Last week, police had shot a brown bear going through trash. The polars were bigger, and the young males had been chased out of their usual areas. So too had the native Inuit, whose villages had recently sprung up along the shore beside Jabir. They were fleeing their abandoned villages that had sunk into the softening tundra. Furtwängler bent down and said, "I have champagne for later to mark this," and winked. I winked back. Charm cost nothing and was the great unspoken tool I had learned. Furtwängler was a sharp scientist, but a bit of a masher, whose style resembled the invasion of Poland. Then back to my long-range binocs. I saw sea lions knifing through fleeing shoals of herring, transient dark islands breaking the sheen of waves. It had come to this. To save such abundant, glowing life, you had to intervene in the planet's thermodynamics. This had the onus of being deliberate, so subject to much scrutiny. The previous century's belching gases had been inadvertent, true, but that intervention was the cause, and to wave that away was to privilege ignorance. The lowlands were already thick with summer grasses. The plane tilted, going for slightly lower elevation. Furtwängler sat beside me. The Iranian city of Bandar Mashar in last August suffered a heat index, combining temperature and humidity of 165 of your degrees Fahrenheit, 74 of our centigrade. That is the proper internal temperature of a cooked chicken. So, cooking tips now, I said lightly. Such alarms had been going off for years now. Antarctic glaciers were developing hollows, threatening the collapse of vast sheets. The storms and droughts and floods and hurricanes were so common they crowded out the even more chaotic political news. I had come to know Furtwängler well, his German angst blending into his scientific sharpness. Still, he was fine in many other ways. I put on my headset to damp the rising engine noise. That piped me into all-plane comm, and I could hear the pilots issuing short bursts of info for ground control. There was a lot more of an air of military sharp edges to this operation, far more than the many airplanes I had gone along in California. He grinned and shrugged, a signal that he would not impose. Arctic, certain the best place to start. We'll even do a little cooling down at lower latitudes like Iran. He was right. The accelerating temperature increase in high latitudes was accelerating the loss of sun-reflecting land and sea ice. That pushed sea level rise around the world. The Arctic was critical because the extra sunlight absorbed by darker ocean waters during summer worsened heat everywhere. In the south, loss of mass from the Antarctic ice sheet made global sea levels rise. Now a catastrophic collapse of the West Antarctic ice sheet looked more plausible. That would flood most major cities. I asked him, "Why so much security back at the base?" "We've had threats. Also, CIA is worried about international elements." "The native Inuit aren't protesting?" "No, it's mostly enviros from far down south. But we know the Chinese oppose this. They think they'll get less rainfall from cooling the Arctic." He shrugged and turned back to his monitoring gear. There were always enemies. On the environment, the opponent was not the Chamber of Commerce, or even nations. The opponent was physics, and physics doesn't negotiate. It's not moved by appeals to centrist moderation or explanations about the filibuster. Not even campaign ads either. Physics set a firm time limit. Scientists had long known and told whoever would listen just what we must do and by when. So legislators knew they should match those targets. Luckily, the California experiments she started out with were now a routine part of policy. She filled a few minutes while Furtwängler wrestled his gear by going to the regional heatwave mitigation website. Here was California data from 10 a.m. Pretty damn hot for June, an average above 90 Fahrenheit. Then at noon they deployed the latest designer aerosol emissions. Within an hour, the state looked much better. A big blob of cool sitting over the whole state and surrounding areas. Some aerosols always got blown out over the ocean. They were alkaline, so they countered a smidge of the increasingly acidic oceans. That was the trouble. Aerosols bounced sunlight back to space, but did little about the seas. A whole different approach was in experimental stages now, putting chalk into the Pacific. As always, the experiments kept on because the climate emerged from a complex set of always changing forces. Nature always bats last. Fires still raged in California, little hells on Earth, but far fewer. People didn't die of heat much either, unlike India, which had no aerosol program yet. I nodded, happy. I figured the job of older people at this late date was to have the backs of the young. Furtwängler broke into my reverie. "The computer simulations did not show our work will decline Chinese rainfall." He lifted his bushy eyebrows. "Some Chinese work contradicts ours." Furtwängler scoffed. "Climate science, it's now garbage politics. Plus the Reds are pushing their South China Sea incursions. Nasty. Tempers are high." "Do you think these flights—" The thought had just dawned on me. "Might be dangerous." A mirthful grimace. "I intend to live forever. So far so good." A loud alarm went off. It jolted me in my seat. The co-pilot came in over my headset. "Bandit headed our way," was all he said, but his high, clipped tone said more. Squawks came from ground control. I looked at the port screen showing the ground and saw only ocean, plus white ice, coming in the distance. "A missile," Furtwängler said flatly. "How do you—" "Briefing just yesterday." The hooting alarm kept on. "How come I didn't hear—" "You might not come along. You are a founder of this. They want you at the start, for publicity reasons." But, for once I was without words. Why would anyone— A loud thump came, felt through my seat. "That is laser." Furtwängler stood, looking aft. "It is back there, tight beam fed by battery storage, for short, powerful pulses." They planned this airplane with defenses? Wise people want to shoot down incoming air-to-air missiles. Or at least blind, so they said yesterday. I dredged up some distant memories. That's counter-air lasers? Furtwängler's savvy facade was gone. He held on as another thump came. "They said number of shots is limited only by the weapon's power supply. Directed energy, they call it. Used as both a sensor and weapon. Shortens the sensor-to-shooter timeline to seconds. They get line-of-sight targets' distance and velocity, then send much stronger pulses. Hard hit on the nose makes the explosives go off." He was talking fast to hide his fear, I saw. I felt no such restraint. I stood up and mindlessly started aft, another thump, then a long one, but in this a fast ripple. "They fire for effect. have range and vectors. Nothing but the engines roar as they swerved hard left. Then they straightened. Nobody spoke. Then the co-pilot came on, voice still stiff and brisk. "Bandit dead." Furtwängler sighed, sat. So did I. Somebody along the aisle was cheering, then others. To my surprise, the pilot himself came ambling down, still in helmet and comm, saying soft things. Furtwängler stood and said, "Where was Bandit from?" "Sub-launch, Jaber says." "Whose?" I asked. "Chinese, gotta be. Jaber has airborne radars covering us for this. They can spot a Coke can at 50 miles, about the size of a periscope." I could see he was excited, but keeping the stoic mask going. His voice was a tad high, though giving it away. "What'll they do?" The pilot grinned, a savage rictus, all teeth. "They deploy sonar buoys and less friendly items. Track 'em." "And?" Furtwängler asked in a flat tone. "Above my pay grade, that's for the diplomats, I guess." I sat, thought, looked out at the ice sheets coming near, the aerosol piping thrummed beneath my feet. The filmy clouds would billow and slowly settle, bouncing sunlight back where it came from. Doing the same for the planet. Well, one step at a time. The Antarctic next, for sure. Show it works. Fend off the politics. Defend yourself if you had to. But it was all inevitable, I saw now, all the way from back there in a Sierra firestorm. The march of something sad, but destined. I had been in it from the beginning without glimpsing where it led. Self-knowledge, especially for human culture, was often bad news. Simulation studies of aerosol cooling used here are reprinted from Could Aerosol Emissions Be Used for Regional Heat Wave Mitigation? D. N. Bernstein, J. D. Nealon, Q. B. Lee, and D. Chen. Atmospheric Chemical Physics. 13. 6373-6390. 2013. 6373-6390. https://doi.org/10.5194/ACP-1373-2013.
In Times to Come. Reading time 2 minutes. The celebration continues. Next issue, our cover story is one where alien physiology also leads to alien philosophy. It's Moral Biology by Neil Asher. Then we have arguably the most famous piece in our retrospective series, Anne McCaffrey's Weir Search, with a poignant introduction from Analog's Major Domo, managing and poetry editor, the superlative Emily Hockaday. Our fact article is the rather self-explanatorily titled Space Dust, How an Asteroid Altered Life on Earth Millions of Years Before the Dinosaurs, by one of our most popular nonfiction authors, Richard A. Lovett. Of course, we also have part 2 of Derek Künsken's serial The House of Styx. No spoilers, but readers who enjoyed the nuanced characters, hard science, and imaginative world-building in The Quantum Magician, and especially Persephone Descending, will find much to love here. We'll also have scores of other stories about dirty deeds in a mining colony in A Breath of Air from Tom Jolly, an alien getting a wider look at its own culture in Ramona Louise Wheeler's The Calm Face of the Storm, a father try to bond with his daughter in spite of changing technology in Eric Klein's It Was Tradition When You Turned 16. You don't want to miss it. Respite. Catherine Wells. Reading time 36 minutes. Catherine Wells is the author of numerous novels and short stories of speculative fiction, including the Ann Lab award-winning best novella of 2015, Builders of Leaf Houses. For more about her books and short stories, visit http://www.catherine-wells.com.
wells.com. The docking facilities had not received an interstellar ship in over 200 years, so Sarah was only one of many residents of Respite staring at the man who emerged. As if he were a god, Sarah thought, glancing around at the faces of her neighbors. But this man looked more like a post-expansion rendering of a nature spirit, tall and lithe, with fair skin and straight brown hair pulled back in a tail. Something too elegant and ethereal for a line port like Respite. In Sarah's arms, 6-year-old Drina tightened her grip and leaned in close, frizzy brown hair tickling Sarah's nose. "Nana, who's that?" she asked, her voice soft and dry as the whisper of water through pipes. Sarah pushed her own graying hair back and put her mouth to the child's ear. "A space traveler." They stood in a cluster of 40 or 50 people, here to see who had ventured back to this forgotten outpost for the first time in over 250 years. The stranger descended the loading ramp and looked around at the inhabitants of the last viable space hab in the Sartre cluster line. They drew back a bit, and a shy smile wafted across his mouth. "Hello," he said softly in the expectant silence. "I'm Rafe Cortez." Then he expanded his gaze to take in the transparent walls and fiber-force struts of the docking ring. "I built this place." A gasp rippled through the gathering, and Sarah felt her own breath catch. The habitat's builder? Someone nearby voiced her objection. "But Respite is nearly 1,000 years old." "I know." Rafe Cortez shrugged his shoulders slightly. "So am I." The man looked no more than 40. A god indeed, Sarah thought. Although she knew even before this string of space habs was built, humankind had learned how to manipulate genes to eliminate aging. But none of the technicians and researchers who populated the line ports this far out could afford such a costly procedure, so practitioners of gene manipulation had never brought their science to Respite. Jordan DeLuca pushed forward, asserting his position as president of Respite's governing council. "How large is your ship?" he demanded. "How many people can it hold?" Respite's communications equipment had failed decades ago, roughly 2 centuries after war between the Mordot Coalition and the Tsico cartel had shut down interstellar traffic to the Sartre line posts. No one on Respite had known Rafe was coming until his ship eased itself into Dock 14. Now they had only one concern. "How many of us can you take away from here?" Rafe blinked, startled either by the question or its tone, but he rallied quickly. There are 12 berths, I think. I didn't count, there was only me." His eyes moved from face to face, as though mesmerized by rare specimens. "My colleagues insisted all the space habs would have failed more than a century ago, while the war was still raging. But I told them Respite would not. I built it. And you—" His soft voice trailed off as he ran a hand along a wall, pausing as his fingers reached a sealed crack, shifting his eyes to the crude patches on the ventilator overhead. "You have managed to keep it in repair. They wouldn't believe that either, that you would be able to sustain the technology." Unexpectedly, Drina caught his eye, and he turned to stare, a foolish smile on his face. "A child," he breathed, edging closer, causing Sarah to shift Drina in her arms, away from the stranger. "Oh, yes, a child." "What?" she jested nervously. "Don't you have children where you come from?" "No." Rafe turned his eyes from Drina to Sarah. "Not in longev communities. Our economy cannot support an endless increase of people. When our aging process is turned off, the procreative function is shut down as well. It's necessary." The chill slithered over Sarah's shoulders like the tentacle of some sea creature. Jordan DeLuca jumped into the silence. "We'll have to have a lottery," he said, "to decide who goes on the first ship. You'll send others back, of course, for the rest of us. Won't you, Mr. Cortez?" Rafe was still watching Drina, who watched him right back. I'm sure someone can be persuaded to return. A rescue mission. The Mordot resolved their differences with the Tsico some time ago." "Well then, 12 of us this trip, the others later." Rafe tore his eyes from Drina to look at Jordan. 11. He smiled sheepishly. One birth is mine.
Of course, 11. Jordan's color deepened. We'll choose 11.
How long will it take? Sarah asked. The trip back? To reach the next habitation? About 8 weeks, but only 7 to communications range. His gaze returned to Drina. The relays between here and there have been out since the war. He mimicked Drina as she rubbed her nose. 7 weeks, plus 8 for a ship to get back. Relief sighed through Sarah. We can last that long, I'm sure. Rafe stopped short, eyed her warily, then glanced at the expectant crowd. 15 weeks for those aboard a ship. For those here, 18 years. The time dilation, he shrugged helplessly. Technology can mitigate the effect, but not eliminate it. For a moment, Sarah's knees threatened not to hold her. 18 years? Jordan, too, had paled. I don't know if we can last that long. Our biofarms are failing, and we're not sure why. The air exchange, or maybe it's the radiation shielding and the solar plating, an imbalance in the nutrient base. We're all on short rations. If we can get food production back to normal, then we'll be all right for another 2 years, Sarah said tonelessly, until the pumps fail. Rafe blinked. The pumps in the fluid recycler? She nodded, and his eyes went back to the child in her arms. Then I'll look at the pumps first. What do you mean they don't have children? Genevieve asked her mother. Jen's skin was more cafe au lait than mocha, and her dark hair had less curl than Sarah's, but they shared high cheekbones and a pointed chin. Her eyes, though, those were Garrett's, ice blue and always crackling with passion, be it anger or determination or the lust that had left Jen pregnant at 17 by a man whose commitment lay elsewhere. I mean, Sarah said mildly, that like us, they can't afford to overtax their resources, and because they don't die in any great numbers, they compensate by having their reproductive function disabled. You mean they don't have sex? Jen asked bluntly. That isn't what he said. Just then Rafe entered from the living room, and Sarah found herself blushing. It had been well into second shift when he finished inspecting the pumps at the fluid recycling station, and as Respite's chief hydrologist, Sarah had offered to feed him supper. His hazel eyes twinkled as he paused in the kitchen doorway. We still enjoy sex, he said in answer to Jen's question, but it's for recreation, not procreation. So how long do you think it will take to make new seals for our pumps? Sarah asked, deftly changing the topic as she picked up bowls of steaming vegetables and carried them to the table. Rafe's brow furrowed as he considered the problem. I'd forgotten we used those old tripetron seals, he said. Polygel hadn't come into use yet. Of course, today we would just install an artesia vac. No moving parts, nothing to dry out or decompose, even when exposed to oxygen and other corrosive agents. But at least it should be simple to manufacture replacement seals. I'm sure I have the resources aboard my ship to grow and shape tripetron in a couple of days. It's the main controller that has me concerned. You don't begin to have the technology or material to whip up another core chip that... He broke off suddenly. Well, that's my problem, he said with a determined smile. I designed this line port from the power core to the radiation shield, oversaw its construction. I've spent the last 5 years reviewing the plans, convincing myself that it might still be operating, and they're all stored in the ship's memory. It and I should be able to design a solution. How about our communications systems? Jen asked. If you could fix those, you could just send a message for help. But Rafe shook his head. It wouldn't do any good. The comm relays in the Sartre cluster have been out since the war. I suppose I could send a radio message, but I'll reach the nearest comm relay before it would. Sarah put the last serving bowl on the table. You must be hungry. Sit down, Mr. Cortez. Rafe, he corrected, pulling out a chair next to Drina and folding his long frame onto it. The inhabitants of Respite never grew so tall, descended from spacers whose compact bodies gave them an advantage in a space hab. Please, call me Rafe. You have been so kind to allow me as a guest in your home. I don't think I could bear formalities of address. We mostly gave them up centuries ago, Jen told him as she took a chair across the table from him. My mother reads too many historical novels, It fills her speech with anachronisms. She looked up at him through thick eyelashes that filtered the ice blue of her eyes and lent them a smoky quality. Do you still use them where you come from? Sarah sighed inwardly and spooned carrots onto her plate. She hadn't foreseen this type of byplay when inviting Rafe home. She should have. Rafe's eyes seemed to absorb the subtle heat of Jen's as he held them, yet they gave none of it back. Not among colleagues, he said. Few of us tolerate any pretensions of rank or deference after so many centuries, but I think there is still some usage of formal address among perishers. Perishers? His gaze flicked quickly away from Jen's, down to the steamed turnips in the bowl he held. Wordlessly, he spooned a modest serving onto his plate. "So," Sarah said in the stillness, "not everyone has their aging process disengaged. Is that a good word?" "A very good one," he said softly. "No, not all." "Why not?" Jen demanded. Rafe passed the turnips across the table to her and took the meat sauce from Sarah. "Increased longevity has a serious societal impact," he said finally. "For several millennia now, its use has been severely limited." "So those who are already immortal won't let anyone else be?" Jen asked sharply. He started to spoon meat sauce from the bowl, but stopped in mid-action and passed the bowl to Jen instead. "We are ageless, not immortal," he corrected, then added, "as perishers like to prove." "And you undoubtedly feel hunger just as we do," Sarah interrupted. "Jen, let the man eat." She wished Jen would make up her mind whether she wanted to castigate or copulate. Knowing Jen, she probably wanted both. But at the end of the meal, Rafe excused himself. "Forgive me for not lingering to be sociable, but I want to set the ship's computers on the pump problem right away." Sarah felt a sinking disappointment. At the recycling station, she had been in awe of his knowledge of hydrology, as well as mechanics, and she wanted to hear more, but she smiled and escorted the 1,000-year-old man to her door. She had just shy of 60 years to boast, but some days she felt twice his age. A passing glance at a mirror told her it showed in her lined face and the dark pouches beneath her eyes. "May I return for breakfast tomorrow?" Rafe asked. "I can bring some treats from ship's stores." Sarah brightened at the thought of additional rations. "By all means. We can go together to meet the others at the biofarms." Jordan had insisted the farms be first priority. "See you then," Jen called from the kitchen doorway. Rafe did indeed bring treats to breakfast, blocks of protein that dissolved in hot water to make a thick, savory drink, and several packets of carbohydrate pellets. "What's those?" Drina demanded when he showed them to her. "Magic beans," he whispered, watching her eyes widen in astonishment as a measured amount of water transformed them into warm, golden biscuits. To Sarah, it seemed Rafe drank in the child's delight as thirstily as the pellets drank in the water. "You've had some experience with children, I think," Sarah commented. "Oh, yes." Jen gave him an appraising look. "Perisher children." Rafe raised his eyes to hers. "We are all born perishers." "How old were you when you had whatever it is turned off?" "Jen!" Sarah glared at her daughter. "It's all right," Rafe said. "The first time?" 23. That's what was being recommended at the time. But after a while, he searched for words. "I grew weary of being quite so enslaved to my hormones. I had the aging restarted for a couple of decades, then turned off again. I've been happier with this." Sarah cocked an eyebrow. 40-something? Take my advice. Leave it there." Rafe smiled at her. "I don't have much choice. They won't reset the gene if you age past a certain point." "Why not?" Jen asked. "It's not practical. Younger bodies are more efficient, easier to maintain. As I said, there are tight restrictions now." "So it's a political decision, not a medical one." Jen fairly smoldered with challenge, and Sarah's jaw tightened. He made a gesture between a wince and a shrug. "It's an economic one. And your world is all about economics?" A small smile quirked Rafe's lips. "Isn't yours?" Jen looked nonplussed, and Sarah almost laughed. "Economy is the management of resources," Rafe continued. "Living in an enclosed habitat like this, you know better than most how critical it is to manage resources carefully." "And one resource we must manage most frugally is time," Sarah interrupted. "The others will be waiting for us, Rafe." He sighed and reached out to touch Drina's springy locks. "Yes," he said quietly. "Old as I am, I still appreciate the fragility of time." It seemed to Sarah an odd choice of words. As they left the block of residential units, she gave him an appraising look. "I think you've spent quite a bit of time among perishers." Several heartbeats elapsed before he replied, "Yes." So succinct. They walked on several more paces. "It must be hard on those of you who are so long-lived," she ventured, "to watch others age and die around you." He exhaled deeply. "Not as hard as it is on them," he said. In less than 2 days, Rafe found the problem with the biofarms. The shields that filtered harmful radiation from the star Respite orbited were overzealous in their task, cutting back the very spectrum needed to grow plants. He recalibrated the settings and assured the citizens of Respite their food production should return to acceptable levels shortly. But the pumps were a different matter. "I have the organics brewing for the replacement seals," he told Sarah that evening. "But the controller, I simply don't have the facilities to fabricate new circuits, let alone a replacement unit. When it fails—" They sat in her living room, where Rafe had coaxed Drina up into his lap. The child played with his wristlet, a link to his ship's systems. "Can you tell how long it will last?" Sarah asked, "without replacing the controller?" "My best estimate?" He shook his head. "Less than 10 years. She closed her eyes briefly, opened them again, and forced a bright tone. "Then perhaps it will last 18. But his look of reproach withered her optimism, and she sighed. "It may well outlast me, at any rate. Though not my children. Not Drina." His brow puckered. "What is the life expectancy here?" She shrugged. 70 or thereabouts, I suppose. I doubt we keep statistics on it." His frown deepened. "If you are selected to return on my ship—" But Sarah shook her head. "Not me. If I'm picked in the lottery, I'll send Drina in my place. She has a life ahead of her. I've lived mine." The frown became a scowl. "It shouldn't be a lottery." "I told Jordan that. I told him we should send the children, simple as that. Start with the youngest. We haven't that many. But he insists we not discriminate in any way. And the council, as usual, agrees." "Does he hope to escape himself?" "Did he?" No. She'd known Jordan since they were children, and she was sure that wasn't it. "He'd give his place to Nico, just as I'd give mine to Drina. But Nico is 14, and he'd be over the cutoff if we started with the youngest." "Drina, time for bed," Jen called from the doorway. She wore snug-fitting trousers and a shirt left open just enough to tantalize. "Are you staying the night, Rafe? We have plenty of room. This unit was designed for 6. Rafe hesitated, his eyes on Jen rather than Drina for a moment. No, thank you. The ship's computers, you can control them from that thing," she said, pointing to his wristlet. "It would do you good to get away from your ship for a night. Think about something other than those pumps." He gave a crooked smile. "I don't think that's possible. But thank you for the offer." Jen's mouth tightened, and she took Drina off down the hallway. "Could you control the process from that?" Sarah asked, nodding at his wristlet. "Not very well, I'm afraid." He turned back to her, his eyes searching hers. Sarah felt an odd stirring deep in her chest. Then, "Have you ever been on a spaceship?" he asked. Sarah's heart pounded as they walked through the corridors toward Dock 14. Why did he want to show her his ship? If she were younger. But she wasn't. Rafe was a firm and fetching 40 biologically, whereas she was gray-haired and wrinkled, with sagging breasts and a thickening abdomen. Whatever it was Rafe had on his mind, it did not include romance. "I'm going to talk to Jordan," he announced. "You're right, it should be the children who go back with me. I am more than able financially to take care of them all once there. Perhaps a lottery among the children, everyone 18 and under." "You're free to suggest it," Sarah said. There are 100 and some members of the DeLuca clan, though, giving them roughly a 10% chance of getting someone aboard, whereas they'll have only a 2 in 35 chance if it's limited to children. The same with 3 other council members, and 2 of them have no children under 18 at all. They'll want the full lottery. And you? Do you have any other grandchildren?
Sarah shook her head.
My boys and their wives are reluctant to bring a new life into a dying space hab.
Rafe sighed heavily, and they walked in silence for a time. Then, you are, if I have the right term, a widow? He asked. Her thoughts elsewhere, it took Sarah a moment to respond.
Yes, she said. I was married for 34 years. 34 very happy years.
The fullness of it ached momentarily, threatening tears.
And you have been a widow 3 years.
She forced a smile.
I'm adjusting.
He was silent for a time.
We Longevs do contracts, he said finally,
for marriages. 5 years or 10, renewable. I've been married dozens of times. I can't even remember some of them. His smile was wan. In certain cases, that might be a blessing. But I do remember some less formal arrangements. She eyed him carefully.
A perisher, she guessed. You loved a perisher.
His smile was rueful. It's hard to believe I was ever that naive. I didn't tell her what I was. It's dangerous to go into a perisher community as a longev. They are understandably resentful, particularly their young males. The smile faded to nothing. I didn't stop to think what it would do to her when she discovered the truth. Sarah could imagine, growing gray and wrinkled and old while the man you loved stayed youthful. He drew a deep breath. I learned something from the experience. A hint of strain colored his voice. But not enough. I managed to do it again after I'd let myself age to 40. I proposed marriage, thinking if she were married to a longev, the review board... And maybe they would have approved her. I don't know. She was brilliant. He sighed, and perplexity tinged his next words. She had philosophical objections. She wouldn't consider having the procedure. He shook his head slightly. We caused each other so much pain. Sarah laid a comforting hand on his arm. To her surprise, he took it and wrapped it through his own. Sadrina is one of how many children here in Respite? He asked. 35, is that right?
Give or take.
Sarah wondered what it meant, his taking her arm. She wondered if it mattered to her.
Most young people feel as my boys do. They don't want to watch their children die when the biofarms fail. Or the pumps.
He patted her arm where it twined with his. Then we shall have to fix the pumps. She looked up at him, so tall and alien and intriguing as he smiled down at her. Why did he care so much about Respite, he who had outlived generations of its inhabitants? Some misplaced paternal instinct?
Couldn't you adopt children, Rafe? She asked. Surely there is no shortage of orphans among the perishers of your worlds.
In fact, there is. He drew an audible breath. Most governments and perisher communities won't allow their children to be raised by longevs. They are so filled with resentment. And medical science makes for very few orphaned children, so the waiting lists are long. There is a black market, of course, children stolen or sold by their parents. He shuddered. I can't do that. The ethics of it are horrifying. So, he took a deep breath, I have looked for other fulfillment in my life. Why, I even, his eyes sparkled, found myself obsessing over a line port I built in my early years, wondering if it was still functioning, still providing a safe haven for its inhabitants. They had reached the dock, and for a moment they stood just smiling at each other. Sarah felt like a silly teenager standing with a boy outside the door to an unchaperoned living unit. Ridiculous. Such sentiments were Jen's province, not hers.
I suppose you noticed, she said, that Jen has been flirting with you since you arrived.
She's very charming, Rafe allowed, and I hope she's not too insulted that I prefer to avoid her entanglements.
I think she'll survive,
Sarah said dryly, and then her heart twisted as she thought how briefly any of them would survive, if the pumps could not be kept in repair. "I'm afraid," Rafe continued, now taking Sarah's hand in his, "she's far too young for my taste." Sarah felt a prickling on the back of her neck. "You prefer longev women, I suppose?" "No." He caressed the back of her hand absently with his thumb. "They are, on the whole, jaded, selfish, and insufferably vain, locked as they are in eternal youth. They've never had anyone but themselves to think of. It's become almost impossible to find one I want to spend 5 days with, let alone the 5 years of a marriage contract. No, I find myself drawn to those women who have a larger view of life, who have enjoyed their youth and are content to move on." Sarah's heart thudded as if bent on escape from her chest. "Only to be found among perishers," she whispered. His smile was apologetic. "I keep making the same damned mistake." A soft chiming woke Sarah in the middle of the night, and then the bed shifted as Garrett got up. No, not Garrett. Garrett was gone, had been gone. The evening filtered back to her, and she opened her eyes, struggling to sit up. "What time is—" "Shh," Rafe soothed. "Go back to sleep." "It was just the timer on the tripetron seals. I'll get them set up for analysis and testing. Then they'll be ready to install tomorrow morning." It took 2 days to install the new seals, shutting down one pump at a time after turning off affected systems for each. When the last one was back online, both Rafe and Sarah slumped in relief. "I don't suppose you have a celebratory beverage aboard your ship?" she asked. Even his smile was weary. "Sorry." "Then let's go back to my place. I think I know where Garrett hid a bottle of homebrew." But Jen met them at the door to Sarah's living unit, her face hard as she handed her mother a message board. "The lottery," she said. Sarah stared numbly at the list of 11 names. Drina was not on it, nor Jen, nor either of her boys or their wives. That her own name was also absent did not even register. Rafe took the board from her hands. "This isn't right," he said, scanning the list. "This isn't right. I'm going to talk to Jordan again." "No, please," Sarah said quickly. "When push comes to shove, Rafe, there is no right way to choose which 11 people have a chance to live. The youngest, the smartest, those with unique talents. Besides," she forced a smile, "with those new seals on the pumps, we may be good for another 20 years. 10, he said firmly. "I told you 10 for the main controller. If that." Sarah squared her shoulders. "Then Drina will have the joy of being sweet 16. But she could not banish the tears that slipped down her cheeks. Rafe turned on his heel and walked out. Sarah didn't have the strength left to stop him. Rafe stayed locked in his ship for 2 days, while outside the residents of Respite fretted. "What's he doing in there?" Jordan DeLuca muttered. "Don't these longevs have any concept of time?" Sarah sighed. "I suspect he's trying desperately to find some way to coax extra life out of the main controller for the fluid recycling. He wants to save all of us, and it's killing him that he can't." "We don't know that," Jordan insisted. "We don't know what he's doing in there. He might just leave without the others." His grandson Nico was not on the list, but his niece Shaoli was. At 19, she carried the hopes of her clan on her thin but capable shoulders. Sarah shook her head. "He's just lost track of time. I'll go talk to him." And so she found herself at the ship's main hatch, pinging for admittance. When the door finally slid open, Rafe looked surprised to see her. His face was drawn, and he swayed slightly on his feet. She frowned. "Are you all right?" Yes. Yes, more than all right, I think." "You don't look all right. When was the last time you ate?" He blinked. "Ate? Oh." He thought for a moment. "Can't remember. I should probably do something about that." "Yes, you should." She followed him to the ship's stores, where he rummaged around and found a couple of energy bars. He offered her one, which she declined. "Jordan thinks you should leave as soon as possible," she said. "That the sooner you get started, the sooner you can send a relief party back here." He shook his head. "They wouldn't reach you in time. I've run the calculations." He stopped chewing.
But I think I've found another solution." "Oh!" A hand flew to her mouth. Had he truly? If he could somehow repair the pump's main controller, if they could hang on until help returned— "Don't get too excited yet," he cautioned. "There are certain challenges to the design, certain requirements that—" She stopped him with a gentle hand on his arm. "May I see it?" He led her back to his workstation and brought up the design. As she reviewed it, her heart sank. It would probably work, but— "How long would this buy us?" she asked. 25 years at most. "Long enough for you to send another ship back." "Sarah, except you wouldn't be able to go back, would you?" She searched his face. "These parts in your design, you'd have to strip them off your ship, wouldn't you?" He swallowed. "From communications and the life support system." "And that's the real problem." He nodded bleakly. "I've been staring at it, trying to find some flaw in it." "There's no flaw." She inhaled deeply. "I knew you must have pumps on this ship and a controller for them. It had to be possible." The idea had occurred to her early on, but she had discarded it out of hand. She couldn't ask anyone to sacrifice his life, a life of centuries, to simply forestall the inevitable. 25 years, he repeated. "Another ship might—" "There won't be another ship. You said yourself they think we're dead already. When you don't come back, they'll think you're dead, too." She stared at the design, the ingenious design, that would grant her 25 years. 25 years with Rafe. Finally, she faced him. "Rafe, you can't." He straightened. "I can, and I will." He took her hands. What parent wouldn't give his own life so his children might live? I created this place. I gave birth to it, and it gave birth to you. I may have no biological progeny, but you are my children. You are all my children. Besides," his lips twitched in that shy smile, 25 years times 1,000 people? 25,000 years. Quite a purchase for one Longev's life. "Your life?" Tears welled in her eyes and her heart ached. 25 years for Drina, for Jen. "But what about the lives of those 11 people who have been told they will escape? What about their families who are now counting on that? Rafe, it's not up to you. You can't make this decision for those other people. For your children, they must make it for themselves." His smile faded. She loved him for the sacrifice he was willing to make, but the others— would the chosen 11 be willing to make the same sacrifice? He let go her hands and turned away from her. "Please tell the council," he said, "about their option." Her heart felt like an anvil in her chest. "We'll tell them together." "No." Still he would not face her. "No, I need to. I'm going to stay here and keep working on the problem. Until they decide. Until it's time." The docking facility trembled with the vibration of a ship's embarkation as Sarah walked away from the landing bay, her shoulders tight, her neck held stiffly straight. To her surprise, the governing council had put the decision up to a vote of the populace. It had not been unanimous. 30% of the inhabitants had voted to extend their own lives rather than allow 11 people to escape. But the majority either had a relative among the 11, or they were at peace with the extra years Rafe's new seals granted them. They had elected to send the ship back. "Sarah!" She looked back through the throng of well-wishers still in the bay, and saw Rafe hastening to catch up with her. When he did, he slid an arm across her shoulders. "Too much?" he asked. She managed a smile. "I'm going to miss seeing her grow up." He gave her a gentle squeeze. "She'll be fine. I've programmed several messages to go out as soon as the ship gets in range of a communications relay. By the time Drina and the others reach Equus 4, my agent will be waiting. She'll make arrangements for their care while they integrate. And Jordan's niece, what's her name, Showley? She's sharp. She'll see the terms are carried out, and they'll have access to my resources." He smiled. "I wouldn't be surprised if Showley adopts Drina herself." Sarah brushed at the moisture escaping her eyes. "And you," she said. "You have given up who knows how many years for the 10 we have left." He shrugged. Well, you were right. Having offered life to 11 people, I couldn't... His voice caught. It wasn't my decision to make. But shortening my own life for Drina? That was. She drew a deep breath. You are a good man, Rafe Cortez. No, I'm a foolish one. The thought of going back, possessions I didn't care about, work I'd grown bored with... He shook his head. When I could spend the last 10 years here? His grip tightened and he grinned down at her. I just keep making the same damn mistake.